The 100 Shattering Mountains is an extremely dangerous place. The mortality rate was high, and if 40% of the incoming geniuses survived, it would already be quite good. In actuality, the number of survivors was far from reaching even a tenth during the most terrifying year. This was a treasure land, yet it was also a blood-dyed demonic earth. Luck and death danced together, and if one wanted to reap the benefits, their life had to be used as a bargaining chip. The 100 Shattering Mountains were in chaos, and vicious beasts, birds, and humanoids were fleeing for their lives. The ancient creatures were all incredibly ferocious, as if they climbed out from the pits of hell. They opened their huge bloody mouths and slaughtered towards everyone. Immediately, miserable cries sounded out from everywhere. All types of ancient beasts appeared from within the mountain abyss, sweeping towards geniuses from all races. They were all extremely old demons and ridiculously powerful. A loud roar struck down like heavenly thunder. Everything shook, causing sand to fly and rocks to tumble about. A black hoe rushed out from the mountains, and even though it wasn't pure-blooded, its figure was shockingly large. As it ran over, it carried with it a strong gale, shaking the earth and mountains. It opened its bloody mouth wide, and immediately bit a silver blood giant to death. It swallowed it whole and then immediately swiped down with a claw. 3 geniuses exploded, and a bloody light entered its mouth. "Kill it!" Experts from all races cried out as they began to fight back one after another. His pupils were ice-cold. They shot out an expanse of gorgeous radiance, smashing apart the area in front of it. Flesh and blood were immediately mangled and mutilated, and all types of limbs fluttered about. No one could fight back. As soon as this black hoe opened its mouth, more than 10 geniuses would immediately be swallowed inside. It was simply a Azura king, fierce and unrivaled. It was precisely this creature that was without equal during the archaic year when saints descended. Every creature wanted to avoid it, and even deities being murdered was not a strange sight. Even though it was a descendant that did not have a pure bloodline, it was still extremely terrifying. They relied on mixed bloodlines, yet they could similarly cultivate to a very high realm. They massacred in all directions. The black hoe in front was the perfect demonstration of this. It opened an entire road of slaughter, swallowing hundreds of experts. It was crushing everything like a roller, and it was difficult for it to meet a true opponent. Of course, this was related to its long period of cultivation. After cultivating for endless years bitterly, it became exceedingly powerful. It shouted, and wanted to find the most powerful pure-blooded creatures in hopes of being able to swallow them to advance in strength. It wanted to improve greatly in its road of cultivation. The geniuses did not have any complaints. Since they already made the decision to enter the 100 Shattering Mountains, then they had to make mental preparations for these types of situations. Opportunities had to be gained by risking one's life, and even if their cultivation period was shallow, they had no one else to blame for it. Ow! The black hoe roared, creating a road of killing. It charged towards the most concentrated group of geniuses. Every region was like this. Powerful birds and beasts broke out from their restraints and seals, murdering their way over. Blood splashed out along the sides, and their gazes were terrifying as they searched for the most powerful food. It was originally an area of treasure ground, and all types of geniuses were picking spirit medicine, searching for precious artifacts as well as for things that saints left behind in hopes of receiving a heaven-defying opportunity. However, currently, everything changed, and the Pure Land had turned into a hell. There was slaughtering everywhere, and they became the food of the indigenous creatures. Of course, the divided treasure cliffs, 100 Grassland, restricted Heavenly Bone region, and the 7 or 8 other regions were the most terrifying. All of the ancient monsters within rushed out with an appetite for archaic divine birds and pure-blooded beast descendants. Woo! A fierce gale appeared abruptly, and a 100-meter-tall dragon horned lion stood up before killing its way over. With a swipe of its claws, mountain peaks were collapsed. It was terrifyingly powerful as it pounced over towards the 10 geniuses below. Puit opened its mouth to spit out a precious light, and as it danced about, they became brilliant streaks of light blades. The 10 geniuses were sliced apart, turning into chopped limbs and broken bodies. Soon after, the fierce teeth within its wide mouth shone, creating a vortex. It directly swallowed all of the bloody mist and corpses into its mouth. A ruthless massacre unfolded, and this became a blood-flowing world. It was vastly different from what it was like previously, and a great deal of geniuses were howling in grief as they tried their best to escape. They were still young, and if they were allowed to mature, they would definitely have been destined to have names that tremble large regions of people. However, now, they met this calamity and was being hunted down by these ancient monsters. There was no road into heaven and no gate into earth. However, they truly had no one else to blame. They chose to improve themselves by coming here and wanted to obtain opportunities. As a result, they already made the mental preparations to invest their lives prior to coming here. A blue-eyed golden-pupiled beast appeared in the vicinity of the divided treasure cliffs, cutting off the geniuses of all types of races. Its build resembled that of a chelan, but when its fierce teeth opened and closed, it was incomparably vicious-looking. In the blink of an eye, it swallowed those geniuses, blood dripping from its snow-white teeth. During the archaic years, the blue-eyed golden-pupiled beast was one of the 10 great mounts. The saints were extremely fond of it, because beside the fact that it looked like a bold and powerful spirited horse, its power was also publicly known. Oh! Within the historical ruins on the outside of the divided treasure cliffs, corpses were collapsing in large expanses. Bloody rain scattered down, and this vicious beast carried out a great massacre. Its cultivation realm naturally far surpassed everyone else's. It was a blood-colored world. The mountains and rivers were in chaos, and all of the powerful individuals were trying to escape. The geniuses from various races were all in fear, and they never thought that this moment would appear so suddenly without any warning. It would be a vain attempt for them to search for opportunities now, and being able to survive was already a fortunate thing. To protect their own lives was the greatest challenge they had to face during the next few days. Ordinarily, these circumstances don't persist for more than a few days. Afterwards, the 100 Shattering Mountains exit would open, and that is precisely the opportunity for them to break out of this blood-colored hell. Countless golden light flickered, and a golden pung took to the skies. It covered the heavens, slaughtering its way into the restricted heavenly bone region, completely scattering the mist in this region. Its goal was evident, and it was to kill the pure-blooded creatures and eat their precious flesh medicine, refining its own great pung true blood. It wanted to reach a crucial point and advance another step to become more powerful. Honglong, those golden wings were incomparably huge and were roughly 100 meters in width. They swept past everything, and many mountain peaks were directly snapped in half by those golden divine wings. The sliced surfaces were smooth and were incomparably glossy. Within the rumbling sounds, several mountain peaks fell, and dust soared into the air. Towards the numerous geniuses here, it was simply a type of unchallengeable divine might. How were they supposed to resist? Even archaic vicious beasts' descendants were not its opponent. The bright golden light was dazzling, and the giant Peng's body covered the sky. It emitted a terrifying aura that made a large number of geniuses feel dread and tremble. This golden pung was rather fussy, and did not impatiently make its move. It was constantly searching for powerful food, because its cultivation was extremely long. As a result, weak creatures were not even worth its attention. Dark clouds concealed the sun, and the large number of bats appeared. Every single one of them were several meters long, creating a large expanse of darkness. They were like a group of pterosaurs as they filled the sky, and in fact, their names were called bat dragons. They swooped down towards everyone. Their precious techniques were extremely terrifying, being a type of formless fluctuation. It pierced gold and cracked stone, making everyone on the ground immediately cry out miserably. Many creatures began to bleed from their 7 apertures, and their ears in particular became badly mangled and mutilated. This was a place of bloodbath. A single bat dragon might not be too terrifying, but with such a densely packed mass that completely covered the restricted heavenly bone region's surroundings, who could fight back? Below, everyone was in a terrible situation. Corpses dropped one after another, and were devoured by the bat dragons that swooped down. In the end, the golden-winged Peng became discontent. With an angry cry, countless golden divine feathers flew out. With poo-poo sounds falling incessantly, it penetrated over 10 bat dragons, and they fell one after another onto the ground. Its terrifying prestige was not something one could afford to offend. Whoever dared to provoke it will inevitably have to pay with their blood and life, and these bat dragons interfered with its hunt. In reality, archaic beast young were all-powerful and quick-witted. Their senses were extremely keen, and since they previously received their elders' warnings, they have already used their great abilities to mask their auras, leaving this place at the first moments. So powerful! I'm also going to leave stealthily. The little guy was mixed within the crowd. He attacked outwards and did not try to stick out. He did not stay at the very front, and was always at the very edge as he began to make a great retreat. Other than those powerful kings, there were still many others within the 100 Shattering Mountains. Many creatures that were similar in strength to the geniuses were closing in, carrying out a murderous encirclement. The people were overwhelmed with shock. When they entered, the breeze was still and the waves were quiet. They didn't notice these creatures at all. Now all of them rebelled, appearing together while treating them like prey. Finally, the little guy escaped from the restricted Heavenly Bone region and left this desert. He rushed into the boundless mountain range. He quickly became dumbstruck, because regardless of what place it was, there would still be fierce beasts wreaking havoc everywhere. The 100 Shattering Mountains were full of vitality, and it was an extremely vast small world. It produced too many vicious spirits, and they were killing everyone everywhere. Along the road, he saw too many people die, and even the woodlands were dyed in red. Within those sinister indigenous creatures, there were humanoids, beasts, and even plants. They were devouring experts from all races with large gulps. The sound of crushed bones rang out with getchy-getchy sounds, and as fresh blood flowed out, it made everyone terrified. It was exceedingly miserable. This was a blood-colored world. The little guy noticed that of the experts that escaped together with him from the restricted Heavenly Bone region, 70% had already fell, becoming the food of these kings. Scarlet-colored blood splashed out, and only a few shattered bones were left behind. "Older brother!" A human girl cried out with a heart-wrenching scream. In the distance, a black-clad youth released a loud roar. He was doing everything he could to struggle, but it was completely useless. His body was snapped apart by a great crocodile's mouth before being swallowed. "Move out of the way!" The little guy cried out. That girl's eyes lacked emotion, and when she heard the warning, it was already too late. An enormous sawtooth bird swooped down, and with a pu sound, it bit her into pieces, swallowing a large chunk of her flesh. The little guy lifted a large boulder that was several tens of thousands of gene in weight. With a honglong sound, it smashed towards the sky. It struck that vicious bird whose mouth was like a sawtooth, smashing apart the flesh where it made contact, making it fall onto the ground. However, he was still too late, and that girl had already died. The little guy did not pause unnecessarily and quickly left, because he didn't have the time to tend to everything. This type of thing was happening everywhere. It was as if he came out from a pile of flesh, and too many creatures were being killed. "Oh!" An unusual ferocious beast roared, hissing towards him. Its large mouth opened, and its fierce teeth were like daggers. Precious methods rose as it slaughtered its way over. "Oh!" The little guy also roared loudly, his voice sounding even more berserk. He directly threw himself over, revealing his small snow-white canines as if he was going to eat it. The vicious beast became shocked. Why did it feel like it somehow became the food instead? It rushed forward fiercely in anger. In the end, the little guy killed it. With a pu sound, its head fell down, and blood frantically surged. It's another formidable precious beast. Even though its symboled bone shattered, its flesh's essence is still there. After charging out of the restricted Heavenly Bone region, this was the 12th vicious beast he placed into his heaven and earth pouch along his road of slaughter. He did not want ordinary creatures that were killed, and only wanted the most powerful types of strange beasts, because those were the most precious flesh medicines. I've previously arranged to meet with Big Red, Hualinger, nine-headed lions at the rendezvous point. That place isn't too far from the 100 Shattering Mountains central region, so I should go and find them. The little guy was worried that they might have encountered some disaster. Even though he knew that it was extremely dangerous to look for others within this blood-colored world, he still did not want to give up. He left behind a trail of blood as he killed his way forward. I'm getting closer to the central region, the nest of the kings. He was shocked. He came to this place before, but back then all these volcanoes and great ponds were all closed off. They were all previously sealed, and no vicious spirits appeared. Now things were completely different. The golden passageways within the 100 Shattering Mountains had disappeared, and every region was connected together. The sealed regions had all been freed up, and the central region became a dangerous land. Bifang. While passing through a cliff, he became shocked. He saw that powerful divine bird, and it was unexpectedly also roaming about here. If he used his physical body to contest it, then he wouldn't be inferior to anyone. However, the other party's cultivation period was longer than his, and its knowledge regarding symbols was excessively terrifying. After breaking out from the 100 Shattering Mountains, it would definitely proclaim itself as a king. What is it doing? This region was relatively peaceful, because normal vicious beasts didn't dare invade here. This was an area where kings roamed. The Bifang's body was like a crane. Its entire body appeared to be made out of green gold, and there were blood-colored streaks running along it. The divine feathers covering it were sparkling and brilliant. It was extremely prudent, and was flying within the shrubbery. It carefully approached a hill where a giant nest rested. This fellow is so shrewd. The little guy revealed a strange expression. The king left its nest, and was currently looking for food. The most powerful descendants were their favorite. However, these archaic divine birds and vicious beasts weren't so easy to deal with. They avoided being killed, and were currently going to the king's nests to steal things while they were away. The little guy climbed on top of a mountain peak and surveyed the cliff from the elevated position. There was a nest there, and inside was a silver egg. It seemed like it was burning, and as flames raged, it flickered with bright, multicolored splendor. After the Bifang decided that there were no creatures protecting it, it rushed over and quickly threw itself over. That sharp bird beak easily broke through the divine egg with a pu sound, and it directly began to suck the juice inside. Wastrel! The little guy's heart was extremely sore. This was definitely the egg of a powerful descendant. If it was bred, it would represent a type of extremely powerful precious technique. However, the Bifang was a true divine bird itself, so how could it not have disdain towards the precious techniques of other descendants? Especially towards those of other bird species, it needed it even less, and as a result, it directly used it as precious medicine. If you don't need it, can't you give it to me? Giving you a pile of precious medicine would even be fine. The little guy was grinding his teeth until they made gabbing sounds. He only had 2 precious techniques, and they were both obtained himself through trials and tribulations. He could not compare to Shi, Bifang, or Zhujian, and even if he was compared to other descendants, he was still just a suffering child. Give it to me. The little guy opened the heaven and earth pouch while grumbling in anger. Multicolored light immediately sprayed out, and that broken egg was immediately collected into the pouch. The Bifang immediately became extremely angry after finding out that there was actually someone who dared to steal food from the tiger's den. It had just eaten a small portion and felt the huge amount of essence accumulated within, but it was then actually stolen by someone. When it saw that hateful human youth, it was even harder for it to restrain its anger. It spread its wings and pounced out. Collect! The little guy aimed the heaven and earth pouch towards it. His eyes emitted light and wanted to collect the divine bird. If he could have it in his hands, the benefits would undoubtedly be enormous and beyond belief. For stealing a bird egg, you must use your body to pay, the savage child shouted. On top of his hair, the divine striking stone was speechless. The Bifang was beyond angry and cried out furiously. However, its body was beyond its control, and was truly flying towards the heaven and earth net. This was an extremely powerful precious artifact. "Stop this instant!" the Bifang shouted, and 108 divine feathers appeared behind it. With a kangxiang sound, it was as if immortal swords were emitting their precious splendor as they submerged the broken cliffs. The little guy did not say anything else. He took out the broken sword and hacked downwards. The Bifang's expression changed. A lump of light was spat out from its mouth, and a supreme precious treasure appeared. It immediately blocked off the thick sword chi, and as a result, the bird's nest and mountain region below immediately exploded. Rubble collapsed, forming a cloud of smoke and dust. When the cloud of dust scattered, the little guy's traces disappeared. The Bifang's pupils revealed a vicious light. It leapt towards the heavens in search of the little guy's whereabouts. However, as soon as it reached a high altitude, a vicious bird cried out from the distance. It was like a Milky Way galaxy, silvery white and pure. It directly charged over and was even more furious than the Bifang. Whoosh! After receiving its anger, the Bifang also fled. This was because the true victim's family came back, and the master of the silver divine egg returned. These fellows truly have guts, actually going against the Tao. All of these creatures are making their way into the 100 Shattering Mountains' deepest regions to steal everything from the most powerful creature's precious ground. While moving forward, the little guy noticed the tracks of the Zhujian, horned dragon, and other archaic vicious beast youth. It was not just the Bifang. Other creatures all entered as well. "I like this." His large eyes emitted a happy radiance. He clenched his fists. How could he miss such a heaven-defying chance? Either way, he still had to enter the mountains, so he was just going to loot a bit behind these divine birds and vicious beasts. It's him. Not long after, the little guy noticed the purple-haired girl within the 100 Shattering Mountains depths. She was currently stealthily hiding her tracks and moving forward carefully. This spotlessly white girl who was being surrounded by 108 divine rings. Exactly what type of divine bird or vicious beast is she? What kind of opportunity is she searching for? The little guy crouched down and carefully followed along. He felt that if there was a need, he would get into another tussle with her. The mountain forest was extremely dense, and the enormous mountains were tall. The spiritual essence was rich, pouring down like a waterfall and flowing about like a spring. Along the way, the little guy dug out several stalks of precious medicine and threw them into the heaven and earth net. Almost there. At this time he felt an unusual aura. There were no people or creatures here, and it was empty to the point where there weren't even smaller creatures like moles and ants. It was peaceful everywhere, and not a single vicious beast dared to draw near. Essence energy soared, and multicolored light flickered. Everything originated from the grand and imposing spiritual mountains up ahead. They were incredibly tall, and many creatures resided there. Beside them grew rarely seen precious medicine, and the fragrance was strong. The purple-haired girl was extremely careful, and was like a dragon as she climbed. She moved her slender waist as she moved along the mountain precipice. The mountains have many restrictions, yet she is breaking them one by one without making a single sound. What a powerful level of symbols! The little guy followed behind. While climbing upwards, he became considerably shocked. He could see from the sides that the restrictions were extremely powerful. If it was a normal person here, it would be difficult to accomplish anything even after several months. Yet the purple-haired girl directly broke them. After reaching the mountain peak, he carefully looked around. There was a cold pond that was emitting waves of cold air. The icy cold was bone-chilling, and the water inside was black like ink. These types of cold ponds were extremely suitable for flood dragon beasts to live in. Beside the pool grew 4 stalks of spirit medicine, and they were precisely black flood dragon grass. They were jet black with specks of luster, and were emitting a sweet scent. This could serve as proof that a powerful flood dragon beast inhabited this pond before, moreover not just a single one. Otherwise, it would be impossible for such a rich flood dragon energy to flourish here and produce such rarely seen spirit medicine. Where did the divine beast run to? The little guy was suspicious. He hid behind a giant boulder as he observed everything. On the summit, other than the cold pond, there were also many giant boulders, creating a stone forest. Soon after, he heard some activity. The purple-haired girl was moving stealthily in front and entered the stone forest. She appeared in front of a cave, and divine splendor was emitting from that area. Why is there a pile of flood dragon bones here? The little guy was quite shocked. After entering the stone forest, he saw a bunch of white bones that belonged to flood dragons. These were not left behind by only one or two creatures, and after adding them all up, there were definitely at least 20 of them. It was too shocking, because even though flood dragon beasts were the descendants of archaic vicious flood dragons and their bloodlines weren't pure, they were still extremely powerful. It was truly unexpected that there were creatures that treated them like food. The little guy trembled with fear. After turning around and looking at that cold pond, he immediately understood. That was a pond that was purposely set up for the sake of raising flood dragon beasts. Just what kind of powerful creature would do this type of thing? This truly made him rather upset. This was simply too extravagant and terrifying. Did the foodie finally meet his opponent? The mischievous stone quietly muttered. This is different. The little guy shook his head. If it were not for the geniuses gathering together to enter this trial by fire, how would he be able to find these precious descendants? Normally, it would be extremely difficult to meet one. Yet this type of creature typically uses flood dragon beasts as food. This was too astonishing. The ancient cave was misty with multicolored light. At the cave entrance grew a stalk of grass, its body entirely silver. It radiated with precious light, as if a silver flame was burning. What was most peculiar was that there were ripples on top of the grass leaves, as if they were feathers. Silver feather grass. The little guy widened his eyes. This was the best of the best among spirit medicines. According to legend, if it grew long enough, it could improve by another step and undergo transformation. The silver feather grass only had 5 feathers, and it was silvery white all over. It emitted a divine radiance, and there were feather marks all over the leaves. The sweet scent was emitted in waves, making people infatuated. Normally, it takes root where propitious vapors rise. It seems like this cavern is not simple, and the creature that dwells within must be incomparably powerful. The little guy thought it over and decided to turn back. However, he first decisively dug up the 4 black flood dragon grass and entering the stone forest to put the silver feather grass into the heaven and earth pouch. Who cares about what's inside? Being able to obtain 5 stalks of precious medicine already makes this a worthwhile trip. Following along was not in vain. You have to understand that once you leave the small archaic world and arrive in the outside world, searching for precious medicine becomes extremely difficult. Where would you be able to pick it so easily like this? In the past, the little guy crashed his way through the boundless great wasteland, yet he could only find a few stalks beside a descendant's cave. Hong! A loud sound was transmitted from within the cavern, and the restrictions were triggered. That purple-haired girl seemed to have been struck by lightning, and blood flowed from her mouth. However, her achievements in symbols were extremely profound, and was extremely good at breaking through formations. She quickly stabilized herself. The little guy also entered inside and watched from behind. He couldn't help but be startled. What kind of creature's den was this? It was clearly within a cave, yet why did it seem like a bird nest? Other than the dried vines, there were golden silk grass spread on the inside of the nest. It was soft and crystalline, making it extremely cozy. The entire nest had multicolored streaks of light running about it, and it was obvious that there were precious bones buried within, because the cloth had formation patterns on it. The purple-haired girl's entire body was surrounded by divine splendor, making her appear incomparably holy. She held a golden horn in her hand, and it was small and elegant, as well as transparent and shiny. With a slash, it drew out a streak of divine light, turning the surface of the nest closest to her into fine powder. It even smashed apart a piece of precious bone. Truly destroying someone's home, the little guy silently criticized. Why isn't there any? The purple-haired girl frowned. Even though she broke through a restriction, it was completely empty within the nest. She didn't find much. The little guy was also disappointed. Originally, he thought that there would be some formidable treasure. In the end, it was just an empty nest. Hateful human. How can I take care of that brat? The purple-haired girl spoke to herself, and it was obvious that she was still pissed. The little guy scratched his head. She was clearly exploring a nest, yet why did it seem like he was being talked about instead? It seems like she just can't be good-natured. I need to make a plan to draw him out, and then... The purple-haired girl was untainted by even a speck of dust. While being enveloped in divine rings, her spirited pupils flickered with a strand of electricity. She plans to scheme against me? Originally, the little guy was going to back off, temporarily not wanting to make a new branch grow out of a knot. After all, the outside world turned into a bloody purgatory, and it wasn't good to make too much noise. However, now he stopped himself again. I've always wanted to capture an archaic, vicious beast youth. It will be you. He made his decision. Following that, he turned into a stream of light as he pounced over, directly jumping onto that purple-haired girl's back. With his arms around her neck, he began to suppress her. Lifting up the heaven and earth net, numerous strands of auspicious light headed towards her head. Apu, the purple-haired girl, was so angry she almost spat out blood. She just finished talking about that human youth, yet in the end he immediately appeared. Moreover, he directly hung from her back. This was simply infuriating beyond belief. Normally, she was treated like a goddess. She was set up on high, aloof, and remote. She was divine and inviolable, and any race's genius would inevitably show her extreme courtesy. They would admire her endlessly. Who would dare to blaspheme? No matter where she went, she would always attract the attention of tens of thousands. It would be like the stars grouping themselves around the moon, and her unmatched appearance would make others feel ashamed of their inferiority, making them unwilling to face her. Yet this brat actually treated her like some vicious beast, jumping and moving about on her. After jumping onto her flawless back, he directly began to fight and wrestle about, truly about to anger her to death. Get inside for me. The little guy hung from her back, one hand around her swan-like neck, and the other propping up the heaven and earth pouch. Multicolored light flew out in a multitude of strands, and thousands of propitious light strands were mit. He wanted to collect her inside, thoroughly making her yield. Damned brat! The purple-haired girl was so angry she began shaking. Divine splendor was released from all over her body, and the ornaments on her head in particular flowed with divine multicolored light. She resisted the heaven and earth net, and did not enter it. Soon after, the symbols around her entire body began to flicker, wanting to refine the little guy. She was incomparably resentful. The little guy wouldn't let go even if he died. As he hung from her neck, he used all of his strength to subdue her. However, he was actually grimacing in pain. The purple-clothed girl's symbols were too terrifying, shaking him until his bones were bursting noise. Archaic, vicious beasts really are powerful. Even the random things around her head region is precious. The little guy was discontent. Just now, if it were not for the jewelry hanging around her earlobe flickering with multicolored light, stopping the heaven and earth pouch, he definitely would have collected her inside. The two individuals fought, one using brute force and the other using heaven-defying symbols. However, the little guy felt as if something was wrong. The opposing party's body was emitting light, as if it wanted to refine him alive. In particular, that piece of jewelry on her ear was emitting precious splendor. There was a divine radiance being emitted, hacking towards him. Dang, the little guy moved his head about, using the small pagoda in his hair to block it. The small pagoda trembled, becoming sparkling and transparent. It emitted strands of mysterious aura, making that earpiece immediately dim down. Mine! Upon seeing this, the little guy bit down on the earring and pulled downwards. Ah! The purple-haired girl was angry and embarrassed. This fellow was too shameful, actually biting her ear. Her entire body turned pink, and was humiliated to the extreme. Her jade-like body began to tremble slightly. Mine! The devilish brat couldn't care less about her screaming. He focused all of his attention on the purple earrings, and after biting down, he used all of his strength to pull downwards. The purple-haired girl was on the verge of going mad. This was definitely an undermining image. Typically, She would be known as a goddess, yet now she was in this state. A row of teeth marks appeared on that sparkling and pure white earlobe. The little guy wouldn't let go even if he died, and he bit down with his little fierce teeth with all of his strength. Grinding with all of his strength, he wanted to remove that mysterious earring. The purple-haired girl was beyond angry. Not only was she in pain, but she was also humiliated and angry. This was the first time such a thing has happened in her life, because if such a thing did happen to her before, even a deity would collapse. She activated the earring, wanting to smash apart the little guy's teeth. However, she found that it didn't work. After the earring collided with the small pagoda in the little guy's hair, it seemed like it no longer worked properly and couldn't be activated. The pure and holy symbols around her were momentarily dimmed as a result of the biting. She was so humiliated and angry that she almost fainted. Her heart was in disorder, and the strength of her precious methods suddenly diminished. The two individuals fell onto the ground, rolling around and wrestling about. During this period of time, he bit her sparkling and translucent ear, and without letting go, he shouted, "Mine!" With a wung sound, the purple-haired girl used her right wrist to strike backwards. There was a sparkling divine ring there, and it was also a terrifying precious artifact. She wanted to blast the little guy to death. As a result, a Xianxia sound rang out, and her wrist felt a sharp pain. She was bitten again, and that transparent ring was also restrained, no longer able to display its might. The purple-haired girl was going crazy. Exactly how many mouths did this devilish brat have? How can he endlessly bite like this? What type of disgraceful strategy was this? She had never seen such a thing before. Something was wrong. Her eyes flashed past, and noticed that the stone in this brat's hair grew bigger. The one that bit her sparkling white wrist and divine bracelet was that divine striking stone, and it was shouting, "This is mine!" She was so angry she began to tremble. These two degenerates, where is your morality and conduct? Both of them were actually biting her. Mine, mine, all mine. The little guy had his mouth on the sparkling earlobe, as well as the transparent earring as he shouted, "This piece should belong to me." The divine striking stone did not give in. "I won't forgive you guys," the purple-haired girl shrieked, and the symbols around her body blazed. The little guy grinded his teeth and used all of his strength to bite down. Finally, he obtained it. The earpiece's chain, refined out of divine gold, was broken by his chewing. The earring came off, and a row of teeth marks as well as a bit of blood appeared on the girl's white and brilliant earlobe, emitting a sweet fragrance. "It's sweet. What kind of precious blood is this?" The devilish brat was biting the earpiece while he revealed puzzled expression. He once again bit down on the moist and bright earlobe before sucking in a bit of the sweet blood. "I'm going to fight you to the death." The girl truly was going to go mad from anger. Her dark brows jumped, and her large, quick-witted eyes shot out flames as she began to stake it all against him. The devilish brat was wrestling on the floor with her, and in addition, they both used their most powerful precious artifacts. The broken sword was bright, and a crystalline mirror on the girl's chest also emitted light as they fiercely collided. Hong! The entire mountain was smashed apart. They fell down, and the little guy noticed that there was a place of exceptional charm and beauty within the mountain center. There was actually another bird nest, and lying within this area was a cocoon. He quickly rushed over and picked up the cocoon. After that, he began to make his getaway. "Little thief, where do you think you're going?" The mysterious fluctuations around her surged, making her look like a fairy. The sleeves of her clothes fluttered about as she chased after him with killing intent. Her graceful and slender body was shaking, and her pure white skin emitted light. The little guy disappeared like a wisp of smoke. While carrying that shining cocoon, he passed over the mountain ridges extremely quickly. In his opinion, things that the purple-haired girl were interested in were definitely not inferior, so he decided to grab it first and think about it later. Disgraceful little thief! The purple-haired girl's clothes lightly fluttered as she traveled high up in the sky. She was like a fairy that descended from the lunar palace, possessing an unspeakable amount of pureness as she chased after him. She was truly angered to the extreme. This hateful child lacked basic moral sense and dared to mount this type of sneak attack on her. What kind of mess of a technique was that? Wrestling was bad enough, yet he also bit her ear. The little guy paid no attention to her and only silently cursed. Who told the other party to scheme against him? This was an extremely normal type of fight. He even tried to chew sand before. So what's so special about a vicious beast's ear? He constantly changed directions, weaving in and out. He ran within the primitive mountain ranges and would turn around to grumble from time to time. You are too savage and unforgiving. Are you never going to stop? The purple-haired girl was furious. This little thief was too shameful, actually blaming her instead, attacking her from behind, wrestling with her, biting her ear, moreover snatching away everything. The precious earring artifact and shining cocoon were both carried away by him. Damned little thief, you don't even know what kind of thing that is, yet you run up and seize it. Too hateful and disgraceful, she spoke through clenched teeth. The little guy didn't care at all. He decided to steal it first and then think about what happens after. Finally, after an hour of chasing, he shook off the purple-haired girl. After all, there was only one person chasing after him, and it was not several flying divine birds that surrounded him. You are truly savage, actually biting off that piece of jewelry from her ear. Why couldn't I bite off her bracelet? The divine striking stone was full of regret. It already shrunk down to a fingertip size and was swaying in the little guy's hair. You didn't have the heart of one who is unrivaled, the little guy said with an unwavering expression. Apé! The mischievous stone curled its lips. Biting someone's ear is something that an unrivaled person does. It felt that it was truly not shameful enough. Truly is good stuff. The little guy moved the earring pendant back and forth. It was only the size of a pigeon egg and was perfectly round and transparent. Its entire body was purple, emitting sparkling multicolored light as well as dense propitious vapors. Let me see exactly what type of stone this is. The divine striking moved forward, and it was obvious that it wanted to eat it. This isn't a stone, it's a pearl, so don't have any strange ideas on it. Otherwise, I squeeze you together with the small pagoda, warned the little guy. The fingertip-sized precious pearl was flowing with brilliant light. As long as it was activated a bit, symbols would immediately appear on its surface, forming a curtain of light. It could be used to protect one's body, and could also release sword chi. It was truly wondrous. It's only a small piece of jewelry, yet it actually holds divine might. The little guy was amazed. This kind of precious artifact was truly rarely seen. The only thing was that this earring was too delicate, and he had no way of attaching it to his hair. In the end, he refined that divine golden chain again, making it longer and thinner. He fastened it to his wrist, and at a crucial point it could be a great killing weapon. Something's not right. The little guy shivered. He felt a wave of killing intent, and quickly hid himself. Following that, he saw a mangox. Its entire body was scarlet red, and as it tread on rocks, they all immediately turned into magma. It could be seen how terrifying and scorching hot its body temperature was. It directly smashed into a stone mountain, or it can be said it melted its way inside. Magma trickled out, and it once again sealed up the cave, only leaving a small hole open. What is this fellow doing? It's definitely a beast king. The little guy had his suspicions, and after watching a bit more, he finally understood. This old cow was going into hiding, and was lying in wait for opportunities. It was hunting the geniuses that entered the mountains. A few divine birds and pure-blooded creatures entered the mountains, wanting to loot the nests of the most powerful beast kings. However, not all of these old monsters left their nests, and they were also preparing an ambush on these pure-blooded vicious beasts. Oh! A blood-curdling screech rang out from the distant mountain range, shaking everything. An extremely powerful genius was executed, and was swallowed by that rainbow peacock. So powerful! The little guy was shocked. That was definitely a formidable genius. Precious artifacts blossomed with divine light, shining on that mountain range until it became bright and resplendent. However, in the end, it was still no match for that enormous peacock. He became more and more careful. There was killing everywhere, and there was no area without danger. What kind of background does this cocoon have? The little guy found a remote mountain forest and placed it down. He carefully sized it up. It was like a divine silkworm was hiding inside as it flowed with multicolored splendor. The divine striking stone said, "This is extremely good material, and is not any inferior to heaven's silk. There isn't a single blemish, and neither fire nor water can get inside. Its defensive capabilities are extremely impressive. I wonder when it will break out of the cocoon. Could it be a demonic crack butterfly?" The little guy was suspicious, and was incomparably hopeful. "When have you ever seen a demonic crack butterfly living in a bird nest?" spoke the mischievous stone. "That's true." The little guy placed the large egg inside the heaven and earth pouch. Suddenly, a roar rang out from the distance. The earth quaked and the mountains shook, making even that rainbow peacock in the air retreat. It actually did not want to approach that mountain range. So powerful! That was the central region of the 100 Shattered Mountains. Exactly what type of creature is that? The little guy was amazed. After arriving here, he became extremely careful and prudent, because he knew that there were beast kings in hiding. They could release a terrifying attack at any time. Hong Long Glong, the great earth trembled, and the Zhujian appeared. A huge chunk of flesh was torn from its back, and blood poured out. It carried with it a gale as it ran away as fast as it could. Behind him was an old wolf. Seemed rather thin and was not rather big. It was only 1 meter long, yet it was terrifyingly imposing. Its 2 eyes were bright like lamps, and each leap would cross several zhang that its speed was so fast it made people fearful. Wherever it landed, the ground would inevitably cave in. The sound of the old claws digging into the ground was more terrifying than a thunder god's hammer. The Zhujian used a supreme precious artifact. It turned into a circle of light, wrapping itself around its body. It ran extremely quickly, because if it didn't, it would have been restrained by that old wolf. So powerful! It looks like an ordinary wolf, but it was actually this vicious and powerful. Don't underestimate that wolf. It should have trained for at least several hundred years, and is one of the strongest within the 100 Shattering Mountains, said the mischievous stone. Pulingaling, the sound of wings flapping could be heard. In the distance, a bifong rose high above the mountain range and cried out. It was using an extremely powerful precious artifact that emitted divine radiance, but it still suffered greatly. A rainbow peacock was pursuing it, and a single claw was able to tear through its defenses. Feathers swirled in the air, and a rain of blood gushed out. The bifong fled towards the distance while carrying this injury. This wasn't the only place where this kind of thing was happening. Within the heart of the 100 Shattering Mountains, the few extremely daring creatures that broke into the forbidden land of beast kings were all ambushed. The little guy began to feel extremely troubled. It took an arduous half a day to finally get to the place where Big Red, Nine-Headed Lion, and others agreed on. However, other than the mass chaos, he didn't see anything else. Oh! A roar once again sounded from within the central region with an extremely strong penetrative power. Even the trees here began to sway, making leaves fly everywhere. It was so ridiculous that inside of the mountain region in the distance, there were ancient trees that exploded, leaving behind only large areas of fragments flying about. What type of creature is it? The little guy was endlessly bewildered. A beam of light rushed over, twisting apart the ancient trees, pushed its way through the mountain region, and it was precisely a horned dragon. Currently, there was blood all over its body, and its tail almost broke off. It was in a sorry state as it fled quickly. Following that, the little guy finally saw what was in the center of the mountain range. There was a group of monkeys, all of them surrounded by bright and resplendent golden light. They were extremely powerful, jumping from one mountain to another. While crying out with woo-woo sounds, they chased after the horned dragon to capture and kill it. There was a divine monkey in that group that was especially powerful. It was not taller than 150 centimeters, but its entire body seemed like it was cast from gold. It was the boss of the group and was terrifying. It even made the rainbow peacock in the air retreat. It took in and released large amounts of multicolored light, each time cracking apart the great earth. It directly crossing over the mountain range, and was simply too quick and violent. The horned dragon was injured by it. The group of monkeys surrounded it, making the pure-blooded beast almost fall here. Pu the divine monkey possessed extraordinary strength, and threw out a divine lance that was several tens of thousands jin in weight. With a pu sound, it nailed the horned dragon, making it release a wretched cry. The tail that was about to fall off was blasted into mush. Even while down, it was decisive. With a fierce movement, it broke off the badly mangled tail and used its precious artifact to turn it into a circle of light. With light wrapped around itself, it penetrated into the mountains. The archaic vicious beast air was extremely powerful. Moreover, it had a supreme precious artifact in its hands. However, here it was still not enough. It received a serious injury and seemed like it was going to die. The little guy trembled with fear. This place is too dangerous. Big Red, Nine-Headed Lion, and the others could have fallen as well, right? These golden monkeys all came from the lands that were sealed off. No one saw them previously, and they were all rather powerful, especially that leader who was even more unreasonably violent. Why do I feel like the horned dragon took the initiative to provoke the divine monkey? Otherwise, with its ability to conceal itself, it's unlikely for it to be so miserable. The little guy said. The horned dragon must have had its eyes on the divine monkey. There must be some incredible object there, said the mischievous stone. Suddenly, a tall ancient tree trembled. Bright and resplendent light blossomed, and several dozen strands of shining stolons simultaneously rushed over. Some were like battle spears, and some were like small horned dragons as they attacked together. This is an iron-blood ancient tree, the mischievous stone cried out in fear. Hong Long the little guy took out the swan and eye precious mirror, and a barrage of lightning struck down. However, it was difficult to break apart the giant tree's body. Its entire body emitted light, and its stolons became incomparably sturdy. The entire tree was a precious artifact. Dang, the dozen stolons attacked at the same time. Some were like battle lances, and some were like divine whips as they struck forward. The mountain stones shattered, and even the swan and eye precious mirror began to tremble. Run! Even though your precious artifact is powerful, this tree's cultivation is too high. You are far from being its opponent, said the mischievous stone. The iron-blood ancient tree is a type of terrifying creature, and it was born with spiritual wisdom. It was humongous, and after it flipped out, there wasn't a single creature that wasn't intimidated. Wang the little guy held the broken sword in his hands and hacked down violently. An enormous sword radiance swept past. The iron-blood ancient tree went crazy. Its body immediately became the color of blood, and even the leaves became like scarlet and glistening. It went completely berserk, and all kinds of stolons and branches emitted light. They scattered out endless symbols, submerging everything in front. Too powerful. This ancient tree's cultivation realm was terrifyingly high. The little guy turned around and ran while using the broken sword to clear the way. He chopped apart a few branches, and at the same time, the pendant around his wrist emitted light, forming a curtain. It gathered around his body and blocked a large amount of symbols. With a hong sound, this mountain region exploded. The little guy was like a falling leaf and flew out from the chaos. He coughed out blood from his mouth. The iron-blood ancient tree rose steeply from the ground and was like a demonic deity. It completely recovered its strength, and it became several times stronger than before. A sparkling stolon thrashed over. With a paw sound, a mountain peak was smashed apart. Too terrifying. This is also a king-class creature. The little guy was frightened. This mountain range appeared to be peaceful and lacking in vicious beasts, yet it was still full of murderous dangers. He began to escape. However, the iron-blood ancient tree was truly terrifying. Its entire body was a moist scarlet, and traveled even faster than a giant creature. It chased after him, flattening the mountain region while doing so. This colossus really did have the ability to move mountains and seas. It emitted a bloody light, and with a sweep of its symbols, rubble collapsed. All types of obstacles were turned into broken pieces. The little guy fled for his life. The iron-blood ancient tree destroyed more enormous mountains, obliterating everything in its way. It crushed apart all the large mountains along the way within the mountain range, and was simply powerful without rival. For hours later, it finally broke free. However, there were bloodstains all over his body, and he nearly collapsed. The little guy went into hiding, and for the next 2 days he always moved sneakily through this region. He noticed that the horned dragon, Zhujian, Bifong and the others returned, once again appearing here. In addition, the purple-haired girl also arrived. She came to an agreement with the other pure-blooded creatures, and actually joined hands with them. In the end, he even noticed the cracked demonic butterfly, demonic cattail tree, and Sure Yi's tracks. They all came from the sealed 100-shattering mountain depths, and did not know what was hiding within these divine monkeys' nest. Over here, this side. When the little guy heard this voice, he immediately turned around. To his surprise, he saw the big red bird, and it was currently whispering and hinting for him to come over. "I almost didn't notice you." He was considerably shocked. How did the big red bird come out of nowhere? Following that, he saw Hualinger, the 9-headed lion, and others walk out from thin air. "You guys are all fine?" The little guy's eyes were round as he stared. He himself even got into difficult situations several times while being attacked by the iron-blood ancient tree. Yet in the end, these guys were rather carefree and relaxed. This was especially true for the big red bird. Using one of its wings like a hand, it held a roasted lamb leg. It ate while walking over casually, rocking from side to side. Grease dripped from its mouth, and it was so carefree and content that it made others want to give it a few smacks. "So miserable looking. Did you get beaten up by someone?" asked the big red bird. Dang, the little guy removed the divine striking stone from his hair and directly threw it at the big red bird. In the end, the mischievous stone cried out with AOAO sound while rolling on the ground, complaining about the pain. The big red bird was dumbstruck. It was originally grimacing in pain, yet after seeing how this rock acted, it couldn't help but question itself. Was its head really that hard? However, it then saw how smooth and sparkly the stone was, without a hint of damage. After rubbing the huge blister on its own head, it immediately began to stomp in anger. It was flustered and exasperated as it said, "What are you bitching about? I'm in so much pain. About to break. Your head is too hard. Is it made of steel?" The mischievous stone shouted. The big red bird swallowed the roasted lamb leg in one gulp and jumped over. Slamming down with all its strength on the stone, it said, "Talking stone, after speaking to me like that, let's see if you'll break or not. You should just save your energy." This thing gave even the horned dragon, Zhujian, and other archaic vicious beasts several big bumps on their hands. "You won't be able to break it," the little guy advised. "Damn stone." The group of people were all curious, asking how that could be. The little guy quickly explained a bit, leaving all those that heard him dumbstruck. "Right, where were you guys hiding? I saw you guys come out from nowhere. Have you guys encountered the massacre caused by the indigenous creatures these past few days? In the beginning, it was extremely dangerous, but we had a unique treasure here, allowing us to easily avoid the great calamity." When their experiences during the past few days were brought up, the people's expressions became that of amazement. At first, they went all over the place to search for spirit medicine while feeling rather relaxed. With the group of archaic species walking together, no one dared to provoke them. However, the wave of beasts erupted, and the indigenous creatures released their fierceness as they moved out to hunt. The entire small world became a bloody wasteland. During the initial stages, they did indeed encounter their attacks. They almost died on the spot, because there were golden-winged pongs, rainbow peacocks, silver-feathered bird kings, and even a group of powerful golden monkeys here. It was incomparably terrifying. Fortunately, Brother Luan's family property is quite ample, actually possessing a cloud-piercing boat. It must have been refined through the clan's rainbow precious bone, making it extremely fast. It allowed us to escape the group of beast and bird kings' pursuit. The rainbow Luan bird originated from an ancient race. Originally, they were pure-blooded divine birds, but later on, a few unforeseen events occurred. Their bloodlines thinned, but the race's foundation was still there. Of course, we were lucky to have the Fire Nation Princess Divine Blanket, hiding our presence. It allowed us to hide in the void, making it so that no one could see us. This was the skin of an archaic void beast. It contained an out-of-the-ordinary ability, and after it was refined into a precious artifact, it allowed one to hide between the heavens and the earth without being discovered by others. The little guy was curious, and so he hopped onto that enormous divine rug. He noticed that there were a few white jade tables set up, and on top of them were roasted meat and berries. These people truly knew how to enjoy themselves. He was utterly speechless. He killed his way over with strenuous effort while fearing that something bad happened to them. He almost threw away his own life, yet in the end, these fellows were all leaping and frisking about, each of them more healthy than the last. I'm warning you, you better not have any ideas about this divine blanket. Huolinger stared at him, because she was fully aware of his character. The little guy was embarrassed and mumbled, "What's there to be so selfish about? Not like you lose anything if I just touch it a bit. This is my father, the Emperor's possession." Huolinger was tall and slender, and her fiery clothes flickered with multicolored light. Her curves moved up and down, and they were extremely large and wonderful. Her appearance was exquisite, and even though her age was not great, her figure was still better than those 18- and 19-year-olds. The human emperor's treasure? After the little guy heard this, his saliva gurgled. This really was the Fire Nation Emperor's treasure, and he bestowed it upon the daughter he doted on. Otherwise, where would they possibly see such a legendary void beast skin? Exactly what is there within the mountain range depths? The little guy was extremely curious. The horned dragon, Bifong, Zhujian, and purple-haired girl all entered, and it was obvious that there was a great purpose for doing so. I don't know. The shitty monkeys are too strong. I used the divine blanket to look around, and yet in the end, I was still almost caught by a damn monkey. When this topic was brought up, the big red bird immediately became angry. It sneaked in like a thief while hiding itself to look around the forbidden area. Yet in the end, it didn't know how, but was still discovered by a monkey. It tore at the big red bird's feathers frantically with its claws, making the big red bird's butt region bare. Its tail feathers were almost completely plucked clean, leaving it in an extremely sorry state. What did you say? That leopard-bodied, cow-eared, single-eyed fellow is a pure-blooded Zhujian. The big red bird's face fluttered from white to green. The little guy brought up those divine birds and vicious beasts and asked them whether or not they noticed what these pure-blooded creatures were up to. In the end, it made this group beat their chest and stamp their feet. Even Huolinger sighed, feeling great pity. The several restricted individuals' flowery white hair and beards trembled, all of them shouting for the will of heaven. That Zhujian was also hunted by the group of golden monkeys, moreover having a large chunk of its flesh chopped off by them. It was lying down not far from the divine blanket, and as long as the big red bird took out the black pot, it would be able to collect it. In the end, they did not know, and it was happily taken away by a group of monkeys. Stop thinking so much. We won't be staying within the 100 Shattering Mountains for many days longer and will be exiting soon. Let's use this time to quickly find some spirit medicine and other treasures. The little guy was the one that spoke. He was extremely curious towards the monkey's den, and really wanted to find out what was over there. 2 days later, the little guy was convinced that there was some amazing treasure. Otherwise, how could it attract so many pure-blooded creatures? They saw the horned dragon, Zhujian, Bifong, purple-haired girl, and others several times. Finally, those creatures actually grouped together to carry out some kind of operation. They surrounded this central region and continuously wandered around. It was obvious that they also had concealing treasures that allowed them to mask their presence. Even though they would provoke the divine monkeys from time to time and get attacked, they could still spy from a distance. In addition, the demonic cattail tree, Shuri, and the others were also moving out. They were cautious and prudent, and all of them wanted to get near that mountain. Besides them, there was also the enormous black hoe, and from the magma walked out a scarlet mangox. The rainbow peacock and golden-winged pung could also be seen, but they did not yet approach. What kind of heaven-angering thing did these monkeys do, attracting the attention of so many people? The big red bird was stunned. They hid within the divine blanket and watched from the side. After watching for several days in succession, they had a good idea of what went on outside. Finally, they moved. They felt like they just had to find out what exactly those monkeys were protecting. The divine blanket began to float, carrying them forward within the void towards that pure land. However, they no longer dared to approach after a while, even though there was still a large distance between them, because the divine monkey boss was too powerful. Their spiritual awareness was so sharp it was a bit terrifying. Several pure-blooded creatures that were using their race's ancient concealment treasures were even discovered by it, almost being struck down as a result. If these pure-blooded creatures did not rely on the precious artifacts passed down by their ancestors, they all would have died here. Not a single one would be able to survive. A long time passed. They were still separated by the forest and were far away. After wasting an entire day, they could only make out a bit of the scene inside. This was a pure land, and strand after strand of smoke-like spiritual essence was being emitted. A small sparkling and transparent lake lied at the center, brilliant and dazzling. That lake is formed completely out of spiritual essence. It actually became a liquid form. This is simply too astonishing. This group of wretched monkeys are actually occupying this kind of precious land. No wonder they are so powerful and terrifying. Everyone became incomparably fearful. This type of spirit earth was truly rarely seen within this world. The essence energy was like water, and as it flowed on the ground, it collected into a small lake. Large boulders lied in disarray within the vicinity. Beautiful trees grew here, and there was no lack of spirit medicine here. It was like a fairy tale world with overflowing multicolored light, making the area exceptionally bright. What are those? The small trees by the spiritual liquid lake. Why are they burning? The nine-headed lion was bewildered. Right, they are a total of 4 trees. They look like torches. The sable also nodded its head. Let us take a look. The 2 three-eyed brothers walked up and stood at the very front of the divine blanket. The vertical eye between their eyebrows lit up, and symbols began to spread out as they looked forward. They are 4 small trees roughly half a person in height. However, they aren't burning and are just excessively dazzling. Even the branches and leaves are emitting light, and as a result, it looks like there are flames jumping. The little guy's body was powerful, and his spiritual awareness was naturally extraordinary as well. His eyes were sharp, and strange symbols appeared on his eyes. When he looked forward, he also became amazed. There really were 4 shining precious trees. None of them were bigger than a person's waist in thickness, and was roughly half the size of a human. Regardless of whether it were the branches or the leaves, they were all silver. They were like a silver flame as they lit up. There were 2 or 3 silver peaches on each tree, and they were all a moist, faint golden color. They were exceptionally resplendent, and seemed like they were carved out of divine jade. Really want to eat it? The little guy wiped off his saliva. Look at how mature you are. Hualinger shot him a look. What a model foodie, taking a bite out of everything he sees. Do you guys smell something? It's almost as if a faint sweet scent is drifting over. The big red bird's nose was better than a dog's. Right. There really is a unique scent floating around. The sable nodded. This can't be the legendary immortal peach tree, right? I heard a long time ago that the 100 Shattering Mountains had this type of divine medicine, but I never thought that this legend was real. The flame crow exclaimed in admiration, and its eyes were wide open. It really is how I guessed after all. These monkeys are protecting a divine medicine. The divine striking stone spoke and was proud of itself. If you knew this entire time, why didn't you say it out loud? The little guy stared at it. What? If you knew, why did you let us squander this entire day? We owe you a beating, right? The group of people had enough, and with the big red bird as the leader, they surrounded and began to beat it. I was only guessing. If there turned out to be nothing, How embarrassing would that be? Stop hitting me. There are a few things that you guys definitely don't know. That isn't a divine medicine. The immortal peach tree was a divine medicine within the 100 Shattering Mountains, and was far more ancient than the other divine plants. Later on, for the sake of evolving, it searched for the necessary objects within the 100 Shattering Mountains, but still failed in the end. Isn't it growing well over there? The 9-headed lion didn't believe it. The divine striking stone explained, the immortal peach tree was aggressive and ambitious, and in order to establish a supernatural foundation, it used too much heaven and earth essence. In the end, it refined itself to death while still alive, leaving behind 4 seeds. It could tell with a glance that the 4 trees weren't divine medicines. They received the nourishment of the spiritual liquid, and after an extremely long time, they developed sentience and transformed. They were about to transform into divine medicine. Everyone became dumbstruck. Could it be that 4 stalks of divine medicine were going to appear at once? This truly made people amazed. It's too difficult for all 4 of them to turn into divine medicine. 3 of them will be sucked dry to support 1 stalk, so for 1 new divine medicine to appear is not a problem, the divine striking stone said. In that instant, everyone's eyes lit up. These were actually 4 stalks of unique precious medicine. They were on the brink of becoming divine medicine, and it was no wonder so many creatures coveted after them. The 4 stalks of medicine are about to transform. Moreover, the silver immortal peaches are on the verge of becoming ripe. They can definitely help one undergo a complete transformation. No wonder the Bifong, Horned Dragon, Zhujian, and the others couldn't sit still. They all came here, and it was for the sake of seizing the divine medicine. The purple-haired girl, Shuri, and the demonic cattail tree were all like this as well. It was to the point where even the 100 Shattering Mountains King's golden-winged Pong, Black Ho, Scarlet Flame Mang Ox, Rainbow Peacock, and others were like this. They are about to move. I'm guessing that this group of monkeys most likely won't be able to protect it for long. Even the kings of the 100 Shattering Mountains are here, and that golden-winged Pong and others simply aren't easy to provoke. Not necessarily. I reckon that the divine monkey at the forefront is unrivaled. The Pong is not even its opponent. They speculated that there would inevitably be a great battle here. The 4 immortal peach trees would definitely bring about a heaven-overflowing crisis. Oh, up ahead within the fairy tale like pure land, a single monkey stood on a giant multicolored bird's body as it slaughtered its way over. A golden battle spear was held in its hand, and with a honglong sound, it hacked towards the mountain range in front of it. Oh, there were several beast kings there, and all of them got up. They spat out symbols and held precious artifacts to fiercely contest it. They started fighting. Those pure-blooded creatures also made their moves, prepared to take advantage of this crisis. What do we do? Should we fight as well? The big red bird, 9-headed lion, and others were anxious, as they wanted to take actions too. You guys only know how to attack and kill, too savage. We only want the divine medicine, so there is no need to kill, said the little guy. To actually dare steal my divine medicine, have you all forgotten what happened to your ancestors? This golden monkey was extremely overbearing. It pointed its golden battle spear forward and faced the opposing parties. Shitty monkey, hand over your life. Fiery light overflowed into the heavens, and the entirely scarlet Mang Ox rushed over. Magma surged, and everywhere it treaded upon turned into boiling scarlet liquid, raising the temperature to an extremely high degree. A Mang Ox isn't good enough to be my opponent. A small cow like you even want to flip the wind and waves? You aren't going to go after pure-blooded creatures, and instead have your eyes on me. You truly picked a route of death. The divine monkey's temper exploded. Golden light overflowed from its body in all 4 directions, and with a single leap, it directly rose several hundred zhong into the air. It used the golden battle spear like a large rod and thrashed out downwards. With a dong sound, the scarlet magma on the ground surged like a huge wave, rising several hundred zhong into the air. The golden battle spear smashed with a kungxiang sound into a scarlet blade. The demonic cow changed forms and stood up in human form. With a giant blood-colored blade in its hands, It fiercely collided with the divine monkey. However, it was actually forced backwards. After coughing out blood continuously, it shouted, "What are you all waiting for? Take down that monkey, and the 4 stalks of divine medicine by the Pure Land's spiritual lake will be ours." In the sky, rainbow-colored divine light flickered. A huge peacock swooped down towards the depths of the mountain range. It did not participate in the fight, but instead directly rushed towards the spiritual lake to seize the divine medicine. "Rise!" The monkey shouted loudly, and with a hong sound, the spear smashed down. The scarlet mang ox's expression changed, because it was left with no choice but to resist with all its strength. As a result, the divine monkey was able to borrow this strength to soar into the air. It sat on top of a multicolored giant bird and chased after the rainbow peacock. After a loud rumbling sound, the mang ox roared loudly. The earth beneath its feet cracked apart, and at the same time, magma surged like a huge wave, covering its body. It continuously retreated while blood dripped out of its mouth. "Monkey, you are too overbearing. Back then, you killed so many of our ancestors and seized the divine medicine without leaving behind even a single stalk. After acting like this, did you truly not fear the kings all coming after you?" shouted the rainbow peacock. It opened its mouth and spat out a precious imprint. It circulated with symbols as it flew over. "The weak will serve and the strong will rule. It has always been this way, and if I wasn't strong enough, I would have been eaten by other creatures a long time ago." There isn't much to say about this. The golden monkey's body was not large, but it was imposing and bold. The golden battle lance in its hands pierced forward, causing a multitude of golden light to burst forth. With a chong sound, sparks flew everywhere and divine multicolored light surged. The precious imprint flipped around as it flew out, continuously growing in size. Finally, it smashed apart a strip of the mountain range, emitting an expanse of auspicious color. "Kill!" In the distance, a golden great pung flew over. As it spread its wings to take to the skies, its massive body could clearly be seen. Its firm and fierce body emitted golden bright and resplendent light as it directly used its divine wings to sweep over. With a honglong sound, the entire heaven and earth seemed like it was about to shatter. Its physique was powerful and unmatched. As it looked at that monkey, it felt as if it was looking at an ant. "Ho!" The golden monkey released a roar and jumped off of the multicolored giant bird. Its body quickly grew large, and it looked like a golden mountain as it stood up within the mountain region. This type of aura and forcefulness completely shocked all of the king's staff. They all began to feel somewhat scared and upset. The monkey was incomparably divine and brave. A fist smashed down on the great peng's wings, causing golden divine light to burst forth. A honglong sound rang out between the two individuals, creating a violent gale that engulfed the mountains and rivers. Rubble and broken pieces of wood all swirled up together. It was like a tornado, causing sand to fly and stones to roll. This entire mountain range was in utter chaos as it violently began to shake. The golden-winged peng's body was tyrannical. However, after the divine monkey used its precious method, it became equally lofty and powerful. Its combat strength was unrivaled, and it was impossible to resist. So powerful! In the distance, the big red bird withdrew its neck. These two giants were too powerful, and their cultivation realms far surpassed its own. "That's the heavenly law and earth." The little guy's large eyes shone as he stared at the monkey's powerful physical body. Speaking to himself, he said, "What a pity! The symbols within Harry Ball were destroyed. Otherwise, my comprehension would be more profound, allowing me to understand more." With a wung sound, the great golden-winged pung circled around before swooping over once again. It spat out a golden divine sword that was circulating with auspicious multicolored light and shot it out towards the monkey. The divine monkey sneered. With the battle spear that similarly grew in size, it sprinted forward. Symbols erupted everywhere. This was a confrontation carrying the force of the Tao and law. Dang, the sharp and clear metallic sounds shook everyone's bodies until they began to sway back and forth. Divine, multicolored light shot out in all directions due to both precious artifacts emitting light. All types of mysterious symbols radiated, and in addition, the powerful force caused the entire mountain range to shake, making numerous tree leaves shatter. The monkey bared its fangs, revealed a mouthful of snow-white fierce teeth. It stamped on the ground and directly soared into the skies. Brandishing its battle spear in his hands, it smashed down on the opponent in front of it. Meanwhile, after enduring the fierce collision, the great golden-winged Peng exhausted a severe amount of divine strength. It almost lost control over the golden divine sword and was sent flying together with its owner outwards. After seeing the divine monkey follow up with another attack, it couldn't help but release a roar. Its wings moved, activating its primitive symbols. Transforming into a blazing wheel, it charged downwards. Hong the great Peng coughed out blood, and its body flew outwards. Cold light shot through the divine monkey's eyes, and it quickly shrunk. It fell down on the multicolored giant bird and looked disdainfully in all directions. Suddenly, a streak of black wind swept over. A hoe appeared, and its body was entirely pitch black. Symbols radiated as it soared into the sky to kill the monkey. None of you are worthy of being my opponent. Unless that old fellow who's already at death's door comes. Don't even think about trying. The divine monkey coldly laughed. It opened its mouth to release a hiss, spewing out a golden-colored gale. The wind was sharp like blades, cutting apart the mountain ridge in front of it. The black hoe roared, and its entire body was in sharp pain as bloody scars appeared on its body. The black light it released also struck the monkey's body. However, it did not inflict any injuries. "You dare!" the divine monkey roared, and while riding the multicolored giant bird, it rushed towards the Pure Land. It was extremely enraged, and its battle spear was like a windmill as it murderously charged towards the rainbow peacock. Kungchang sounds rang out incessantly as the enormous peacock released an expanse of feathers. Rainbow-colored light shot out streak after streak, and they were all its feathers. They turned into divine swords as they hacked over, falling in front of the monkey and multicolored giant bird's bodies. The divine monkey angrily roared. Its entire body erupted in precious light, protecting itself and its mount. An enormous curtain of light was constructed, blocking all of the incoming feather divine swords. "Kill!" Following that, he thrusted the spear out. The tip of the spear became adorned with stars, as if an ocean of stars were moving. This powerful strike actually carried with it the imagery of the Milky Way falling. With a piu sound, many feathers shattered. The rainbow peacock recalled the mountain-sized precious imprint and blocked the spear. However, it was still shaken to a point where it coughed out large amounts of blood. "Everyone, we need to go up together. Ignore the divine medicine for now, because if the monkey doesn't die, even the heavens won't be able to tolerate it. Have you all forgotten how it murdered our ancestors?" An entirely silver-white creature whose body was covered in thorns rushed over. It had a flood dragon head, hedgehog body, and crocodile tail. It was a ferocious thorn beast. It was obvious that this was an extremely aged archaic descendant that was powerful to the extreme. Silver flying swords shot out from all over its body to block off and kill the monkey. With its roar, the golden-winged Peng, rainbow peacock, black hoe, Mang Ox and other kings all grouped up and came over. They were currently carrying out a group battle against the divine monkey, wanting to kill it together. This region immediately began to boil. This one battle made the heaven and earth lose light, and caused the sun and moon to lose color. The mountain range trembled, and a great catastrophe arrived. These creatures were too powerful, especially the divine monkey. The more it fought, the more brave it became. It did not have any fear, as if it possessed unlimited strength. Too powerful. This monkey is terrifying after all. If it truly gave everything it had into this fight and fought with its life on the line, it would be even more powerful than an emperor that cultivated for several hundred years. A restricted individual beside Huolinger said. The Fire Nation princess nodded her head. This divine monkey was a mixed descendant, but through countless years, its cultivation gradually grew deeper. Now, it truly reached a great level, and was a creature that was worth the human emperor personally taking action against. They infiltrated the Pure Land and are making their move. The nine-headed lion was carefully observing the Bifong, horned dragon, and the rest of their group this entire time. That's not important. The other monkeys aren't easy to deal with either. The mischievous stone spoke. Sure enough, when the group of experts entered, a group of golden monkeys became alarmed. The ground flickered with symbols, and restrictions emitted light. Tens became hundreds as the monkeys charged out together. Why are these monkeys so powerful? The little guy was shocked. Within the group of monkeys, there was surprisingly not a single weak member. They cried out with "oh" sounds and revealed their fierce teeth. Their bodies emitted dazzling golden light as they encircled the intruders. In particular, every single leader's fighting strength was astonishing. The pure-blooded creatures were chased until they became terrified, because the monkeys' cultivation levels surpassed theirs. Right at that time, the demonic cattail tree began to move, and the cracked demonic butterfly as well as Shuri appeared. They began to charge murderously into the group of monkeys, because they also wanted to seize the 4 small stalks of divine medicine. With a schwa sound, purple light flickered. The purple-haired girl made her move, and in her hand was a golden horn. With a light stroke, the entire symbol formation was disposed of, and she quickly rushed forward. In the distance, the divine monkey's pupils were cold. It fought with everyone while keeping an eye on the Pure Land. A ruthless smile could be seen from its lips. Pure-blooded creatures, I like. The creatures fighting with it were even more shocked. If they were able to kill this monkey, then today's harvest would be simply too great. Other than the 4 stalks of divine medicine, there was also a horned dragon, Zhujian, and others. This was simply an irresistible enticement. Several dozen stolons rushed over like hornless dragons. All of them emitted scarlet multicolored light, locking up the monkey. The iron-blood ancient tree appeared as well, and it also wanted to seize the divine medicine. As a result, it made its move against the divine monkey. We should make our moves as well. Be careful not to be detected. We are going to take advantage of this crisis. The divine striking stone suggested. The group all agreed. The little guy already took out the heaven and earth pouch in preparation of collecting treasure at any time. Huolinger was graceful and elegant, and was absolutely gorgeous. She personally steered the divine blanket refined from beast skin. Wordless and uncommunicative, they entered the Pure Land without being detected. Right at this time, the small wolf in the Fire Nation princess became restless. It continuously struggled and moved about before ultimately jumping onto the little guy's body. Suspending itself off his body like a koala, it continuously breathed in and out. Following that, it tugged on the devilish brat's hair, pointing toward a direction. That area was close to the spiritual lake, and there was an expanse of ancient trees. They were all incomparably tall, and light shone from the trees' bodies. It gave birth to a spiritual medicine that resembled a monkey head. Lion's mane. Huolinger was astonished. These mushrooms were all shining. They grew on the tree trunk, and were all sparkling and translucent. While emitting spiritual essence, there were more than 10 in number, all of them extremely gorgeous. Rumor has it that it is a rare delicacy on par with lion head and tiger bone soup. After being refined into precious medicine, I believe the lion's mane will become extremely delicious. The little guy's eyes were fixed on them as he quickly wiped off his saliva. You all wait over here. I'll go and collect them. The little guy jumped off the divine rug and carefully made his way over. The ancient trees grew densely, and since the divine blanket was rather large, it was impossible for the rest of them to travel that deep. Without alarming any enemies, he directly arrived in front of these ancient trees. He was incomparably happy and was about to pick them. However, the little wolf, on the contrary, seemed rather anxious. It stopped him, moreover jumping onto the ground to dig up part of an old tree trunk. With a hong sound, the little wolf was sent flying. That thick old tree trunk shone, revealing terrifying symbols. Woo-woo? The little wolf became worried, hinting for the little guy to quickly make his move. There seemed to be some kind of priceless object within the tree trunk. It didn't even act like this when it saw the immortal peach tree. The little guy did not say anything more and took out the broken sword, slashing outward. The symbols on the tree's body were immediately shattered. Afterwards, he struck the ancient tree, only to find that it made a hollow sound. He used the broken sword to cut apart a small hole. Immediately, a wave of strong fragrance overflowed, making people feel a bit intoxicated. The young deity immediately widened its eyes and became incredibly happy. When the little guy saw this, he immediately enlarged the hole in the tree. As a result, dense multicolored light rushed out and a strong fragrance assailed his nostrils. It transformed into divine light and submerged this area. The hole in the tree was full of liquid. It was sparkling and transparent like exquisite wine, the fragrance making people feel as if they were becoming drunk. Little devil juice. It's an exceptional type of precious medicine. From on top of the divine blanket, Huolinger widened her eyes from incomparable shock. The little guy already had the heaven and earth pouch out during the first moments, turning it into a heavenly curtain to isolate this area. He feared that the rich fragrance would startle other creatures. Is this a type of wine? It seems like something that would taste really good. He did not know the value of the little devil wine, and while leaning on the tree, he drank a small sip. Suddenly, he felt as if the sky was spinning and the earth was turning, almost becoming completely intoxicated. In addition, the fragrance flooded his body, making countless rays of multicolored light gush out from his pores. Such powerful medicinal effects. The little guy was shocked. At this instant, he could sense the flavor of many precious medicines. For example, the scarlet orchid, black jade lotus, snow jade ginseng, scarlet flood dragon vine, and others. They were all extremely strong. This was made from spirit medicines? The little guy stared with his eyes wide. Felt his heart tremble, because this was definitely an absolutely priceless and rare treasure. Woo! There is still a partly peachy flavor. He recognized the flavor, and couldn't help but look towards the immoral peach trees in the distance. Could it be that the little devil wine had some of the silver immortal peaches inside? This truly was worth a terrifying amount. The little guy believed that he would be able to break through the 9th heavenly passage soon. It would be extremely beneficial for his body, and who knows, it might even be able to restore a bit of the supreme being bone. The liquid from this tree hole was not inferior to those 4 immortal peach trees. It truly was an opportunity that was difficult to imagine possible. The tree hole was full of wine. The fluid was sparkling and translucent like amber, and as if flowed, it emitted an intoxicating aroma. The little guy was full of happiness as he swayed back and forth in dizziness. His large eyes were squinted until they became crescent moons. This was truly an unexpectedly shocking surprise. This was not some ordinary wine, but rather one formed gradually from various types of spiritual medicines. It was priceless, and if even a single cup making its way out into the public, many people would immediately break their heads fighting over this. This tree hole even had silver-colored immortal peaches fermented within. It made one feel shocked just by looking at it, because this was something that even experts from formidable sects would covet over. The little guy drank a small mouthful. All type of fragrances overflowed, making his small face rosy. He was about to lose consciousness from being completely drunk. Multicolored light gushed out from his mouth and nose, and only the purest divine light was entering and exiting his body. Quickly collect it, otherwise it won't be good if something problematic occurs. His body was powerful, allowing him to quickly refine this small mouthful of little devil wine. He quickly became sober and used the broken sword to carve out a wooden stopper. Sealing up the sparkling wine again, he used both arms to pull up the entire tree before placing it within the heaven and earth pouch. This was definitely a supreme treasure. Now that they obtained this little devil wine, there was nothing to be regretful about even if they didn't get the immortal peach trees. From behind, the big red bird's saliva gurgled. This was just like a dream. It was a wine made completely from spiritual medicines and was actually discovered by them like this. Truly wish to jump over right now. The 9-headed lion, rainbow swan, flame crow and others were all astonished. Now that this kind of precious liquid came into existence, just how many people could enjoy such a thing? Those terrifying old folks would be happy just to drink a single cup. They would be as happy as children and regard it as a complete honor. Even Hualinger became stupefied. As the daughter of the human emperor, she was definitely experienced and knowledgeable. She drank little devil wine before, but this kind of treehole as well as characteristics made it an absolutely world-shocking little devil wine. It was the first time she saw something like this. As for the old restricted individuals next to her, they've long became crazy. Overwhelmed with emotions, Hualinger really wanted to hit herself a few times because she felt like this was a dream. Little Gray, is there any more divine wine? The little guy's eyes were shining. Rather than fighting for our lives in front of the spiritual lake, we might as well look for some of these monkeys' belongings. The young deity's large eyes resembled black gems. It was incomparably clever and smart as it carefully searched about with its nose moving about. Within the mountain range, the divine monkey boss was not aware of what had happened. The little guy could collect anything within his heaven and earth pouch. It sealed off their odors, so no one outside noticed the strange things that were happening here. The divine monkey king fought alone against the group of kings, and a huge battle unfolded. The golden fur rang out with kungxiang sounds, actually making metallic sounds. It was impervious to sword or spear as it attacked everyone, fearing neither fire or water. The golden great pang, rainbow peacock, black hoe, mangox, ironblood ancient tree, and the other group of experts launched their assault together. Precious artifacts flew everywhere and symbols covered the sky. They moved mountains and shifted the seas with world-shaking divine might. However, it was still not enough to subdue that monkey. Everyone, don't conserve your strength anymore. If this ferocious monkey doesn't die, none of our future days will be pleasant. The horned beast shouted. Its entire body was silvery white, and bony outgrowth like those of a hedgehog's were continuously being shot out. With his loud roar, the other creatures began to reveal their most powerful precious techniques one after another. The divine monkey was like a large mountain that was pressing down on their heads. If they couldn't overthrow it, then they would be killed off sooner or later. Within the group, the golden great pang was bold and powerful, and it was the only one able to contest the divine monkey physically. Its entire body emitted light and smashed downwards like a sun. Hong the two were intensely shaken, and were like two golden erupting volcanoes. The others also used their most powerful precious techniques as they rushed forward together to fight that terrifying divine monkey. Within the pure land, the 4 immortal peach trees by the spiritual lake were flickering with silver light. They were brilliant and dazzling, and their fruit were silvery white. While emitted a sweet fragrance, lightning radiance circled about them, creating a rather shocking appearance. A group of monkeys protected the area. They were currently fighting fiercely with the pure-blooded creatures. The Zhujiang went mad. It had a human face and a leopard-shaped body that was covered in black scales. Its tail was sturdy and powerful like a black flood dragon, and could absolutely smash apart mountains and rivers. It whipped out with a honglong sound. Pooh, even though the few golden monkeys were formidable, they were still thrashed until they began to cough out large mouthfuls of blood. 2 of them had their bones broken and tendons snapped, and after flying out, they no longer budged. "You're looking to die." Upon seeing this, the divine monkey leader's body shone. It leapt into the air, turning into a streak of golden lightning as it murderously pounced over. Its cultivation realm was deep and profound, strong enough to suppress the intruders. The Zhujian screamed. A circle of blazing light floated above its head, and a precious artifact was wrapped within. It emitted an undying aura as it suppressed forward. On the other side, the horned dragon was incomparably brave and fierce. It tore apart a few golden monkeys, but was seriously hurt by one of the bosses. A golden claw dropped down, almost breaking apart one of its joints. "Monkey, I have endured you for too long." The horned dragon was angry. As an archaic vicious beast descendant, it had its own pride. Even though it was still young, it did not allow itself to become defeated. It opened its mouth, spitting out a large net. The surface was adorned with many stars, making it brilliant and dazzling. This was a precious artifact with pure-blooded horned dragon scales refined on top of ancient beast tendons. A divine monkey boss tried to dodge, but fell a bit short. After being collected inside, it immediately released a loud howl. Despite its cultivation realm being deep, it simply couldn't defend against the sharp dragon scales, so its entire body began to pour out blood. "Break!" It roared loudly as it struggled against the precious artifact. Its mouth was full of fierce snow-white teeth that flickered with cold light. With a pew sound, the divine monkey finally broke free. However, a part of its body was refined, giving it grave injuries. It lost a great amount of its battle strength, and so when it was attacked by the horned dragon again, blood splashed high into the air. Pure-blooded creatures were generally rather passive because they were still young. This was the first time they killed such a powerful divine monkey boss, and so it immediately had a bit of intimidation effect on them. Wang the Bifong made its move, also taking out its precious artifact to fight the group of divine monkeys. Even though many of its feathers fell in battle and it had bloodstains on its body, its pupils were still shining. It even rushed towards the silver-colored immortal peach trees several times. A chi sound rang out. It pecked off a silver leaf, directly swallowing it into its mouth. This made everyone feel shocked. This was too savage. Was it trying to devour the whole thing and destroy the immortal peach trees or move away the small divine medicines? Wang the demonic crack butterfly shook its wings, releasing rays of divine light. It blocked off the Bifong, not allowing it to destroy the small divine medicines. It was clear that it wanted to bring away the precious trees. A honglong sound rang out. A brave and beautiful youth appeared, and the monkeys were forced backwards. He strode over towards those 4 stalks of small divine medicine, dual-pupiled and carrying an astonishing aura. He was like a dragon or tiger as he moved. Brilliant splendor enveloped his entire body, and with his black hair drifting behind him, he was like a god that descended into this world. Shuri moved as well. He unleashed powerful precious techniques, forcing back more than 10 monkeys. He rushed forward to kill, wanting to seize those silver flickering objects. When one of the divine monkey bosses saw this, it immediately rushed over. With a roar, it tried to block him, and even took out a powerful precious artifact to murderously suppress him. It was a chunk of divine metal that circulated with dark light, and it smashed down towards the youth. Seeing this, Shuri did not panic. Symbols interweaved within his pupils, and with a hong sound, he unexpectedly froze the space here. The precious artifact was momentarily motionless. Taking advantage of this, he rushed forward quickly. The boss soared into the air and personally took on the responsibility of killing him. Its body emitted light, releasing a precious technique. Hong! No one knew what type of precious artifact Shuri took out. It hacked down on the monkey boss's precious technique, immediately dispersing it. Soon after, it pierced into the monkey's chest. At this moment, the powerful divine monkey released a miserable cry. His body exploded and blood scattered everywhere. What a powerful human youth! Everyone became shocked and no longer dared to belittle his status as a human. All of them carefully took precautions against him. 2 divine monkey bosses jumped out from nearby and rushed towards Shuri with killing intent. Their cultivation realms were high and both possessed terrifying strength. The fight reached its climax, and regardless if it were the kings within the mountain range or the divine birds and archaic vicious beasts descendants by the immortal peach tree, they were all fiercely fighting. It was coming to a conclusion. The little guy searched within the old forest while the little wolf's nose continuously sniffed. Finally, it widened its eyes and ran towards an ancient tree, using all of its strength to scratch at a section of land. This time, it no longer dared to directly claw at the tree trunk and get sent flying. Instead, it tugged at the ends of the little guy's pants, indicating for him to move quickly. Ah, there really is more. The little guy was pleasantly surprised. He clenched his fists tightly and looked it over. This was truly a bit unusual. Sure enough, when he used the broken sword to slash forward, symbols began to flee in disarray. After being destroyed, he gently tapped the trunk, and there was hollow sound. He gently pierced open a small hole and looked inside. The wine was sparkling and translucent, surging with multicolored light. In addition, a few spirit medicines were still afloat, not completely refined. This is new wine, and still hasn't been completely brewed. The little guy was too happy. He saw 2 silver immortal peaches inside as well as many other types of spiritual medicine. It really was like how they predicted. This was absolutely priceless. He hurried the restricted individuals over. Afterwards, the entire ancient tree was uprooted and collected into the heaven and earth pouch. This is amazing. There should be enough to drink within the 2 tree holes. I need to bring back some for Grandpa Chief, Uncle Lin Hu, Uncle Feijiao, and the others to try. They will definitely like it a lot. His large eyes were narrowed until they were like crescent moons. He wanted to let the villagers taste this divine wine, because it will have an extremely great effect on their bodies. Stone Village would also ferment a bit of wine, but it would always be of the lowest quality crude wine. Even though it was like this, the robust men within the village would still savor it slowly as if it was a type of immortality elixir. Following that, not only was the little wolf sniffing around with its nose, even the little guy was doing work. He tapped things everywhere, and as long as symbols appeared, he would immediately start digging. Even though symbols appeared on a few more tree holes, there was no wine. They might have contained wine within them many years ago, but they have already been cleaned out by the group of divine monkeys. In the end, he was only able to collect the wine from the 2 tree holes. If any of these tree holes were released to the outside world, it would definitely stir up a tempest. The people will all fight over it. The little guy moved quickly. The dozen lion's mane mushrooms were all picked up by him within this ancient forest. They were sparkling and released a rare fragrance. All of them were unordinary spiritual medicines. The best ingredients for little chicken stewed with mushrooms are done. He felt extremely happy inside. The little guy put away the heaven and earth net, and together with the little wolf, he decided to return to the divine blanket. After all, this area was too dangerous, and if the group of monkeys noticed what he was doing, they would abandon all enemies and focus on him. It truly is an enormous harvest. There's nothing to be regretful about even if I can't obtain the immortal peach trees, he murmured to himself. I'll go make golden-winged pung stewed with lion's mane in a bit. After that, I'll drink some little devil wine. He felt happy just thinking about it, and by now his mouth was already full of saliva. I'll then roast a golden sheep, simmer fry a few archaic descendants, and in the end slow cook a pot of tiger bone soup. The little foodie wiped away his saliva and somewhat impatiently began to leave this place. This time his harvest was extremely great. The little devil wine that was formed gradually from over 10 different spiritual medicines could not only allow one to undergo complete rebirth, but even had all types of medicinal effects, could cure all types of illnesses and get rid of all types of terrifying diseases. The only unfortunate thing was that even though the silver immortal peaches wasn't far from becoming divine medicines, they still weren't divine medicines. Otherwise, this little devil wine would be even more precious, and its rarity would truly be difficult to measure. Woo! Since there are immortal peach trees here, if I don't dig one up during the chaos, will I be struck by lightning? Within the pure land, multicolored light danced about in the air, and the spiritual lake shone with a brilliance like that of jade. However, currently, a great battle was destroying the peace here, because a group of heaven-warping geniuses were causing havoc within the divine monkey's nest. Ow! A divine monkey howled. It leapt into the air, latching itself onto the body of a bright horned dragon. Opening its ferocious mouth, it revealed a mouthful of snow-white fierce teeth before grabbing the dragon's tail and immediately biting down. Get lost! The horned dragon snarled and used all of its might to shake its body. As a pure-blooded creature, his body was incomparably powerful. With the support of symbols on top of its natural strength, it could easily make a mountain collapse. Kacha the divine monkey's fierce teeth were broken, making it cry out miserably. However, even though it suffered this injury, it was still incomparably savage. Its claws were extremely sharp, and with a flicker of cold light and dense mysterious symbols circling about, they landed on the horned dragon's tail. The horned dragon released a muffled grunt. Its tail was bleeding, but this wasn't because it was weak. 2 days ago, it was attacked by the divine Monkey King. After the monkey threw out its battle spear, the spear pinned the dragon by its tail onto the ground. Even though the horned dragon already used precious medicine to reattach the broken tail, because it had already broken off before, it was still not as strong as before. The divine monkey was sinister. Using its sharp claws, it tore off a chunk of the dragon's flesh before bringing it to its mouth. Divine blood splashed out, arousing the vicious natures of the surrounding golden monkeys. They threw themselves over together. That was precious flesh medicine, and in their eyes, it was more precious than anything else. Oh! The horned dragon screamed in anger, and its precious artifacts began to light up. It did not hesitate to use up its essence energy, and wanted to kill those who offended it. On the other side, the Zhujian was also bathing in blood as it fought against a large number of monkeys. Meanwhile, the crack demonic butterfly, Bifong, and other monkeys were engaging in a muddled warfare. When the battle reached this point, every side began to stake it all as they fought bloodily. Back then, this group of golden monkeys were extremely savage. Under the lead of the divine Monkey King, they killed more than one king, and even stole the 4 small stalks of divine medicine. Currently, a group of young ones actually dared to extract a tooth from the tiger's den. This wasn't something that they could tolerate. Shuri walked over with large strides. Astonishing multicolored light circulated about his body, and he was 1 step away from pulling up the silver immortal peach tree. He was truly extremely powerful, and nothing could stand in his way. Beneath his feet, there were quite a few monkey corpses. Within the ancient forest, the little guy was standing behind an old tree trunk as he calmly observed everything. The battlefield was extremely intense, and every side was engaging in bloody warfare. He did not utter a single word, and silently observed the battle. Suddenly, he felt a bad omen, and his eyebrows jumped. At the same time, the little wolf also cried out with an ow sound, as if it noticed something extremely dangerous. Snowflakes scattered down one after another. Transparent and glistening, they were extremely beautiful as they drifted about within the ancient forest. Not good. He had a bad premonition. At the same time, his right arm became sore, as if it was bitten a few times by bugs. Some type of seed had taken root in his flesh, and was quickly sprouting. The little guy was alarmed and furious. He widened his eyes to see what was happening at the mountain region ahead. Those were not snowflakes at all, and were pure white wads of cotton that were fluttering about in the air. Demonic cattail tree. During the archaic years, there was a matchless demonic cattail tree that brought about a devastating calamity. Blood flowed like rivers from the great wasteland, and as long as it decided to make its move, no one could be its opponent. The divine seeds it releases can also be called cursed devil tassels. They could take root inside an expert's body and absorb the essence from their bodies to continuously strengthen itself. During its most powerful years, even the most powerful guardian spirits worshipped by the various races would retreat. None of them were willing to fight back, and that was truly years of darkness. Later on, it planted the cursed devil tassels in a god's body and absorbed its essence. In the end, it sucked its essence energy dry, allowing itself undergo another advancement and becoming unrivaled under the heavens. Due to its murderous nature, in the end, the saints joined hands to apprehend it together. After fighting fiercely for an extremely long period of time and paying a heavy price, it was finally defeated. Those were terrifying years. When the demonic cattail tree appeared, it would become quiet everywhere. No one dared to provoke it, and even the honored deities from the ancient countries would retreat, because it was simply too terrifying. After endless years, this race no longer appeared. Without a doubt, the demonic cattail tree that entered this small world was not ordinary. It dared to walk together with the pure-blooded creatures, so if it did not have the strength, how could it have so much confidence? At this moment, it decided to choose the little guy as its opponent. As soon as it approached, it released the cursed devil tassels. It moved noiselessly, and by the time the snowflakes could be seen, it was already too late to defend against. The little guy's entire arm was shining, because he wanted to force the divine seed out. The demonic cattail tree appeared. It was not that tall, but it carried with it a type of divine might. Surrounded by brilliant sacred radiance, it was like a divine tree that came from the ancient world, absolutely intimidating. Its leaves were bright green and glistening. Filled with the aura of the Tao, its body had a snow-white round shape. While emitting a sparkling luster, it was like a full moon, scattering down a few cursed devil tassels from time to time. "Leave!" the little guy shouted loudly, and a ripple proliferated from his body. It forced back the divine seeds that covered the sky. However, his arm was in pain. 2 devil tassels had already taken root, trying to suck up the nutrients and divine energy from his flesh. The devil tassels had already sprouted, giving birth to tender branches. "Ow!" the small wolf cried out softly. Once infected by the devil tassels, it's difficult to escape death. The demonic cattail tree spoke. Its stolons were thick and powerful, allowing it to walk about like human feet. Its entire body was covered densely in silver-colored symbols. Even though it was a tree, there were still 5 sense organs on its body, allowing it to open its mouth and speak. Chi-chi sounds could be heard, and the demonic tassels in the sky flew over. They flickered with cold light, fell like a starry river. What a powerful, precious flesh medicine! The demonic cattail tree released an even more ferocious assault, and when it opened its mouth, it looked somewhat sinister. The little guy's eyebrows stood up. He was trying to operate the bone text recorded in the true primordial record to refine the seed in his arm while withstanding the sky-covering demonic attack. "Break!" he shouted. His arm shone, and with a forceful shake, a large amount of blood immediately gushed out, bringing with it a chunk of flesh. It directly squeezed out those 2 divine seeds. "Come back!" the demonic cattail tree yelled, retrieving those 2 seeds. From them, it could receive the little guy's blood as well as traces of the absorption and mysterious power. "Can't collect it!" the little guy screamed, and with a kenchy sound, he directly bit down on a dark green soft shoot. His small snow-white teeth shone, and after a few bites, he crushed apart the demonic tassels that were harder than steel. Afterwards, he directly ate it. The demonic cattail tree became stupefied. This was the first time it met this type of opponent. Usually, it was the one absorbing other people's flesh, yet today it actually met a savage that directly ate its seed. The other demonic tassel could not avoid this fate either. The little guy took out the swan and eye bone mirror, stopping it in its tracks. It was like he was chewing on a radish as he bit apart the budding seed, eating it completely. Such powerful teeth! The demonic cattail tree was shocked. The cursed devil tassels were precious artifacts, and their sturdiness surpassed one's imagination. The opposing party actually could bite apart and eat it. This was simply unbelievable. Schwa, the little guy, left behind an afterimage where he previously stood and began to fight fiercely with the demonic cattail tree. Symbols filled the sky, and divine light covered the sun. The little guy was extremely angry, because the opponent was actually trying to devour him by planting the demonic tassels in him. He attacked his opponent with everything he had. The demonic cattail tree was truly extremely powerful, and the entire tree was flickering with multicolored light. Mysterious symbols and precious techniques enveloped this entire region. The divine seeds in the air were shining with light as they condensed together with the various symbols. They arranged together into an archaic demonic formation, trapping the little guy in the center to carry out refinement. Pooh, the little guy, held the broken sword in his hand and sliced outwards. Meanwhile, the demonic cattail tree began to sway. It released a lump of light, and it was actually another ancient artifact. As soon as it appeared, it was already releasing a ridiculously large amount of demonic light and endlessly ringing with woo-woo sounds. So terrifying. It shouldn't be a precious artifacts left behind by that deity murderer, right? How could it create a terrifying scene like this? On top of the divine blanket, the 9-headed lion and the others were all shocked. An indistinct and unusual scene appeared. On the bloody earth, all living creatures were howling in grief. Countless creatures were massacred, and there were even ancient countries that were destroyed. A heaven-reaching demonic tree ruled over the boundless mountains and rivers, and even deities were retreating. Dang, the broken sword in the little guy's hands hacked down on top of that lump of light, revealing the demonic cattail tree's precious artifact. It was a scorched black magic staff, and it circulated with an aura that could suppress the sun, moon, and stars. This was the weapon of that demonic tree back then. A piece was actually left behind until now. Guolinger became fearful. She came from the Fire Nation, and was naturally knowledgeable about the dark years of the ancient world. It was clear that this small demonic tree had quite a terrifying relationship with that unrivaled demonic sovereign from back then. With a wung sound, the broken sword and that scorched black staff collided together. Divine splendor blazed, and heavenly stars appeared one after another. There were also deities shouting, and both parties turned into a sea of stars. They were stuck to each other as they fiercely collided, both of them trying to swallow up the other. This was an extension of the ancient saints' fight, as if it had lasted from back then until now. The demonic cattail tree emitted light, and its entire body became sparkling and transparent. Leaves created walala sounds, and green light surged together with dense smoke. Its own body was already a precious artifact, allowing it to conquer everything before it. Its stolons in particular were like 10 arms, and they penetrated the boulders that were several tens of thousands of gene in the surroundings. The stolons then wrapped themselves around the little guy. The savage child naturally did not want to be outdone. Lightning radiance danced about on his body, and the silvery white divine moon was like a blade as it hacked outwards. Not good. Once wrapped up by the demonic cattail tree, one will inevitably die. There truly is no one that dares to fight with it, said the flame crow. The demonic cattail tree was extremely cold, and strand after strand of stolen wrapped itself around the little guy. Soon afterwards, sharp blades appeared, piercing towards his body, wanting to suck out his body's essence energy. Not necessarily. It isn't clear who is going to eat who yet. The big red bird still had quite a bit of confidence in the savage child, because it even saw him swallow the true supreme water before. The divine striking stone nodded, and it had the same feeling because that fellow even ate divine sand before. The silt was completely grinded in his mouth before being swallowed, and after all that, he was still healthy and active. The little guy's body emitted golden lightning radiance, blocking those stolons. Even though there were some parts that had been penetrated, making him bleed, he was still not scared. He held the demonic cattail tree and madly bit down. Xianxia, the demonic cattail tree violently shook, because a hole was bitten out of its trunk. The savage child's eyes were bright as he ate with gusto. He chewed madly non-stop. What the fuck? Was he still human? Why is his teeth sharper than an archaic vicious beast's? It truly was almost heaven-defying. The demonic cattail tree cursed, and was in so much pain that its entire body was shaking. It penetrated through the little guy's body and devoured his blood essence. However, this human youth didn't become weaker at all. Precious techniques erupted, and his small teeth became bright and shiny. He was trying to bite apart its trunk. He directly ate a large piece of its trunk with incomparable speed and viciousness. In addition, his arms were struggling and his feet were stamping with extraordinary strength. He was trying to tear apart its stolons and branches. If it was anyone else being wrapped up by the demonic cattail tree, they would definitely be absolutely terrified, because being caught like this meant inevitable death. However, the little guy was fearless, and was actually competing with it to see who was faster as he devoured the tree's body. Kacha, the little guy's divine force, was absolutely shocking, almost cleaving apart the demonic cattail tree. He forcefully tore off an extremely thick branch, and as precious techniques danced about, lightning radiance shot into the tree's body. The demonic cattail tree had enough. With a sudden shake, it released all of its stolons before quickly retreating. It withdrew that scorched black staff and labeled the little guy as the most savage type of creature. It kept a considerable distance from him as he stood across in confrontation. The little guy still had blood dripping out from his body. That green and lush branch was flickering with multicolored light, and as he hugged it, he began to chew with Xianxia sounds, quickly devouring it into his stomach. When the demonic cattail tree saw this, it was utterly speechless. It did not say a single thing and silently retreated, disappearing into the depths of the jungle. From start to finish, it was completely taciturn. Truly, strong teeth. From behind, Huolinger, nine-headed lion, Big Red Bird, and the others were all speechless after watching this. None of them knew what to say in this situation. Sugar cane taste, it's somewhat sweet. The little guy blinked his large eyes and ate the last branch with relish as he spoke. In the depths of the jungle, the demonic cattail tree's body shook before turning rigid. Afterwards, its entire body shuddered, before erupting in a bright and resplendent radiance, making this pure land quake and tremble. However, in the end, it still did not turn around and decided to silently depart. A conclusion was reached by the spiritual lake. The purple-haired girl brandished her golden divine horn, obliterating all types of symbols. A large group of monkeys were blown back, allowing her to rush towards one of the silver immortal peach trees. She wanted to pull it up by the roots. The group of monkeys went mad and decided to attack her together. At the same time, the Bifong, Zhujian, Horned Dragon, Demonic Crack Butterfly, and the others also made their moves. They killed their way over, using their supreme treasures to force back the group of monkeys. At this moment, the space around them began to tremble. Shuri took action. From his left, I flew out a Bian, and his right, I released a golden pung. They were all constructed from symbols. It sent all the monkeys around one of the immortal peach trees flying. As he held his precious artifact in his hands, he was dazzling like a blazing sun. Following that, he released two great precious techniques using its dual pupils, increasing his power by many folds. String after string of symbols interweaved. They were bright and dazzling as they wrapped up one of the small silver divine medicines. They were on the verge of leaving this place. This is bad. The nine-headed lion was amazed, because someone was finally going to obtain one of the divine medicines. The little guy who was silently standing within the ancient forest suddenly moved out. He turned into a streak of light, and with a honglong sound, a mountain peak in the distance was immediately broken apart. He lifted up the broken rocky peak and directly smashed it down in front of him, completely enveloping the people below. The mountain peak collapsed, sealing off the spiritual lake's upper region. Everyone there became shocked. Who was this, acting so daring? It simultaneously suppressed everyone. Everyone became distracted and had no choice but to defend against this. If that stone peak made its way down to this area, even if they were able to avoid it, the silver-colored immortal peach trees definitely wouldn't. All types of precious techniques rushed towards the skies. Symbols flickered, striking apart the stone peak. Rocks shot out in every direction, and dust rose into the sky. The sky in this region became dusky, and as the dust scattered down on the spiritual lake, it covered everything in earth and rocks. Taking advantage of the disorder, the little guy collected the young deity into the heaven and earth pouch before turning into a streak of demonic light. He rushed forward, and within the smoke, dust, and flying rocks, he made his move. Opening the heaven and earth pouch, he collected all 4 silver peach trees. Precious techniques displayed their might, and divine radiance danced about. This area was in chaos. Many small trees left the ground, being uprooted from the earth by Shuri, the purple-haired girl, and other symbols. However, it was obvious that the little guy's heaven and earth pouch was a bit more domineering as it swallowed everything. This area was in complete disorder as all types of light flew left and right. Oh! A roar was released, and an old wolf appeared. Even though it did not exceed 1 meter in length and was as thin as a match, it was still powerful to the point of being terrifying even though it was aging in years. With a pu sound, its claw tore open a bloody wound in a pure-blooded creature's body. This attack borrowed the radiance that was surrounding a precious artifact, and was absolutely frightening. The old but still alive creature that the divine Monkey King talked about also came here to seize the divine medicine. Its strength was deep and unmeasurable, and as it opened its relatively smaller bloody mouth, the space itself was being distorted. The little guy was greatly alarmed. He furrowed his brows, because he lost this contest. He couldn't get the silver peach trees into the heaven and earth pouch, because the old wolf waited in the dark for the most opportune time to interfere. However, it did not succeed either. From within the darkness, there were other creatures that coveted the peach trees. A Xianxia one appeared, and even though it was an ordinary species, its strength was a bit frightening. It quickly enlarged itself, and like a Kuan Pong, it covered the sky. Extending out a large claw, it disturbed the heaven and earth, forcing back the old wolf. It was about to walk away with the divine medicine. This place was in utter chaos. Surly and unreasoning creatures appeared from their hiding places, and there was no lack of those old farts from the olden days. The divine monkey released a long roar. As it fought with a powerful opponent, it continuously observed this area. With a rumbling sound, symbols blazed brightly, and the spiritual lakeside surged with overflowing radiance. You want to seize my precious medicine? I'll beat the shit out of you. Your beating has already been long overdue. Following the angry roar, all types of mysterious symbols sparkled within the Pure Land, forming a sky-sealing great formation. It locked up this area, and in addition also held the 4 silver peach trees so that no one could move it. A great formation came into view. The Monkey King had made preparations a long time ago and was calmly waiting for several old fellows to appear. He wanted to catch all of them and the pure-blooded creatures in one big go. What a powerful formation! Everyone was shocked. Monkey, you are too conceited. Do you truly think you are the ruler of the 100 Shattering Mountains? Acting this arrogant, you are digging your own grave. It should be about time for us to settle our old grudges. Monkey, you might as well hand over your life now. The ancient creatures' voices were downcast, carrying heavy killing intent. In the past, the number that arrived was the number I defeated, said the divine monkey. With a honglong sound, it dodged the golden-winged Pong and Peacock's attacks, as well as smashed flying the Black Hoe and Silver Thorn Beast. It returned to the Pure Land to directly take out the old kings. Kill! The monkey must be eliminated this year. The Mang Ox roared and joined the old kings. The Ironblood ancient tree expressed its agreement through actions. Its stolons extended, splitting open the great earth. It instantly arrived at the Pure Land and attacked the enemy here. The other kings also rushed over and did not shrink back. Since they fought all the way up until now, it was already at a point where they wouldn't give up until the monkey died. If they did not kill it today, then they would inevitably suffer the great consequences. The Pure Land erupted into action and the group of monkeys went crazy. The divine monkey had returned here and was attacking in all directions with its battle spear. The pure-blooded creatures were weary of the great foe. Activating their precious artifacts, they were forcefully trying to break through. If they were stuck here, then they would undoubtedly die. Moreover, they still had confidence in their race's ancient treasures. The little guy concealed himself. He had the broken sword in one hand and grabbed onto the small pagoda with the other, ready to slip away at any time. Since he was going to lose if he made his move now anyway, he didn't want to die for no reason here. Those creatures' cultivation realms were high, making them difficult to defeat. Monkey, your formation is truly disappointing. There are so many holes, yet you want to trap all of us? An old flood dragon appeared, and its entire body was a blue-green. It was extremely old, with its blood vessels almost dried up. It's you. Didn't you die back then? The divine monkey was shocked. The old flood dragon was a formations expert, and with its arrival, this ancient symbol formation would have a difficult time trapping anyone. If you don't die, then I can't pass away. The old food dragon spoke in an overcast voice. Stop speaking rubbish. Hand over all of your lives. The Monkey King rushed over. I'm going to break your formation first and let you understand just how laughable it is. The old flood dragon ridiculed. Symbols were released, and a shattering sound immediately rang out. Soon after, a piece of the formation broke off, and the symbols crumpled apart. They could see the light of day again. Several old monsters displayed their might at the same time. They were unparalleled as they broke apart the formation. It was obvious that their hatred for the monkey surpassed all. They wanted to kill it immediately, and so all of them joined hands. At this time, the Black Hoe, Mangox, Peacock, and others arrived. They attacked the monkey in a group violently. Precious techniques flew everywhere, and divine light illuminated everything. The pure-blooded creatures didn't have a choice. They were forced to use their precious techniques and fight in this war. They were currently situated within the Pure Land as well, and this place was already in a large mess. Of course, the Bifang, Zhujian, and other strength were not sufficient. After all, their cultivation time was still short, but with their supreme treasures they could still protect themselves and not be killed instantly. Only, the more time that passed by, the more their faces paled. Finally, one of the pure-blooded creatures fell. It was torn apart and turned into precious flesh medicine. The great battle became more and more cruel. The little guy twitched his mouth. His entire body was wounded, and he was also affected by the battle's effects. Despite having the broken sword in his hand, the terrifying killing light emitted by those kings was still immense and limitless like before. He was able to last until now because his figure was rather small. After fighting fiercely with the group of monkeys, no one paid particular attention to him. Otherwise, he would be in even more danger. The pure-blooded creatures were incredibly daring. The Bifang took out a precious artifact and actually constructed a golden passageway that stretched all the way in front of the silver peach trees before directly pulling out one of them. "Get lost!" The divine monkey was furious. A palm slapped down, and a golden claw enlarged. It smashed apart that golden passage, and the Bifang's body was broken. Its bones shattered. It received an extremely serious injury. It released a wail and used its precious artifact, allowing it to disappear in a flash. Everyone was shocked. That was definitely a supreme treasure, actually allowing it to escape from the hands of the Monkey King. Truly not simple. The little guy did not run, because he still had some stamina and had a talisman that could allow him to instantly flee into the distance. He fought the group of monkeys in a messy fight, but his eyes were always watching the divine medicine. Other than him, the horned dragon was also extremely valiant. Even though it fled towards the horizon, it released a divine net that surrounded one of the silver trees, taking off with it. At the same time, the Zhujian made its move. It took out an ancient talisman, and after it was set aflame, it began to emit a mysterious force. It took on the form of a circle of light and wrapped itself around a divine medicine. The Zhujian escaped with extreme speed towards the distance together with it. The little guy was stunned as he watched what was happening. This bunch actually all had strange treasures and got their hands on the divine medicine. "Come back at once!" The Monkey King roared. It turned towards the sky and inhaled, sucking in even the clouds in the sky. Those two peach trees were pulled back as well. Moreover, countless monkey fur flew out from its body. They all turned into golden needles, shooting out densely. The horned dragon roared in anger. Its entire body was bloody, and after being attacked by the divine needles, it couldn't help but release a miserable cry. Fresh blood gushed out, and it could only let go of the peach tree before making its getaway. The Zhujian was in an even worse state. After being sliced by a divine symbol blade, its sturdy tail broke off before it ran for its life. "I'll let you guys go for now. When I have time, I'll take care of each of you one by one," muttered the Monkey King. It fought fiercely with everyone while collecting back those precious medicines. When suddenly the space was interfered with. One of the silver peach trees that were returning was stopped, and it rapidly fell downwards. The purple-haired girl held a golden horn in her hands. After extinguishing the divine Monkey King's symbols, she unexpectedly intercepted the immortal peach tree and fled quickly into the distance with it. A sacred horn that specializes in destroying symbols? Everyone cried out in alarm, and greed was revealed in their eyes. "Those are my divine medicine. Who here has the ability to take them from me?" The divine monkey's tone was extremely cold. Its two pupils shot out beams of golden light, and they were like lightning as they struck over. Surrounding the small silver tree, the beams were trying to seize it back. "Monkey, you are too distracted. Be careful not to fall here." The old wolf sneered and attacked wildly. Moreover, it actually wanted to help the purple-haired girl out. The divine monkey was distracted, and as a result, the divine medicine fell down and broke free from the monkey's control. Several pure-blooded creatures pounced over. It was difficult to tell if anyone could seize the 3 other precious medicine within the Pure Land, so the one that just broke free from the divine monkey's control was the best choice. The crack demonic butterfly shook its wings, obstructing the purple-haired girl. A divine bird swooped over, descending instantly. The battle was fierce as they all engaged in the blood-soaked battle. You guys can fight all you want for now. In the end, not a single one will escape. The divine monkey's chilly voice rang over from the distance. The space around them shook, and Shi appeared suddenly at this crucial point. His eyes were bright as silky streaks flew out, freezing the space here. It imprisoned the precious medicine, fiercely pulling the divine medicine in front of him. The purple-haired girl's entire body emitted light. She quickly made her way over, and her sparkling lily-white hands made a seal. Drawing out a divine pattern, she used it to bind up the immortal peach tree, pulling it towards her. The other creatures also rushed over and fought over it. My apologies to everyone. Shi's eyes emitted light, and they contained a bizarre divine might. The space here was temporarily locked up, obstructing everyone and preventing them from coming over. Following that, his chest emitted light, and a sparkling white jar appeared. It was not bigger than the size of a palm, and it was refined out of precious bone. It was beautiful like jade, and streaks of multicolored light flew out to collect that peach tree into the jar. Open, the purple-haired girl shouted. Symbols diffused from one of her lily-white hands, shaking the space here. Her other hand slashed out with a golden divine horn in her hand. The imprisonment crumbled, restoring the space to a peaceful state again. However, it was still a bit late. The silver peach tree shrunk in size, and it was about to fall into the bone jar. Suddenly, a streak of light struck over. The little guy stuck the shrinking symbol to his feet and quickly rushed over. He threw the small pagoda, and it collided with that bone jar. With a sharp ding sound, it was displaced. He rushed over, and at the same time snatched towards that silver peach tree. Everyone was shocked, and they all tried to stop him. The little guy shivered a bit. Using both his hands to defend himself, he blocked everyone's attacks and used his mouth to bite the silver tree in place. The purple-haired girl and Shi released their techniques and did everything they could to stop the little guy, making him feel like he was stuck in a pitfall. Afterwards, with a Xianxia sound, he bit apart a tree branch and quickly left. Leaving quickly, he was reluctant to part with it, but did not make any stops. Everyone was shocked and was momentarily terrified. The small tree lost a portion. It began to fall, and none of them chased after that indistinct figure. Instead, they all went after the divine medicine. Damn it! Lost one of the silver peaches. The branch that the little guy bit off had a peach on it. This made everyone absolutely furious. Yet they couldn't do anything since he already escaped rather far. Shi's pupils were cold and detached as he watched the figure disappear in a flash. He was just about to obtain that small tree, yet it was damaged like this. The little guy grabbed the small pagoda and once again twined it within his hair before disappearing from everyone's line of sight. The symbols here rumbled, but unfortunately, everyone else was somewhat farther away, so they were left empty-handed. Shi and the purple-haired girl obtained it, with the former getting a tree branch and the latter the tree body. Let me go! Right at this moment, a sound rang out from the heaven and earth pouch. It shook with dong-dong sounds, making the little guy shocked. When he opened the pouch, he found out that it was unexpectedly the cocoon that was shaking. My divine medicine, why is it in your hands? A sound rang out from within the cocoon. Hey, wanting my divine medicine, you have to understand that even you are mine, said the little guy. The cocoon emitted light, and at the same time the pure land shook. Following that, it split apart, and a complex and mysterious great formation seemed to have resuscitated. Collect! The creature within the cocoon breathed loudly, as if it would die at any time. 3 silver peach trees flew over, but unfortunately, it was blocked by the Monkey King halfway. Only a single one successfully broke through and came near. The little guy was shocked, but did not hesitate at all. He grabbed it in one go, and then using the talisman attached to his feet, he disappeared like a wisp of smoke. The immortal peach tree wasn't tall. It flickered with silver light, and the branches wriggled about as if a young dragon was hibernating within. 2 silvery white peaches hung from it, carrying a faint golden color and a strong fragrance. The little guy fled the entire time, wiping away his saliva along the way. He almost directly bit into them because the peaches was too fragrant. The tree was filled with silver radiance, and the light surrounded him as well. Even though he obtained it, he still didn't dare relax. He was only able to obtain it through the cocoon's efforts, and so he wasn't reassured at all. He was attentively on guard. After he collected the immortal peach tree into the heaven and earth pouch, he took out the cocoon. He was scared that it would toss around in there and ruin all the spiritual medicines. "What are you doing?" The shining cocoon trembled and felt somewhat unsafe. The little guy's movements were swift, and as a result, the broken sword pressed down on it, ready to cut at a moment's notice. "What kind of creature are you exactly?" the little guy asked with unending bewilderment. He wasn't really worried, because the creature was extremely weak and didn't have that much life force. Just now, the reason they were able to seize one of the silver peach trees was because the creature inside the cocoon knew about an ancient formation within the Pure Land. Only after it was reactivated did that area crack apart, allowing him to obtain it. An hour later, Huolinger and the others rushed over on the void beast's skin. They saw that the savage child was roasting a large cocoon over a bonfire, and was even releasing a few streaks of lightning from time to time. The big red bird immediately ran over eagerly, asking, "Such a large pupa, and it's even emitting light. My favorite." It was a part of the bird family, and so it liked insects and serpents the most. Without saying anything else, it came up and spewed out a scarlet-red blaze. The big red bird went on its own initiative to roast it together with the little guy, salivating the entire time. A miserable cry rang out from within the cocoon, shouting out, "Don't cook me anymore. I'm about to turn into paste. If this continues, this old one is going to fight you to the death." Everyone was at a loss, and did not understand what was going on. The voice coming out was obviously an immature sound, yet why did the words that come out feel like someone old and decrepit? It's definitely an archaic descendant. This grandpa is truly lucky. My mouth is blessed again. The big red bird crouched in front and put more energy into it, taking the little guy's place in roasting this large cocoon. "Stupid bird. This old one is a deity. You dare to act disrespectfully in front of me? Why aren't you kneeling in worship yet?" An angry voice rang out from within the divine cocoon, but it was still a pure and immature sound. "You little bug. Even at death's door you're trying to take advantage of this grandpa. See if I can't roast you to death." The big red bird was annoyed. It spat out scarlet multicolored light, and it even turned the rocks on the ground into magma. "What is this?" the 9-headed lion asked. The little guy was at a loss. He tried to find out through every way possible, but in the end, the cocoon was reluctant to reveal anything. It didn't want to say anything, and instead had the pride of an elder. As a result, he set it ablaze again. A voice came out from the cocoon. "This old one has swallowed the essence of 9 heavens and absorbed the immortal essence of 10 earths. I lived a life of immortality despite facing countless obstacles and surpassing the mortal realm. By disturbing my peaceful meditation, what do you think you were doing?" Everyone was speechless. This creature truly knew how to bullshit. Serves it right to have the misfortune of meeting the devilish brat. The little guy didn't say anything further and directly released a bolt of lightning. The big cocoon began to emit black smoke and chila-chila sounds as it flickered with electricity. "Ayaya, I'm being cooked. Don't do this anymore. This old one has truly been harassed by you. I was hiding within the mountain depths, yet you carried me out like a thief. Now, you are even burying me in flames. You are making me furious." "Nonsense. I grabbed you from the hands of that vicious beast," the little guy corrected. This was something that he fought for. You call her a vicious beast? The creature in the cocoon was stupefied momentarily, then began to laugh loudly. Am I wrong? Nothing happens when I bite her, and her skin's as hard as immortal steel. The little guy grumbled and seemed discontent. He wrestled everywhere with the purple-haired girl, and after fighting for more than half a day, he still couldn't make her surrender. Finally, he bit off a pendant from her ear, but he still felt that his harvest was too small. You bit her. Ha 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 ha. The creature in the cocoon laughed incessantly. Is something wrong with this guy? The little guy was confused. What was so weird about biting a vicious beast? He even ate them before. He urged the big red bird to burn it more until it surrenders. Ow! Don't burn me anymore. This old one is hurting to death. Little bird, if you light the flames again, then when I emerge from this cocoon, I'll turn you into a roasted bird. The creature in the cocoon threatened. You dare to talk to this grandpa like this? You're dead for sure. The big red bird's face darkened. It used its most powerful divine flames to envelope the large cocoon. It set this entire region on fire, causing magma to flow. In the end, the creature in the cocoon gave up and begged for it to stop. It told the bird that they should talk things through first, and that anything could be discussed. Come out first then. The little guy spoke. He wanted to know just what kind of creature this was. This old one is extremely weak and doesn't have much strength. Help me open up the cocoon, please. The creature in the cocoon spoke. The little guy wanted to use the broken sword to break it apart, but Hualinger stopped him. This is a rarely seen material and wouldn't be any weaker than heavenly silk. If you turn it into clothes, it will be untainted by even a speck of dust and impermeable to fire and water. Its defensive capabilities are shocking. In the end, she made a few restricted individuals do the job. It looked like they were spinning silk, and the entire process was done patiently. They spun the silk, turning it into a silk ball that radiated multicolored light. When everyone saw the creature within the cocoon, they all became stunned. The first thing they saw was the naked head region that stuck out, and a pair of large eyes were swirling around. This was a bird's head. It was completely bald, and couldn't be considered beautiful. However, it had a bright red beak that flickered with sparkling light. Finally, it revealed its body. It was about 2 meters long, and light continued to flow from its body like before. There wasn't a single hair on its body, making it completely naked. There was a type of indescribable strangeness. How could you be a bird? The big red bird was struck dumb. Wasn't this a cocoon? Why did a naked bird come out? This old one has gained insights into the supreme, profound mysteries. I can become a Qilin or phoenix, for my form can be changed at will. Isn't turning into a worm or a bird merely a moment's work? It spoke slowly, but paired with its current appearance and immature voice, there truly was an indescribable strangeness. Dang! The big red bird swung the black pot and used the method the little guy often used, directly smashing it down on the bald bird's head and lecturing, "Cheeky thing! So small yet speaking so much nonsense and daring to act old and proud." The bear bird immediately became stupefied. When it used its naked wing to rub the back of its head, it immediately jumped. There was a huge blister there, and it quickly erected like a horn. This was the first time it had this type of experience. Little bastard, you dare to act this rudely in front of this old one. I will suppress you for 500 years and refine your soul every single day. It was flustered and exasperated as it yelled out. Dang, the big red bird didn't even say anything before giving it another whack with the black pot. It smashed down right on that blister on the same spot. That horn grew sharply in height and quickly swelled up. You just don't learn, you cheeky and impolite thing. This grandpa will teach you how to respect others. It arrogantly overlooked the strange naked bird. Ah! This old one is being infuriated. Who actually dares to treat me so rudely? In the past, this old one could do anything under the heavens with a multitude of creatures worshipping me. There wasn't a single expert from the powerful clans that did not acknowledge me. You are simply a small bird yet dare to treat me this way. A sneeze from me will blow you to oblivion. You still won't surrender? The big red bird acted arrogantly and gave it another good beating. In the end, the naked bird withered. It could tell that only worse things awaited it if it continued to rebuttal. The little guy was watching the entire time and was extremely curious. What kind of history do you have? This old one is a divine creature. It replied loftily. Deity my ass. If you speak any more nonsense, I'll beat you until you wish you were dead. The big red bird glared at it. Right at this moment, a multicolored streak of light flashed past. An elegant figure appeared, and the purple-haired girl appeared, passing through this area. The naked bird immediately hid its body and then squeezed itself into the little guy's heaven and earth net. It was clear that it was extremely unwilling to meet her and did not want to caught. Vicious beast! Where are you going? The little guy shouted out and quickly rushed out. When the purple-haired girl heard him, she turned around. Her brows immediately stood erect, and her pupils became bright as if she was going to take action. However, when she saw that there was a group of archaic descendants gathered together, she feared that she might be outnumbered. As a result, she turned into a streak of purple light before quickly fleeing into the distance. Little thief, just you wait. I will catch you sooner or later. Vicious beast, next time, I will fight with you another 100 bouts. I will definitely make you yield, make you my mount, or maybe even make you my village guardian. The little guy was extremely unresigned as he shouted. The purple-haired girl was so angry she began to shake. She turned and glared at him with her fists clenched. But in the end, she still disappeared into the horizon. Why are you that scared of her? The little guy carried the strange bird out. Me? Scared of her? I just don't want to encounter creatures from that race, the naked bird said. The mischievous stone in the little guy's hair shook, and in an almost inaudible voice, it quietly said, I think I met this fellow before. It entered the 100 grassland before to secretly drink from the immortal spring. How long ago was this? The little guy asked. A few 100 years at least. It was the divine Monkey King's master at one point in time, and is the same as you guys, originating from the outside. The striking stone continued to speak in a weak voice so that only the little guy could hear it. He immediately became dumbstruck and speechless for a long time. He didn't question the strange bird anymore, but his eyes continuously sparkled. It seems as if he was staring at a divine and precious technique manual. You don't have a name yet, right? Since you won't tell me where you came from, I'll just give you one. You are a bird just like Big Red, so I'll place you guys together, naming you Second Baldy. The little guy was giddy as he spoke. Hey, who do you think this old one is? I am the one who holds supremacy between the heaven and earth, so how could I use such a rotten name? Keep that stuff to yourself. The strange bird was furious. I'll just call you Second Baldy. I feel like that sounds great. The big red bird was laughing with hee-hee sounds. Leaving it to rebut as it pleased, the little guy and the others just called it this. It made the naked bird stomp in anger, but it had no choice. In the end, they once again got off the void beast's skin. All of them disappeared to their original places. The ancient beast skin also shook, quickly rushing into the distance. The sun set, and night arrived. However, it was not completely dark and without light. A moon appeared, emitting a pure white splendor that scattered down on the great earth. According to legends, this was also the body of a vicious beast that turned into a moon, rhythmically appearing and disappearing within this small world. The void beast's skin was extremely large. It floated above the clouds, and a group of people were admiring the moon while awaiting a great meal. Within the black pot, golden light sparkled. A great fragrance wafted through the air. Chunks of the great golden-winged pung meat were inside, flowing with brilliant multicolored light. Around it, there were also bright lion's mane mushrooms that were being slow cooked together with the golden meat. A strong aroma rose from within the pot, making everyone salivate. They couldn't help but want to dig in immediately. In addition, there were also a few spiritual medicines in the black pot. Being stewed together, they were all sparkling and translucent as they emitted a beautiful radiance. Stewing meat? This was simply refining a world-shocking precious medicine. Small chicken stewed with mushrooms, my favorite. The little guy stared at it without blinking. Saliva continuously flowed out, because he truly wanted to immediately go up. One pot was obviously not enough. The others also brought out their precious artifacts, and even the flame crow's bone cauldron became a cooking utensil. It was currently simmering tiger bone soup. Crystalline fluid sparkled, and a strong smell spread through the air. Apart from this, there was also a golden lamb leg, purple camel hump. Several archaic descendants were added to the flames. They were roasted until they became a glossy golden, and were emitting an alluring fragrance. In addition, there were a few jade tables on top of the void beast's skin with crystalline jade cups arranged on its surface. They were filled with little devil wine, sparkling and transparent. The intoxicating fragrance made the group of experts feel dizzy even though they didn't drink any yet. I truly can't wait anymore. The big red bird swallowed a mouthful of saliva. Everyone's eyes emitted light. This was not only a delicacy, but also a chance to break through. The reason was because these materials were simply too shocking. They were all waiting in expectation for the food to become fully cooked. The black pot shone. A great golden-winged pung appeared, surging with golden light as it hovered about. As it emitted a rumbling sound, it sounded as if the deities themselves were chanting. The great peng's body was bright as it scattered down silky streaks. They were golden symbols, completely submerging this area. A wave of rich fragrance gushed out. The golden chunks emitted a precious splendor, and the medicinal smell of lion's mane mushrooms, scarlet orchids, and snow jade ginsengs wafted through the air. The soup was extremely concentrated, its appearance sparkling and translucent. This was already no longer purely a culinary delicacy, but was instead a stove of precious medicine. Could easily make any expert's heart tremble, because how would they encounter such precious ingredients normally? Who could eat a golden-winged pung? Okay, it's completely cooked. The little guy yelled out and was the first one to move. He scooped up a chunk of pung meat and placed it in his mouth. Immediately, it was as if a sun was hiding within as golden divine light rushed out. It is so good. It almost melted my tongue. The little guy was completely infatuated. The piece of meat he tried was a bright piece of pung meat that had divine multicolored light flying about it. When he closed his eyes, he could feel waves of essence energy flying about in disorder within his body. In the next moment, his mouth and nose felt as if there were small snakes entering and exiting. Those were strands of light beams, and they originated from the peng's divine essence. They moved along with his breathing. Following that, the chopsticks in his hands quickly moved. He continuously scooped the sparkling pung meat from within the rich soup. Great changes were happening within his mouth, and as radiance overflowed everywhere, all 7 apertures of his head were trickling with divine multicolored light. The group began to fight over each other. Fortunately, the black pot was a precious artifact and could be enlarged, enabling the stewing of a portion of the golden pung. As a result, the amount of food was abundant. There was still a large portion that the little guy was going to bring back to Stone Village. Everyone dug in, and all of them were completely infatuated. They almost swallowed their own tongues as their bodies surged with light. Every one of them were praising ceaselessly, because this was pung meat, and was known to be one of this world's true delicacies. The other meat being roasted were fully cooked by now as well. The meat was fresh and tender as they shone with brilliant light. In addition, honey was smeared all over, and it was a wild honey they found within this small world. Regardless of whether it was the little guy, Huolinger, or the others, none of them cared about their outwards appearances any longer as they stuffed their mouths. This taste truly surpasses the heavens. The little guy was elated as he lifted up the luminous cup from the white jade table. The wine inside shone like amber, and the fragrance was so rich it almost seemed everlasting. He downed it in one go, letting the strong fragrance travel from his mouth to his throat, and then again all the way into his stomach. It left a rich aftertaste, and his entire body was shining. This was a world-shocking precious medicine, and it was brewed from 10 types of spiritual medicine chosen by the divine monkey. Every single drop's value was high enough to even make the emperor want to become a drunkard. The little guy never drank before, but now that he became enchanted by this type of feeling, he continuously ate the pung meat, roasted wing, and others while getting tipsy from drinking. His body and mind were so relaxed that he felt as if he could float away, making him forget all feelings of resentment and hatred. Good wine! Good wine! The others were impatient for a long time already. The mythical little devil wine was something sought after but could not be found. One would rather miss the meat of a pung than to pass up this mythical wine as they all toasted each other. One of the restricted elder was rather restless. After drinking 1 cup, he downed 2 more before allowing the taste to even kick in. He instantly fell to the ground in his intoxicated state and began to snore. None of the others believed that they would knock out like that and continued to drink. As a result, 2 more restricted individuals also became like this. Their sparkling bodies became limp with the smell of wine lingering around them. It was tough for them to wake up again. Apart from the little guy, no one could handle more than a few cups. Excessive drinking immediately made them collapse from intoxication. Clearly, this was not just the effect of alcohol. There was also the spread of powerful medicinal effects. It would eventually bathe them in its energy, causing their bodies to undergo a transformation. Good wine, good wine. The little guy drank left and right until he downed 20 cups in a row. His face was thoroughly red like a big apple, and his vision finally became a little hazy. He ate over half a pot of the peng's meat and drank the tiger bone soup previously. So before he drank the little devil wine, his body was already bursting with multicolored light. After drinking, it was simply as if an explosion was ignited. His body became brilliant, making him look like he was burning. After the little guy drank over 80 cups in a row, his entire body was submerged in flames and his aura blazed into the heaven. Of course, that was not a real fire, but the result of his energy being refined before ejecting out of his body. No good, we can't let him stay on the void beast's skin anymore. The strength of his body is too powerful, and might bring about a terrifying destruction here, one of the restricted individuals said. The 2 were both startled awake. The little guy appeared rather strange, as if he was bathing in phoenix flames. This scene was astonishing. Another cup. He was still drinking. A strong and intoxicating fragrance surrounded his entire body. There wasn't a single speck of dust on his body, making him appear bright and divine. In the end, he drank another 36 cups before also eating the remainder of the pung meat and downing the tiger bone soup. Furthermore, it seemed as if he was eating the pile of spiritual medicines like vegetables. Finally, his entire body changed. Essence energy burst into the heavens, creating a streak of light that connected the earth with the vast sky. He could tell that he was going to break through. Despite being dizzy and drunk, his awareness was still intact, allowing him to directly jump off the divine blanket. A huge sound echoed outwards as he smashed apart a mountain peak, making many vicious beasts and fierce birds flee in shock. From the ground, a total of 9 volcanoes were accumulated. As magma boiled about, they all erupted with multicolored light. The boulders and ancient trees appeared as if they were floating in the ocean. They undulated up and down before being smashed apart. There was a youth sitting in a meditative position on the mountain, and these 9 volcanoes were caused by him. They looked like actual caves that blended the heavens and earths to seize the luck within. 9th Heavenly Passage. In the sky, those several restricted on top of the void beast skin cried out. This was too shocking. An achievement like this was an extreme boundary observed only from within legends, and it was now broken by this youth. This kind of astonishing marvel was currently unfolding. The 9-headed lion and the others were all lamenting. However, relatively speaking, they were not that shocked because they had realized a long time ago that he was a strange human. The humans were relatively weak, and a 9 heavenly passage expert was rarely seen. They had always been known to be in ancient books, and were practically written off as legends. Now, there was actually someone who achieved it. The humans are really strange. There is a huge gap between every individual. Some are so weak that they can't withstand the wind, and yet there are some that can even reach this level. The strange, hairless bird mumbled. A moment ago, it also ate some precious flesh medicine and drank some little devil wine. It was clearly more energetic and in a better state compared to before. You don't understand this savage child's world. The big red bird's lips twitched. There was no one who understood more regarding how terrifying the little guy's potential was than itself. He even drank the true supreme water and refined it. How strong can he be? The strange hairless bird asked. You'll know in the future, Big Red said while slapping the back of its head. Second Baldy. Don't lose face for me in the future. You're my younger bro, so you have to cultivate well. This kind of appearance which makes you seem toppable by a mere breeze is truly too shameful. The strange naked bird was so angry it began to shudder. Fucking shit. This bird actually treated it like this. If it were not for the fact that its body had some problems, it would have definitely dragged the big red bird over before kicking it until its face blossomed, letting it know who was the elder and how to show respect. What? Second Baldy, you're still not going to be submissive. The big red bird glanced at it. I have to endure. The strange hairless bird swallowed a deep breath of air, and a golden sheep leg disappeared in a few bites. It viciously vented out its anger on the food. All kinds of symbols shined as they gushed out of the 9 volcanoes and ebbed into the magma spectacularly. You successfully comprehended the symbols, Quillinger said. A long time elapsed. Finally, the little guy's body emitted kung-chong sounds, and the 9 heavenly passages shook. Multicolored light gushed out, and the symbols transformed into a river of stars that revolved and danced around him. This sight became increasingly mysterious and shocking. In the end, even those volcanoes erupted with different figures like the peacock, Xianxia, Baize, Swan and I, Chiwan, Bayan, Great Peng. They were all images created out of symbols. What is he comprehending? How astonishing! At this moment, everyone was emotionally stirred. Even Second Baldy threw out the sheep leg it was eating as it stared vigilantly. So strong. I have a feeling that if we meet another pure-blooded creature, he really might be able to fulfill his desire of making one of them yield and have it guard his village gate. The big red bird said. What kind of strange-looking symbol is this? It's so primitive and powerful. The strange hairless bird aired. The little guy forgot everything. The only thing within his heart was the bone text and symbols from the true primordial records, not any precious techniques. However, these developed into the most simplistic and foundational power. He appeared drunk and mad within his meditation. At this moment, his entire body looked as if it transformed into a Kuan Peng. When he leapt from within his inner self, it seemed as if it skyrocketed 90,000 li and became a god of war. Soon after, he also looked as if he transformed into a revered sovereign that rampaged through the land without a single enemy under the heavens as it defended its ancient country. Quickly, he also seemed to have transformed into a fearless and unrivaled Tautai that could devour 10,000 creatures and would not even miss the chance to eat a god. The vermilion bird, horned dragon, Bayan, and Xiupai, and other creatures were all being imitated by him one after another. He was experiencing their symbols as if he had reincarnated into these powerful and ancient deities himself. The little guy became silly and forgot everything else. Finally, a scene from the record of the wars between deities also appeared from within his heart. It was mysterious and endless, and all kinds of obscurely strange symbols rushed forth at once. His understanding of symbols was improving. After opening his 9th heavenly passage, the benefits were enormous. It was as if he broke through the shackles binding him and wandered into a new and completely different land after a long while. The 9 heavenly passages withdrew, and the symbols entered into his own body. The little guy opened up his eyes, and could not help but let out a long roar that resonated and rumbled through the entire mountain range. You were actually here. Where are you going? A roar echoed from the distance. It was precisely the Zhujian with its face of a man, body of a leopard, and black scales all over. It transformed into a streak of black light and charged over while stirring up rubble along its way. The little guy was fearless and charged forward to block it directly with his symbols. A lift of his hand stirred up a river of stars, and it bristled with electricity as it struck out. After a bang, the Zhujian cried out loudly as it shuddered. Its body burnt black. It shivered inwardly, After it heard the commotion, it unexpectedly encountered the moment that he had broken through. Not only was this human child's body powerful, even his knowledge of symbols had vastly improved. The little guy rushed out and his palm descended in an unconstrained manner. A silver moon filled the sky, smashing down like a torrential rain on the Zhujian, making it tumble outwards. Just like this, the two continued their fierce, intense battle. The Zhujian's tail was cut by the divine Monkey King, so it was suffering some serious damage. Right now, it was clearly struggling and had a tough time confronting the little guy. It was very decisive, turning away and escaped from a fight it could not win. It wanted to wait until its injuries was healed before attacking this human youth again. "Where are you going?" the little guy chased. Finally, he unexpectedly jumped onto its shoulders and mounted it with the intention of making it surrender. The Zhujian roared and activated its clan's ancient artifact, shaking the little guy until he coughed blood. He hastily used the broken sword to protect himself. The space between the two began to shine as if twin suns combining together. Everyone was overwhelmed. The savage child was actually so heaven-defying. He was actually starting to make a descendant of an ancient vicious beast yield. He chopped off several gene of flesh, making the Zhujian rage. Its ancient treasure ignited, and symbols flooded out like a vast ocean. At the same time, a dragon roar echoed from the distance. The hornless dragon appeared and murderously attacked. It released a large net to ensnare the little guy. "You want to become my mount in place of this Zhujian? How about you follow me back and guard my home?" The little guy was furious. He chopped off several gene of flesh from the Zhujian's body and put it away in the heaven and earth pouch. Then he stamped with all his might and rushed forward. He drew his broken sword to meet the hornless dragon in battle. Unfortunately, before they could start their actual life and death battle, the mountain range shook. A huge monkey appeared, the master of this pure land gigantified. Its body was boundless and majestic as it grabbed towards them. The hornless dragon and Zhujian both activated their precious artifacts they inherited from sacred mountains. They rapidly escaped, instantly vanishing without a trace. The little guy shuddered. No matter how strong he was, he would not dare to battle the Monkey King because it reached a shocking cultivation realm. It was not something he could fight against. With his feet on his withdrawal symbol, he also slipped away like a wisp of smoke. Ultimately, he returned to the divine blanket again. He breathed out in harmony, and as the 9 heavenly passages resonated, his body instantly recovered to its peak condition. Delicious! This devilish brat's world was something that outsiders had a tough time understanding. A moment ago he was still killing, yet in the next moment he became a little drunkard. His face was flushed rosy as he happily drank. Others would have become drunk after several cups, but he drank the entire night without any danger. This kind of giddy feeling was wonderful. During the night, the big red, 9-headed lion, and the sable all underwent shocking transformations. Huolinger also reaped tremendous benefits, and she felt as if she was reborn. This group of creatures practically all broke through. The void beast's skin was overflowing with exceptionally bright colors. Honglong, this entire small world was trembled extremely violently. The tranquility of the night was broken, and everyone was astonished. "The exit is going to open. In at most a day or two we could leave." The restricted were pleasantly surprised. Having to leave is truly a pity. The little guy was reluctant because he felt this ancient little world was too interesting. Everyone faced each other. This abnormal child relieved everyone and allowed them to breathe out. He was so easygoing, and treated this place as his playground. I'm unsatisfied. I haven't even caught a divine bird or pure-blooded vicious beast yet." The little guy sighed. Everyone was speechless. What else could they say? The small world was on the verge of opening. As it opened, it became more and more dangerous because the indigenous species would go on their final violent hunt to harvest blood and flesh. The exit was destined to be dyed in a field of blood, since there would certainly be powerful individuals who blocked it in order to start their massive killing sprees. Even though the exit was large and very difficult to guard, it was still fraught with dangers. No geniuses dared to act carelessly as they preserved their strength for the inevitable. The night was tranquil. The little guy's group practically all made breakthroughs and gained enormous benefits. The moon was still hanging in the sky when the horizon lit up and a golden fog rose. The divine blanket flew outwards. Everyone was well-behaved and did their part. No one carelessly looked around for opportunities because the closer it was to the final moments, the more careful they needed to be. A single slip-up might make them lose their lives. Sure enough, massacres were happening within the mountain ranges and plains. The indigenous species rampaged about, chasing and killing many geniuses. They created a huge slaughter. There were many humanoids living within this small world. Whistling sounds rang from between the rivers and mountains as fog erupted from beneath them. These humanoids were more cruel than vicious beasts. They weren't really human because they were born with horns and wings. Many geniuses were killed because they were too young. Their cultivation realms were not high enough and had not fully matured yet. However, none of the indigenous creatures felt threatened because many of them had ages of experience. These fallen geniuses were once outstanding talents from their respective clans. However, in this congregation of young heroes, all the land their clans ruled did not seem that outstanding anymore. This time, the mortality rate was extremely high. By now, roughly 80% of them had already died, and only 20% remained. Along the way, the ground was stained with blood. The excessive killings they witnessed made them completely silent. There were several times when the little guy jumped off the void beast's skin to lend help to the weak. However, his efforts were futile. If these events continued, this world would inevitably be filled with blood. Woo! It's the people of Rain Clan. In the afternoon, the sun rose high up into the air. When they passed by a large pond, the big red bird's eyes caught sight of two individuals. One was a middle-aged man, and the other was a white-bearded elder. These two were precisely Yukuin and Yuanqing. It's really them. The nine-headed lion, who had just broken through as well, widened its eyes. Before the little guy had a chance to speak, it jumped straight off the divine blanket and charged towards the two individuals. Back when these two attacked the little guy, the nine-headed lion was almost killed as well. Yukuin and Yuanqing were apprehensive. They had remained in this small world for too long. As restricted, although their strength were originally very strong, they didn't want their graves to be in this place. So far, apart from Uzimo who went to search for Shi, the rest of their clan's seniors had all died. This made them very anxious as they did not know how to explain this to their clan upon their return. A multicolored yellow light began to surge as the nine-headed lion dove down. This shocked the both of them, because in the brief time between their last encounter, this descendant's power increased by an entire level. This grandpa is here too. The big red bird clamored while flapping its wings. It carried its black pot as it swooped down. An intense battle commenced. The two experts of the Rain clan were shocked because they did not hold the advantage at all. The three-eyed clan's expert, five-colored Luan, Sable, and the Fire Crow all forced their way forward. Yukuin and Yuanqing became uneasy, especially after they saw the little guy and Hualinger together. There were even several restricted individuals behind them, making these two completely anxious. There's nothing to say. I'll send the both of you on a great journey. The little guy spoke. You all are seeking death. These two were feeling the pressure. They were fully aware that they could not withstand this many people, and that it was difficult for them to escape death. Unexpectedly, they instantly went mad and unsealed their restriction to commence their slaughter. Honglong, the little guy took action. He hacked forward with the broken sword in his hand, borrowing the endless sword energy to stop their advance. The two released strange shouts because they had no way of defending against this artifact left behind by saints. They somersaulted backwards a few times before quickly backing away. However, everything was over. Once they undid their seals, they could only carry out a few strikes before the small world's laws begin to affect them. They were forced to retreat, and their charge was completely futile. That broken sword was shining and stirred up an ocean of sword energy. It poured down on them like a torrent, leaving them with no choice but to retreat. Hong in the sky, a streak of bloody light dropped down. Fear was written all over their face as they began to cry out. No! This was a blood-colored divine chain created from the natural laws. It greatly resembled lightning, but wasn't. It hacked across the sky and struck the two in half, frying their bodies until they became ashes. So terrifying! The group's faces all changed colors. The law in this small world was too powerful. It instantly exterminated those two until there was nothing left. The faces of the restricted beside Hualinger all paled. Their hearts were filled with terror. It was simply too dangerous as the divine law chain flashed right in front of their eyes. The only rejoiceful thing was, they did not need to use any of their unrestricted power. As a result, they did not enrage the small world by exposing themselves. For hours later, the little guy carried out a hunt together with the nine-headed lion, big red bird, sable, and other descendants because they ended up encountering the survivors from the 4 large clans. It was clear that the only ones still alive were restricted individuals. The wheels of fortune turned. They wanted to get rid of the devilish brat not long ago, so they grouped up to hunt him down. Now, the situation had completely reversed, and they were the ones being chased. When we leave this small world, it will be hard for you to escape death. A few of them threatened when they were chased to the point of no escape. What a pity! You will never be able to deliver the news, and that day will not arrive. These people's fate had already been determined. A few were killed, and a few undid their restrictions. However, after encountering the laws of this small world, they all died. AI, being unrivaled under the heavens, is a great feeling. It's as silent as snow. The big red bird shook its head and sighed. The Monkey King is here, the divine strike stone shouted. Sang. The big red bird instantly jumped up and flapped its wings with the intention of escaping. However, after seeing the group's peaceful appearance, it suddenly figured out that it had been lied to. Ho! Suddenly, an ear-splitting roar echoed past. A golden creature that was as tall as a mountain stepped onto the earth in the distance. It split mountains and rivers as its shining body made its way over. The monkey is actually coming this time. Everyone became apprehensive as they hid within the divine blanket, concealing themselves in the sky. What is it going to do? Not good. The divine Monkey King is going mad. It lost 2 divine medicines, so it is blocking the exit and massacring everything in that area. It's simply an awful and cruel scene. The Monkey King had some wounds on its body. It defeated a powerful expert in battle not too long ago, and suffered some unpleasantries as a result. What it absolutely could not endure was that it lost 2 trees worth of divine wine. The old flood dragon, golden-winged Pong, and others were either dead or gravely wounded. The survivors gathered and defended together in order to not get eliminated one by one. They did not want to challenge it again. None of you should even think about escaping. The Monkey King angrily roared and shook the entire mountain range in its rumbling. It gave everyone the premonition that some large terrible event was going to occur. We won't all be wiped out right now, right? Are we all going to die here? With the entrance of a king like this that wanted to obstruct the exist, just how many people would be able to pass him? No matter how many of them attacked it, it would simply not be enough. We might have hope if several pure-blooded creatures go in together. After all, they all have some type of supreme treasure on them, so creating a path to life shouldn't be a problem. Soon after, everyone in this small world became aware of the situation. The divine Monkey King went crazy, and it was going to commence mass murder. This immediately frightened everyone. This monkey child was actually this powerful. If I were to escape right now, I'll most likely be swallowed whole by it. The strange hairless bird said to itself. What are you talking about? The big red bird asked. You guys go. Can you leave me behind in this world? I don't want to go. The strange hairless bird said. No, we have to enjoy and suffer through life together. You're my younger brother. How could I abandon you? The big red bird glanced at it. Clearly did not want to let it go. The strange hairless bird was flowing with tears. Such a small bird dared to call itself the older brother. It was simply absurd. Jiebang, when the sun rose from the horizons once again, the small world shook and trembled as if it was going to split open. Furthermore, it seemed as if the aura of primal chaos was surging forth. Hong! Finally, an enormous gate that connected to the outer world opened. A streak of green light charged forth. It was a very powerful jade bird that was the first to attempt an escape to the outer world. The divine monkey was high up on the mountain as it blocked the front of the gate. It raised one finger, and with a pu sound, a streak of blood splashed, instantly squeezing a jade bird to death. I said, no one can leave. If everyone charged for a door that large, could it possibly stop everyone? A few shouted loudly. No one took the initiative because none of them want to end up like the head bird. However, there was a limit on how long the door stayed open. As soon as the time limit passed, they would be sealed within this land. If they wanted to leave again, they would have to wait several hundred years. Finally, the commotion and worry began to infect everyone. Many people could not wait any longer as time slowly trickled by. No one knew when this door would suddenly snap shut. Kill! Let's charge forth together. A large group of densely packed creatures shouted loudly as they charged towards the huge door. When they approached it, they rapidly separated in an effort to avoid being taken down. The Monkey King let out a cold laughter. It opened its bloody mouth, exposing its fierce snow-white teeth. While charging towards the group of people, it shouting loudly. Beautiful lights instantly danced in the air as divine thunder shook the sky. The sound was like a divine constellation striking down from the sky. The group of people spurted out large mouthfuls of blood before staggering backwards. A few people instantly exploded. Their body and souls were instantly extinguished. The survivors all had fatal wounds as well. Blood dripped from their ears as their heads ached and their bodies trembled. Pung, a large foot, descended from above. The Monkey King activated its gigantification technique and became incomparably huge. Only this time, symbols interweaved around its foot as it split the earth and stomped towards those remaining survivors. Many creatures immediately turned into meat paste because it was impossible to block the Monkey King's killing blows. Everyone inhaled a breath of cold air. This time, it caused the violent death of a group of at least several hundred geniuses. It was truly an unfortunate event. Time trickled by. This place was very peaceful. The Monkey King glanced around while exposing the fierce teeth in its mouth. It guarded this land, allowing no one to pass. The pure-blooded creatures commenced their attack. The Bai Fong activated its most precious artifact to construct a golden passage. It turned into a streak of light before disappearing within in effort to escape. The Monkey King roared. The bristles of light within its hand shone, making a golden spear appeared in its hand. It thrusted forward, and with a hong-long sound, the golden passage exploded. The Bai Fong spat out fresh blood after failing its escape. It did not dare to stop, and escaped back to the small world with extreme speed. Just like this, a whole 4 hours were wasted. Many creatures tried to approach the exit, but they all faced defeat. Even amongst the pure-blooded creatures, not a single one could successfully force their way through. This made everyone anxious. If the small world close, they would truly become turtles trapped in a jar. Even if they could survive, it would be several hundred years before they could escape. The area flared up. There were constantly people trying to charge through, but they all failed. Half a day passed by quickly. An endless number of creatures were wounded or dead. Not a single creature could escape, and everyone present was fretful. I said, not a single one can leave. Everyone will die here. The Monkey King was like a huge golden mountain range as it roared. Completely blocked the exit. Is that right? Do you really believe you can rule this small world and do as you please? At this exact moment, a crisp voice echoed over. Who? The divine monkey was astonished. This person was too terrifying, possessing a powerful penetrative force that made even him shudder. You better step aside and avoid making a mistake. This voice contained some magnetism, seemingly as if it originated from a middle-aged man. The Monkey King suddenly turned around as it faced towards the huge gate. A pure aura lingered around the exit, but it was hard to see past it because the passageway was too long. You're outside, and you can affect things happening inside. Who are you really? You are The human emperor! Some people cried out in alarm. It's indeed His Majesty. On the divine blanket, a few restricted were shocked. Huolinger's large eyes flickered as she revealed a cheerful smile. The emperor personally came, so what was there left to worry about? They were going to be safe and sound. Emperor, you're revered in the outside world, but you cannot enter this ancient small world. Do you really think you can do anything? The Monkey King roared. Don't involve yourself anymore, or else a calamity will descend upon you from the heavens. The emperor calmly uttered. You actually think you can interfere with matters in this small world? The divine Monkey King sneered. It was not convinced that his adversary could step in here and wage battle. However, with a hong-long sound, a golden wave smashed over and instantly struck the monkey until it flew straight across the air, making it spout out large mouthfuls of blood. The Monkey King was incredibly powerful and could sweep away everything in its path. In this small and ancient world, it was considered an existence at the peak of the food pyramid. Not even the group of old kings were its opponent, yet now it was struck with injuries by a golden wave from the outside. The divine monkey roared furiously. It crept up from the ground and its enormous body made a mountain range collapse. Its golden body shined, shooting out two streaks of golden light. It possessed the aura of a war ox. Clear a way to the exit. An imposing voice commanded from the outside. His actual body did not come inside. You think I'll get out of the way because you asked me to? If you have the abilities, just come inside and kill me. The divine monkey's evil aura overflowed into the heavens. The incredibly thick golden battle spear in its hand shined as it pointed at the exit. Mist filled the air. The small world's gate had already opened up, allowing everyone here to leave. It was all because that golden monkey was blocking the way. Killed many geniuses from all over the land, making this road impassable. Powerful astral winds billowed majestically as a wave made of light soared into the sky. A golden palm appeared and slammed forward like a hand of God. It was enormous and filled with an imposing power, intimidating and difficult to defy. The monkey widened its eyes and bared its fierce white teeth. The battle spear in its hands struck forward ferociously and tyrannically, as if it was going to pierce through the heavens. It used its gigantification technique, making its body taller than a mountain. Its spear was like this as well, its thickness making it seem as if a mountain ridge was lifted up vertically. Hazy light and deathly metallic aura surged powerfully at the same time. Dang, a palm slammed down, striking down on the tip of the spear. An ear-splitting kung-chong sound rang out, but the sparkling center of the palm was unaffected and not penetrated in the slightest. In addition, a frightening sound was emitted in the next moment. With a kacha sound, a crack appeared on the battle spear before quickly spreading outwards. A pung sound was emitted. The battle spear shattered, and it was like a mountain collapsing. The broken pieces surged with golden light as they fell down, smashing the ground until it became full of holes. Smoke and dust soared into the skies. Everyone became overwhelmed by shock. How powerful was the Emperor's strength? He could actually overrule the small world's regulations. A palm created out of light directly destroyed the Monkey King's precious artifact. That was not the end of it. The divine monkey coughed out a mouthful of blood and began to stagger about. It seemed like it received a heavy injury. The Emperor is so powerful. Even while separated by different dimensions, it can still gravely wound the Monkey King. If his real body descended here, just how terrifying would that be? There wasn't a single creature that was shaken. Even this small world's laws and regulations couldn't stop him. The divine force of his symbols still entered. Just how powerful is he? All of them were fearful. I won't surrender. This was the first time the divine monkey suffered such a crushing defeat. From the moment it was born, it had never encountered a foe like this. It opened its mouth and released a clear hiss. Symbols appeared from within its pupils before turning into two divine swords. They flew out with the intention of slicing apart that palm and disintegrating the Emperor's precious artifact. Dang, the sparkling hand moved its fingers, and with two motions, the two divine swords were completely shattered. They turned into a stream of light before disappearing into thin air. Moreover, that palm slammed over, making the Monkey King's body violently tremble. It brushed past it, directly making it stagger about before flying out horizontally. The monkey smashed into a mountain and coughed out large amounts of blood. Ah! The monkey roared in anger, felt extremely stifled. It was originally a self-proclaimed king, yet it met such a crushing defeat here. It was truly difficult for it to take in. With a honglong sound, a head appeared on its shoulder. At the same time, arms appeared from beside both its left and right arm respectively. With a roar, its entire body shined with light. It produced an ocean of symbols as it murderously charged forward. Pung, this time, that sparkling palm directly smashed down. It was absolutely ruthless, no longer giving the monkey another chance. The monkey's body was gigantic. Moreover, with its twin heads and 4 arms, its strength doubled. However, its bones were smashed and its tendons were snapped as if that made no difference. With the descent of the large hand, it was like a sparkling divine mountain as it crushed the monkey underneath. The symbols were dense and auspicious vapors were rising. The emperor was going to refine the divine monkey. In the blink of an eye, half of the monkey's body became fuzzy, as if it was going to be converted into heaven and earth essence and dissipate within this world. Finally, something different happened within this small world. A blood-colored divine chain appeared. It pierced towards the emperor's hand with the intention of destroying it. Dang, the emperor released his grip and gently lifted a finger. It collided with that scarlet-colored divine chain and emitted a crisp metallic sound. The chain became unsteady and almost cracked apart. The divine monkey leaped and retreated backwards. Upon seeing this situation, it became overwhelmed with shock. The emperor was terrifying after all, and if he was able to advance another stage, it was quite possible that he could directly break into this small world. Currently, all of its pride and haughtiness was put away as it rushed towards the deepest parts of this world, no longer blocking the entrance. At the same time, that sparkling palm also slowly vanished. It emitted strands of essence energy before ultimately disappearing within this world, and the entrance was finally peaceful again. The emperor is so powerful. His body could not enter, but he could still utilize a few precious techniques to interfere with this small world, making people feel intimidated. He should only be able to interfere with the entrance, right? If he could truly break into the limits of this small world, then that would truly be heaven-defying. Who knows? The various creatures here were all geniuses. They were proud and arrogant, but currently, they thoroughly accepted the current situation. Even if they bitterly cultivated, it would still be impossible for them to reach that level. It truly was a monarch within the Great Wastelands, and it would be difficult to find someone to be his opponent. Charge! Everyone shouted. They did not hesitate, and all of them flocked forward. They urgently wanted to be separated from this small world. They fought in here for more than a month, and everyone was mentally exhausted. They wanted to leave immediately, and even 15 more minutes sounded like torture. Sigh, what a pity it is that I have to leave now. I haven't stayed long enough yet, the little guy murmured. He was the only one that was unwilling to leave. There were so many spiritual medicines here. As long as one looked carefully, they could dig up several stalks every day. There were so many archaic descendants as well, and as long as one was diligent, they could eat one every day. After leaving, where would they find spiritual medicines, and where would they be able to find archaic beast youth? They would all be scattered within the Great Wasteland and be extremely difficult to find. What a pity, he said to himself. When the surrounding people heard him, they all wanted to trample on him. You still aren't satisfied? You really are confusing yourself as a small demon king. Huolinger rolled her large eyes and felt that this devilish brat was truly hopeless. She stretched out her body, her figure appearing incomparably delicate and relaxed. Her small waist was wonderful, and her physique was tall and slender, seemingly perfect. Her hair was pitch black, her wonderful face sparkling white, and her lips bright red. This type of relaxed appearance had a unique type of beauty to it. So unhappy. The devilish brat's eyes were sullen as he spoke. I didn't catch an archaic vicious beast youth. The group of people immediately turned around, none of them wanting to face him. Sigh. Sticking around with you truly hurts my ego. Only the big red bird muttered a statement. Let's go, we should leave as well, Hualinger said. Right, your father is so powerful. Can you introduce me to him? The little guy asked hopefully. What are you trying to do? Hualinger casted a sidelong glance. When the little guy heard her, he became bashful. His small arms were crossed together as he said, Didn't I tell you already last time? What? You want to become the son-in-law of upper nobility? The big red bird asked. Several restricted individuals immediately revealed killing intent as they glared at it. It's about me becoming different-aged friends with your father. Being in such a relationship with me, I promise he won't lose out, the little guy said. Get lost. Hualinger turned around. There was no reason for her to have a small uncle, and only someone with something wrong with their brains would do something like that. She walked out. Come on, let's go. The nine-headed lion and flame crow also spoke. They had been itching to get out for a long time already, and were preparing to rush out. Sigh, truly a pity. I'm not going. I'm going to stay here. After saying this, he directly ran inside and warned repeatedly, Little Gray, when you enter the Fire Nation Imperial Palace, you must eat as much as you possibly can. The little wolf lying in Hualinger's bosom nodded with all of its strength. Its large eyes emitted light. Everyone became dumbstruck. Did this fellow go crazy? Was he really going to stay here? Hualinger's mouth twitched. If he really wants to stay, then to hell with it. He must be scared of being hunted down after leaving, and it's possible that he's worried about us. When the big red bird heard this, it immediately rushed off to madly chase after him. It was still waiting for the little guy to introduce a master to it. If he lost this opportunity, then it would truly not be able to shed tears even if it tried. The nine-headed lion and the others all laughed. The rainbow Luan was astonished. Before, it still wanted to use its racist power to scare the devilish brat a bit. In the end, the brat slipped away and directly ran. When everyone thought about it, they became relieved. This brat stewed a great pong, cooked the white tiger, and chopped off a few pieces of flesh from the Zhujian. He even pulled off the scales of the horned dragon and wrestled with the purple-haired girl, so he probably didn't dare to walk out just like this. The little guy turned into a small fatty and waved towards a person in the distance. It was the silver-robed youth Xianxia, and he was hiding within the desolate desert. He avoided the great calamity, and only now did he rush over. Bro, it's good that you are okay. I heard that there was a huge disturbance within the depths of this small world and that devilish brat made his move. Have you encountered him? Xianxia asked. He decided to block off the information, because this was just a single person living within the uninhabited region. Xianxia did not know what happened, and only heard a few rumors while walking out. I saw his figure from the distance, and truly wanted to give him a beating. The little guy responded vaguely and then asked for the true supreme water. He wanted to get his portion. Do you have any precious artifacts to hold it? Aren't you scared that it would fly away? Don't worry, just give it to me. The little guy took the jade container containing the divine fluid before quickly collecting it into the heaven and earth pouch. Truly is a good treasure. The silver-robed youth was a bit jealous. Following that, he invited the little guy to leave together with him. If they encountered that devilish brat, they had to give him a good beating. You go first. I still have some things to take care of. The little guy was a bit embarrassed. There was a vast crowd, and all types of creatures were here. They rushed towards the exit, and even though more than 80% died here, the remaining group was still enormous. In the outside world, the flame crow, nine-headed lion, and the others had exited a while ago. They followed beside their elders. Among the elders, some of them were in humanoid form, and some were in their original bodies. All of them were extremely powerful. In the sky, there were moving palaces floating in the air. They were incomparably enormous, brilliant, and imposing. Hualinger entered one of these enormous palaces, and it was clear that this was the palace of the human emperor. One of his incarnations arrived to bring her home. One could tell from this action just how much the emperor doted on his daughter. Other than the emperor's shocking palace, there was an ancient battle chariot not far off. Even though it was rather dark and did not have much luster, it still made people feel intimidated. Soon after, a golden beast walked out from the chariot. His entire body emitted light, and it was brilliant and dazzling. This was a race that served the archaic divine birds and vicious beasts, and was incomparably powerful. Everyone inhaled a breath of cold air. It definitely originated from the archaic divine mountain and came on behalf of the pure-blooded creatures. People continuously rushed outwards, and an entirely pitch-black large bird was sticking its head about like a thief as it followed the various creatures out. That bird, why does it seem rather wretched? It seems kind of familiar. The nine-headed lion muttered. Right? The three-eyed race experts also nodded. It is definitely not from my flame crow race, but it seems rather like. The flame crow spoke up. It's the big red bird. They all stared blankly and recognized that this fellow dyed itself black. Unfortunately, they did not see the devilish brat. Why hasn't that brat come out yet? The purple-clothed girl stood atop a war chariot while frowning. As for the Zhujian and Horned Dragon, they were also looking. They did not inform their elders, because they did not want to explain what happened. They even more so did not want to complain because they all had their own pride and dignity. This won't work because your precious technique is lacking. You can cheat normal people, but it won't pass true supreme experts. Within the small world, the naked strange bird shook its head. It was not satisfied with the little guy's transformation technique. It had already tried to slip away many times, but each time it was caught again and trapped within the heaven and earth pouch. The little guy was originally extremely calm and collected. After hearing what was said, he felt as if he was too careless and said, "How about you teach me a unique ability?" The naked bird rolled its eyes. It didn't want to teach him anything at all. The one that I hold the most hostility towards is that purple-clothed girl vicious beast. You have to understand that if I'm exposed, you can't run either. The naked bird was at a loss. Even if it was beaten to death, it still didn't want to meet anyone from that race. If not for them, it wouldn't have hid within this small archaic world that year. I'll teach you a small ability to perfect your transformation technique. The little guy was originally delicate and pretty, but in the end, he made himself into a robust youth. He became tough and stocky, and his appearance gave him a bold and powerful aura. He directly walked out arrogantly. No one noticed. Even Hualinger, Nine-Headed Lion, and the others were deceived. This proved that Harry Ball's 72 transformation technique was extremely shocking, allowing one to make the fake appear real. Even though the precious technique was badly damaged, through the strange naked bird's guidance, the body transformation technique was restored. The current little guy was robust and full of vitality. His skin had the color of wheat, and as he walked within the group of people, he called out to random friends. Regardless of whether or not they recognized him, he still acted as if they were extremely familiar. He walked out just like this without anyone noticing. After arriving in the outside world, he blended into the crowd of creatures, and then became one of the spectators. Wu, even though you're wounded, your cultivation improved by quite a bit. A completely shining elder looked at the nine-headed lion with relative satisfaction. The nine-headed lion had 4 of his heads chopped off by the little guy. They grew back later on, and this was the shocking method of his race. Currently, he was too embarrassed and couldn't speak about it. Good. Not many of our race's experts that entered died, and the 2 of you are well-known figures. Your cultivation levels have greatly improved. This was truly a rare chance. On the side, the 2 brothers of the three-eyed race also received praise. Many creatures came out, however. There were many races whose geniuses never appeared. Some of the archaic descendants couldn't help but reveal overcast expressions, and among them, there was a white tiger that was the most terrifying. The white tiger was spotlessly white like jade with scattered golden stripes across its body. With a luminous and pure body, it appeared as if it was created out of a ceramic glaze. It emitted a powerful aura as it stood atop a battle carriage, and its face was downcast. Its mood was similarly terrible. This was a king that came from the western tomb Beast Mountain. It was waiting here to meet its most pampered offspring. Yet in the end, its child never appeared. It had a feeling that its descendant had fallen. Auho! The white tiger faced the sky and roared. Golden energy shone from its body, creating a vast expanse of whiteness. It shook everything until even the heavens began to sway. The nine-headed lion, flame crow, rainbow swan and the others revealed strange expressions. Their elders were even more prudent, asking them about the death of the small white tiger. They all shook their heads. This wasn't the place to talk about that. Could it be that they were going to tell their elders that the white tiger was eaten by them and was currently inside their stomachs? If news of this leaked, a great war would definitely unfold. Why hasn't our Rain clansman come out yet? Within a mist in the distance, a group of elders were anxious as they walked over. Came out, Uzimo came out. They revealed happy expressions, because they finally saw a genius walk out alive. Since one came out, there should be others behind her, right? Zimo, is it because you guys obtained the true supreme water and fear coming out as a result of being careful? Don't worry, our preparations are sufficient, so they can come out. An elder was waiting in expectation. Torch-like radiance flickered within his pupils. Ancestral Grandpa Wu. Uzimo broke into tears. What's wrong? The Rain clansmen immediately panicked. They had a bad feeling and all of their faces turned green. Could it be that the group of geniuses as well as the 4 restricted individuals all died? The elders all died, and my clan's geniuses all fell. I was the only one to look for Brother Shuri. Uzimo's face was drenched in tears. She was a unique genius, and after sensing that there was a great danger, she hid herself and avoided the calamity. She failed to find Shuri, but survived in the end. What? All died? Who did this? The Rain clansmen were furious. This group contained the clan elites, and they were the hope of their clan, yet they were all exterminated. It's that child from the Void God realm. Uzimo cried as she spoke. At the same time, she told them about how the true supreme water was seized. The group of people roared loudly, and there were many that were so angry they coughed out blood. This was simply too hateful. A little baby actually killed off an entire generation of theirs. Seize it back, someone roared in a low voice. The true supreme water was agitated and fled. He drank some into his stomach because he didn't have the corresponding vessel to contain it. He can't keep it inside of him forever, Uzimo said. So hateful. What a waste it is for such a precious divine decree to be broken by a devilish brat. The group of elders beat their chests and stamped their feet as they wailed in anger. They felt that it was simply too much of a pity. If they didn't succeed, then that was that. However, they were clearly already at the crucial point, and the true supreme water was already on the verge of entering the Jade Cauldron. Yet in the end, this kind of devilish brat charged over. It was to the point where a few people were in remorse. They shouldn't have made so many problems for that youth, and should have just focused on obtaining that true supreme water. If they had done that, maybe they wouldn't have had this disaster happen to them. Unfortunately, it was already too late no matter what they said. There was no such thing as a medicine for regret within this world. What made them especially uneasy was whether or not that child was the same one as the one back then. Just how big of a deal was this? To actually be capable of killing their restricted individuals, this was a type of absolute terror. He absolutely must be eliminated, they shouted in an overcast voice. They almost smashed their teeth apart, and were simply angered beyond belief. Beside them, there were people who heard but did not care since too many similar situations had occurred. Many geniuses were buried within, and some experts such as the White Tiger were even roaring like thunder. What about my Kuan clansmen? How come not a single one came out? The exit was shining as fog lingered around it. The number of creatures that came out of it was gradually decreasing. However, the Kuan clan did not see a single one of their own geniuses exiting. How come no one from my Li clan came out either? There were many others like them who were in the same puzzling situation. No matter how cruel the competition was inside, it wasn't likely for their entire group to be wiped out since they had restricted individuals accompanying them. Finally, They came across some clues because a few people beside them furiously roared, "Devilish brat, I'm gonna kill you!" Those were people from the Yuan clan. From the word of mouth from others, they obtained information that the devilish brat killed in every direction, and he wiped out all the geniuses and restricted individuals clean. The Kuan clan, Li clan, Meng clan, and Yuan clan. These four large clans once had conflicts with the little guy in the Void God realm. This time, they even put a bounty on his head before entering the 100 Shattering Mountains. In the end, the result was like so. Everyone's heads were picked off by that child. After the four large clans heard the news, they practically became insane from anger, and even their hearts were bleeding. There were over 10 geniuses and restricted ones, yet they were actually all killed like this. He was just a child. Whether it was in the Void God realm or the 100 Shattering Mountains, he displayed his extraordinary power. Such a shocking feat astonished everyone. How did this happen? I'm not giving up. The four clans' geniuses were their hopes for the future. They were sent in to search for an ancient treasure. However, no one came out alive in the end. Other than them, there were also many others that were discussing. Have you guys heard? Within the 100 Shattering Mountains, there was a savage child that swept in all directions. Rumor has it that he even dared to kill archaic vicious beast youths. I heard. So powerful. Have you guys seen? The four great families there on the other side all have sullen faces. It seems like the race's experts have all been wiped clean by that child. Such savagery. Soon after, the people were informed that this infamous savage child in the 100 Shattering Mountains was precisely the devilish brat from the Void God realm. It immediately shocked them to the ground. I truly hate him. No matter where he goes, everything gets tossed from side to side. In the heaven-mending pavilion, he picked up a treasure. Their thoughts were complicated. Currently, many people were searching for the little guy. The heaven-mending pavilion chief elder Tao Yi held the glistening yellow gourd in his hand as he stroked his beard with the other. He kept feeling his eyelids twitching. He somehow had the feeling that the child flipped the 100 Shattering Mountains on its head. Shi came out. The divine dual-pupiled one has arrived. Right at that moment, everyone became alarmed. They all looked towards the entrance. There was a tall and thin youth standing there. He was sturdy and vigorous with black hair flowing down. His eyes had two pupils that flourished with heroism. He dragged an enormous beast skin as he walked outside, and even the ground underneath trembled. What? That's a mature archaic descendant. Everyone was dumbfounded. Killing a descendant of his own generation was understandable. How can a youth do such a heaven-defyingly large thing? This was truly a magnificent feat. One has to know that even the elders who were currently here had difficulties against an archaic descendant. This was not right. He was just 13 or 14 years old, yet he actually accomplished such a splendid feat. He was truly like a god destined to rise above this great wasteland, and not a single person could stop him. Shi Yi's entire body was enveloped in a layer of splendor, gradually making him appear even more mysterious and powerful. He looked like the reincarnation of a revered god king who was walking within the mortal world. He dragged an enormous old green flood dragon behind him. There were many wounds on the flood dragon, and some places even had white bones exposed. This shocking prey made the group of creatures speechless. This is the old flood dragon that was battling with that divine monkey. It ended up with heavy injuries, but never would I have thought that it would have perished under Shi Yi's hands. Some pure-blood creatures showed strange expressions. They weren't the only ones, as there were others who witnessed that battle. As a result, discreet discussions started. When people found out how terrifying this old flood dragon was, they became even more astonished. Even though it had an injury, Shi Yi being able to capture and take out its corpse represents the magnificence of his power and luck. Everyone was emotionally moved. Shi Yi also obtained some divine medicine too. If that savage child did not make his move, he might have even obtained an entire tree, some people said. Once word got out, it stirred up an even greater commotion. What was a holy medicine? It represented an opportunity to change your entire body and make a person undergo a huge breakthrough. It also represented an extra life, being able to revive you no matter how heavy your injuries were. Of course, there wasn't even a need to mention that it could improve a person's life force. There was actually a person who spoiled my Martial King family's happy occasion and obstructed my ear from seizing a divine medicine. An elder of the Sure family was furious. That child from the Void God realm breaking one of Ear's records was fine. But he also came to the 100 Shattering Mountains to display his might. Is he trying to provoke us? Another elder had an ice-cold gaze. Ear is blessed by the heavens. Even if he does not have a stock of holy medicine, he's not a person who someone else can surpass. A group of people from the Martial King's mansion came. They were all high-leveled experts who were welcoming Shuri back. They were all extremely careful in trying to take care of him, as they were scared that someone would assassinate him in the middle of the night while he was on his way home. No matter who he is, it would be disadvantageous for him to think about challenge Ear. He has to get past my Martial King's mansion first. Hung, that devilish brat from the Void God realm, is too capable of making a ruckus. Is he not afraid of dying young? These words were spoken by the two elders who were partial and loving towards Shur Yi's bloodline. In the distance, the little guy was alone by himself. He calmly looked around with his pure, large, and bright eyes without uttering a single word. The young geniuses of the Martial King's mansion all gathered up and surrounded Shur Yi in the middle. They helped him carry the old green flood dragon as they lingered around him like stars around the moon. Shur Yi was unmatched and fearless. He attracted the gazes of too many people. Thousands of eyes focused on him as a divine splendor flowed from him. Even his hair was shining, making people exclaim in surprise. While people were passionately debating things related to Shur Yi, it was unavoidable that they would naturally raise up the topic about the child who dared to steal his holy medicine. They felt more than ever that this devilish brat was abnormal and had a shocking potential. Without a doubt, the savage child was also very famous at this time. He stirred up countless commotions within the 100 Shattering Mountains. After words of his deeds had been spread about, everyone became shaken and speechless. The little guy turned around by his lonesome self as he left the area of the Martial King's mansion, walking into the distant earth. He was walking his own path and did not need anything to anchor him down. Without any of the Martial King mansion's protection and spiritual medicines, he also arrived at this point. He firmly believed that he was the strongest as he gathered his state of mind and paced into the distance. The little guy did not enter Broken Sky City, but rather disappeared into the horizon instead. He wanted to leave this bustling place, and so he left into the distance by himself. For him, that place was too dangerous. If the powerful clans were to recognize him, they would naturally decide to kill him. At that moment, without any clansmen to protect him, it would be difficult for him to escape death. A dragon worm measuring over 100 meters in length crawled through while ingesting and expelling mud. It looked at the little guy who was sitting in the middle of a swamp with a strange look. However, it didn't attack because it sensed danger. Where do I go? The little guy sat on top of a clean rock in the middle of the swamp. He scratched his head while reminiscing about his recent losses. However, now he was very happy because after all, he was still a child. I obtained so many precious things and ran into the middle of the wastelands by myself. Now that I found a place to cultivate earnestly in peace, I don't need to run around everywhere anymore. After he opened his heaven and earth pouch, he became elated. He dragged out Second Baldy, who was currently secretively eating his spiritual medicines, sat his butt on it as he started to count what he gained. The precious artifacts, spiritual medicine, little devil wine, immortal peach tree, true supreme water, and the other things were truly astonishing. If any of these things were spread around, it would instantly instill a huge commotion. Apart from this, there was the flesh and blood of archaic descendants that could be piled up into a small mountain, as well as the pure-blooded Jujian's precious flesh medicine. So much, he happily smiled. Without relying on anyone, he obtained all these spiritual objects by himself. It was enough for his cultivation needs. However, he could not use all of these by himself. He needed to bring some back to his clansmen and the children of the village for them to use, because that was the place that provided him with warmth and happiness. They were the people most intimate to him. "Let me go!" Second Baldy yelled. When the little guy sat on it a moment ago, it almost could not breathe. It took a great deal of effort for it to roll back its eyes and recovers. This devilish brat's strength was too strong. "Who told you to secretly eat anything? Fortunately, you did not take any silver peaches. Otherwise, I would have stewed and boiled you into a pot of precious medicine." The savage child threatened. "Wu, your situation is not reassuring at all. You won't live more than a few days." The strange bald bird spoke with a very profound appearance. The little guy spanked its butt and said, "Enough! Stop saying such frightening things. Let's go and find some old cave to cultivate in. Then, you can teach me whatever precious techniques you wish." "Why do I have to teach you precious techniques? What do I owe you?" Second Baldy rolled its eyes. "You teach me precious techniques first, and then I'll search the world and charge through every ancient divine mountain to make that female vicious beast's clan surrender, so that you won't have to run in the future," the little guy said. The strange bald bird was dumbstruck. How self-confident was this youth? His mannerism was too lofty. However, it soon remembered this savage child's feats. He chased a hornless dragon running and rode on a zhujian to make it surrender. His valiance made people speechless. Thinking carefully, this child really did have a practically limitless potential. The only troublesome thing was, if he was so fierce and explosive when young, would he remain this way when he grew older? One must know that divine birds and vicious beasts possessed an extremely powerful latent strength and would walk a triumphant path from start to finish. However, humans were naturally slightly on the weak side. "AI, don't say anymore. Looking at your ominous appearance, the heavens are going to be jealous of you and you might truly die." Second Baldy sighed. "You're looking for a beating, aren't you? Why are you cursing me?" The little guy glared at it. "It's not me who is cursing, but there is a malicious spirit cursing you. There is a strand of black mist hidden within the light on your forehead, and it's going to break out soon. With your cultivation, it will be tough for you to defend against it, and you'll die in a few days," said the hairless bird. After the little guy heard this, he quivered and trembled. He knew that Second Baldy was not entirely lying. To be honest, the reason why he entered the 100 Shattering Mountains was to find a sword for an old spirit. "I already found the broken sword. Looks like I have to go back to the heaven-mending pavilion." The little guy kicked open a stone beneath his feet. Of course, he did not want to go anywhere right now. There were currently many talkative mouths in Broken Sky City, and there were also a few with godly eyes piercing about like lightning. It was pretty risky to go right now. "Let's wait 2 more days," the little guy muttered. After that, he began swallowing and spitting out multicolored light as he extracted the essence of nature to cultivate his symbols. He was comprehending the supreme mysteries of the true primordial records, and as he sunk into an extremely calm state, he earnestly tried to gain insights into the Tao. Although the little guy's natural gifts were astonishing, he would never display them for no reason. If he wanted to become stronger, he did not have anyone to rely on. He only had himself as he treacherously advanced on his path of struggle. After opening his 9th heavenly passage, his body became sturdier. A slight wave of his hand could seemingly move mountains and lift seas. His strength was supreme. Moreover, all kinds of golden symbols glittered within each heavenly passage, nourishing his precious techniques. His abilities in symbols advanced leaps and bounds, advancing by an entire level. So comfortable. The morning light sprinkled down as the little guy stood on top of a limestone within the swamp. He breathed the essence of day in and out as his body warmed up all over. It made him feel as if cultivation was not very difficult, but rather comforting instead. Time to go find old man Tao Yi and re-enter to the heaven-mending pavilion again. He believed that Tao Yi had not left, because his actions within the 100 Shattering Mountains must have spread about by now. Heaven-mending had to protect him well and disallow anyone to harm and fight over him. Of course, if Tao Yi knew that the little guy was wrestling with the purple-clothed girl, he might have went crazy. In reality, although the Zhujian, hornless dragon, and other pure-blooded vicious beasts fought with the little guy, they did not inform their clansmen. They did not want to take revenge using their elder's power, because they had their own egos and pride. 2 days later, Broken Sky City became desolate. Apart from some special people, all the genius creatures from every clan had already left. They fought within the 100 Shattering Mountains for over a month. This was such a long time that they had all tired out. They wanted to return to their clans right away, and so they decided to hit the road with their seniors as soon as possible. "Wei, is Uncle buying a sword?" The little guy strolled towards the house he visited before, and sure enough, he saw Tao Ye's figure. He was still here. For the past 2 days, Tao Ye firmly held within his hands the heaven-mending pavilion's utmost treasure, the gourd. He walked everywhere around Broken Sky City to look for traces of the little guy in fear of him being captured by others. Now, after seeing a finely clothed youth walking towards him while speaking these words, his heart suddenly jumped. Then he asked, "I only want a cursed sword. Nothing else." "Done." The little guy was beaming with smiles as he blinked his large eyes. "This brat." Tao Yi was elated and immediately whacked him. Then, he quickly dragged him back to the garden and returned to their residence. "This is junior brother." A young girl was pleasantly surprised. She was very perceptive and realized his identity from the smiles in the eyes. "Junior brother." The others also surrounded him. Amongst his 3 senior brothers, one of them died in the 100 Shattering Mountains. However, both the senior sisters were still alive. The dead made people melancholic. But relatively speaking, this was still a very good result. One must know that for many families, their geniuses had all died. "Let's go. There's no need for any more talking. Let's go back to the heaven-mending pavilion immediately," Tao Yi said. He rapidly laid down several pieces of symboled bones and took out a little altar. Then, he chanted and started his ritual. With a wung sound, a glittering passage that led into the distance appeared in midair. Tao Yi dragged them and rapidly entered. Then, a multicolored light shined and they all disappeared. "Senior, why are we in such a hurry? Could there be people out to kill us?" a senior male practitioner asked. "No one is after us, but there is a rotten fetus here that many people would be happy to have. They would probably cage him up and treat him like a pure-blooded vicious beast pet." Tao Yi smiled. The little suddenly widened his large eyes and said, "I haven't captured a true Tao Tai or Yizi, and there is already people after me. I'll have to completely suppress them. No harm, as long as we return to Heaven-Mending Pavilion. No one would dare to behave atrociously. After all, our guardian spirit had lived since the ancient era. Who would dare provoke it?" Tao Yi was very happy. This was because he heard news that a savage child dug a meter into the immortal spring and did not let even a speck of sand get away as he completely dug everything out. He felt like the guardian spirit of the Heaven-Mending Pavilion could be saved now. It would be able to live even longer and could awe every clan so that no one would dare to offend them. "It's still alive. Several 100 years ago, I felt like it was going to perish. It's still alive in this world even now. So terrifying." A murmuring sound transmitted from within the heaven and earth pouch. "What kind of creature is this?" Several people were shocked. The little guy opened his bag and took out second baldy. He discovered that it secretly ate another 2 leaves of a spirit medicine, and immediately gave it a beating. "So ugly." The 2 senior sisters laughed. "What are you looking at? I'm not wearing any clothes, so why are you guys peeking? Are you not afraid of being poked by needles?" As a result, it received a few pinches, and it began to clamor. Multicolored light flashed as the passageway glittered after nearing its end. A group of people walked out. They stood at the forbidden area of the Heaven-Mending Pavilion, the ancient garden where the guardian spirit cultivated. Finally back. Tao Yi let out a long breath since they did not encounter any misfortunes along the way. The upper class of the Heaven-Mending Pavilion were shocked after the group of people appeared because they heard news that the savage child had even taken the soil from the immortal spring away. After the outside world heard news of this, they did not know whether to laugh or cry. This child truly knew how to create a ruckus. The 100 Shattering Mountains practically became his playground. The group of people anxiously gazed over. Among them, there were several 100-year-old elders, natural and sumptuous middle-aged women as well as strange-looking descendants. They were all strong existences within the heaven-mending pavilion. "Stop looking at me like this. I'm embarrassed." The little guy blinked his large eyes and said. Everyone was speechless. With his style of angering all the men and gods, was he going to feel embarrassed? "Child, did you bring the immortal spring back?" "I didn't." The little guy scratched his head. "Although the immortal spring dried up, that silt should always be there, right?" An elder said with a fiery expression. The little guy nodded and said, "There is. I did what I promised and even brought back the entire hole where the immortal spring was. Will all the seniors also keep their promise and let me live in the sacred secluded pavilion for a year and a half?" They seem to not have mentioned such a thing a long time period, right? The group of elders looked at each other in dismay, but this child's contributions were too significant. "You may. You can even live there for 10 years. At this moment, an elder who irradiated light all over appeared. His face was blurry, and his entire body seemed divine and auspicious. "Pavilion Master." Everyone was gobsmacked. The Pavilion Master, who had always shut himself in and had not appeared for many years, came out. Furthermore, he firmly recognized the little guy's merits and permitted him to live in the sacred secluded pavilion as he pleased so that he can observe and study all kinds of scriptures. "Really?" The little guy widened his eyes on the spot and exposed his shocked expression. Not even he could have thought that the Pavilion Master that he had never seen would be so generous. When the Pavilion Master came out, he seemed like a divine spirit enveloped in radiance. He seemed extremely pure and holy. However, his powerful aura did not oppress people, but gave them a calm and serene feeling instead. He rubbed the little guy's head and sighed. "Go learn some more things. Soon, the great wasteland will be in turmoil." In this place, the wastelands were endless, and the mountains were limitless. Every clan was surrounded by dense, primitive forests, and several ancient countries were sprinkled within these boundless great wastes. Therefore, this region was known as the Desolate Wastelands. "Go back and rest first. We have to make preparations to make sure everything is safe, and you need time to recover as well," the heaven-mending Pavilion Master said. His words were warm, and his body shined, making this ancient ground appear brilliant. The guardian spirit had withered, and its entire body was sickly. It existed since the ancient era until now, and so extremely long time had passed. It already lacked vitality, and only had a few more years left to live if nothing unusual happened. Many years had passed, and Heaven-Mending Pavilion had tried out countless ways to preserve its life force in hopes of allowing it to live longer, but everything was ineffective. However, they had collected some rare spiritual objects, and prepared to use them all this time. It would be used in tandem with the moist soil of the immortal spring in order to display their greatest effect. This required the most meticulous preparations, to the point where they even had to refine some divine remnants of archaic descendants. They were going to pour them into the golden sand to ensure success. The little guy slipped away without a trace like a wisp of smoke. After obtaining such a conclusion upon returning, he was naturally incomparably happy. He would rest a bit first and enter the sacred secluded pavilion after. There was plenty of spirit energy within this ancient pure land, far surpassing the outside world. However, it could not compare to that of the 100 shattering mountains. The spirit energy in the ancient small world was so dense that it liquefied and flowed on the ground. It was a sight rarely seen in this world, and consequently difficult to find. The little guy ran between the mountains. Underneath each mountain was a patch of bamboo forest. Within the rows of bamboo houses was where the new disciples lived. He couldn't find Harry Ball. Before he left it within the heaven-mending pavilion. This has always made him uneasy, because this fellow's teeth were too strong, and it could eat even more than him. "Isn't this junior brother? You're back." Many people simultaneous greeted him. Before he left, he had defeated a bunch of geniuses. This aroused a shock amongst the new disciples. Naturally, some people immediately scampered and ran off in fear of encountering him. They knew that he had been possessed, and an ancient apparition was attached to his body. As soon as night fell, a ghost would follow by his side. However, he was a cultivator and it was daytime right now, The ardent sun was still high up in the sky. Many people had no fears at all, and they all came up to greet him. At the same time, they curiously staring at the big, bald, and wingless bird beside him. Currently, the ordinary disciples did not even know who he was, let alone where he had been and what he had done in the past month. Only a few people within the genius camp and some of the senior disciples vaguely knew about how heaven-defying this savage child was. Obviously, this was a flame that couldn't be covered for long. News of this will be exposed in the near future. Have you guys seen a little monkey? It's plump, round, and only the height of a fist, the little guy asked. You're talking about that walking havoc. Of course we know about it. That's right, junior disciple. I remember that it was being raised by you since it was always leaving and entering your room. Don't you know that it provoked a large calamity? That's right. That little monkey is too difficult to deal with. It ate away an entire field, and it also ate away all the old medicine from some of the spiritual mountains. If it wasn't for the fact that it slept under a stalk of spirit medicine after being full, it probably still wouldn't have been caught. The group of boys and girls around him were sighing as they recounted the events that happened recently. The little guy scratched his head. His ominous premonition had indeed came true. Harry Ball had ruined one of Heaven-Mending Pavilion's medicine fields, and was captured by an old senior. If I had known, I really would have brought it with me into the 100 Shattering Mountains, he mumbled. At the same time, he felt that the ancient little world was too dangerous. With Harry Ball's ability to invoke disasters, if it was by its side, he might have been chased to death all day. Thus, he left him at Heaven-Mending Pavilion. Now, it seemed like a true blunder. A large group of people surrounded him. They were all new disciples. The little guy was very open, and was able to befriend anyone after entering. Many people heard the news and came to see him. Soon after, the little guy appeared at the genius camp, and suddenly drew some peculiar gazes. A few people heard rumors and vaguely knew of his origins. However, they were still not 100% sure. Junior brother, I heard you made some major commotion in the outside world and instilled disturbances endlessly. Are there no geniuses in any clans who can match you? A green-clothed young girl smiled as she walked over. Her skin was fair, and her figure was slender. A smile hung on her charming face as her eyes swiveled. She was truly a young, pretty, and elegant girl who appeared to be 14 or 15 years old. She had once fought with the little guy. Although she lost, she had no animosity towards him. What is pretty sister saying? Why don't I understand? The little guy pretended to be naive. Facing a senior sister a head taller than him, he was still acting like he did before as he exaggeratedly wiped his saliva. You're really that devilish brat from the Void God realm? And you even went into the 100 Shattering Mountains this time to display your strength? Another girl walked over. She wore a short skirt made of beast skin, and her skin had a brown tint, giving her a wild beauty like a leopard. Her figure was slender and fit, and even her expression seemed wild. Sister Piao Shui, long time no see. You're even prettier now. The little guy wiped away his saliva as he deliberately went off topic since he did not want to reveal any more. A group of people surrounded him with a strange expression. This little rotten kid was not even 10 yet, and was a head shorter than all these other youthful girls. Yet he had the nerve to act like such a swine. In fact, these people did not hold any animosity, and they also extended him their friendship. Originally, they had all been defeated by the little guy and lost a bunch of medicinal powder and bone books. They continued to ask him questions, because they all wanted to know whether or not he truly created some major events in the 100 Shattering Mountains. Brother Yu Hao, long time no see. I missed you a lot. The little guy giggled and said, Are you better now? When are we going to exchange pointers again? Zhou Yuhao had just undone his bandages, and he met this savage child once again. His face turned green and quickly retreated. He did not want to have his bones broken again. The last 2 times, all his bones had been completely broken. Little brother, a delicate and pretty child ran over with a face full of joy. He was precisely Qingfeng, and he had already entered the heavenly passage realm. In the past few days, he was more diligent than anyone else and did not waste any time at all. He had just known that the little guy came back. Let's go. Time to find Harry Ball. The little guy dragged him and ran. He did not want those people to ask him about anything. A spiritual mountain was currently being surrounded by flashing purple lightning. This area seemed like a sea of thunder as bristles of lightning lingered around it. An ancient palace hall sat on its peak, divine and majestic. The Zhuyan One had exposed its original form. Golden hair was shining all over its body, and a few divine chains tethered its hands and feet in the middle of the hall. The surrounding lightning flickered and wrapped around it, so that it was difficult for it to escape. Harry Ball was extremely unhappy and dejected. It had almost been suspended for half a month, and that old man still had not let it go. The divine chains were one of the most precious treasures of the heaven-mending pavilion. Otherwise, it would have chewed through it a long time ago. Zhi. When it saw the little guy appear, it immediately began to screech. It wanted him to save it as soon as possible. This monkey isn't simple. The strange bald bird immediately quivered inwardly. As it faced that fist-sized golden sphere, it seemed as if it was facing a colossal dormant threat. Although there was a big problem with the strange bald bird's body, its powerful perceptive ability remained. This was how it was able to see clearly that the little guy's body was cursed. "Senior, please let Harry Ball go," the little guy pleaded. "It destroyed my medicinal fields and ate my spiritual medicine. Its crimes are too grave." A senior surrounded by bristles of electricity was sitting as he calmly displayed his power. This was one of Heaven-Mending Pavilion's ancestors who practiced the law of thunder symbols. His strength was deeply profound, making him incomparably powerful. "Senior, please give it a chance. Furthermore, my brother brought back the silt of the immortal spring that can save our ancient guardian spirit. Give Harry Ball his freedom back." Qing Feng also pleaded with his completely pure and honest expression. "You're that child." In the hall, that old man suddenly appeared at the foot of the mountain. His entire body was dispelling a thunderous light, and a strange ancient symbol was on his forehead. Bristles of lightning interweaved around him, creating an extremely bright scene. He looked at the little guy and said, "Can you understand this symbol? This is the mystery of lightning that had turned into symbols. All the laws had been condensed into one symbol. This is one of the best and most complicated one that he had cultivated. Such a powerful symbol, so complicated yet easy to explain. This is made using endless thunder symbols and condensed into one divine symbol. It's astonishing and heaven-defying. Senior is truly talented and hardworking." The little guy exclaimed in admiration. He was incredibly respectful. This symbol was particularly enlightening to him, because he had studied the Swan Knee's precious technique. He also researched lightning symbols, so he was currently absolutely fascinated. Comma? 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 After a long time, he came back to reality. He felt that it was really beneficial. Although he did not understand everything, it was as if he had just peeked into a brand new world. "Not bad. You're indeed as savage as the rumor states." The senior nodded. The thunderous light on his body constantly flourished and rumbled. The little guy embarrassingly said, "I'm really kind. I'm not savage at all." "Who believes that?" Second Baldy quietly muttered beside him. Pung, the little guy, slapped him over, and while he was at it, he released a streak of lightning, utilizing what he had just experienced. Second Baldy immediately began to emit black smoke as he twitched in place, electricity crackling nonstop. "You really have an astonishing talent gifted by the heavens," the senior praised. The unlucky Second Baldy was emitting black smoke from all over his body. Bristles of electricity continuously spurted out of his mouth and nose. It cursed nonstop because it was used like a test subject to see how strong the precious technique was. "After you enter the sacred secluded pavilion, you'll be able to choose a few Lightning Dao ancient symbol bone books. Go through them slowly, and if you are confused about any part, you can come and ask me," the ancestor of the Heaven-Mending Pavilion said. "Many thanks, Senior." The little guy was extremely happy and was sincerely grateful. Thunder techniques were originally one of our heaven-mending pavilion's supreme divine techniques. After being passed down until now, the essence of it was lost. The elder shook his head. With a flash of thunderous light, he disappeared from the foot of the mountain and appeared once more within that ancient hall again. Brother, this is one of heaven-mending pavilion's ancestors. He wants to teach you thunder techniques, so the power of your precious techniques will rapidly advance a lot. Qing Feng was amazed as he loudly congratulated his brother. Senior, can you let Harry Ball go? The little guy asked. With a chong sound, those divine chains came loose. Harry Ball immediately transformed into a streak of golden light and charged downwards. He landed on the little guy's shoulders with a so sound and hid behind him while staring with one of its eyes widened. It waved its small golden claws at the mountain top while baring its fangs. Stared at it with one of its eyes widened as it waved its little golden claw towards the mountain and grimaced. Look after it. It's best that no one else see its true form. The old man opened his mouth after releasing the golden juyen and warned with a serious tone. Clearly, he also saw that Golden Monkey had an enormous origin that could not be easily revealed in front of other people's eyes. Let's go, Qing Feng. I'll bring you to eat some delicious things. The little guy brought Harry Ball and Qing Feng and ran into the distance. Good. Let's go and celebrate. Tomorrow brother can enter the sacred secluded pavilion. The sacred secluded pavilion is a holy place with bone books that had been passed on since the ancient era. There has to be many mysterious techniques there. Perhaps you can even find some lost secret precious techniques. Qing Feng was extremely happy for him. When they returned to their residence, they saw a silver-gowned youth who had a gloomy expression on his face. He had been waiting in front of the residences in the bamboo forest for a long time. His face was flickering between red and white as he clenched his fists tightly. This was Xiao Tian. After he returned to his clan, he did not stay for long and immediately came back. He heard all kinds of events that had happened within the 100 Shattering Mountains, and increasingly began to suspect that Savage Child was the intimate friend that he had just met. After closely questioning others and researching, he almost spat out a mouthful of old blood. Therefore, he did not stay for long, and returned to Heaven Mending Pavilion in order to clear everything up. Qing Feng naturally recognized him. The silver-gowned youth was the #1 genius within their batch of disciples, and his reputation was so great that it made many of the senior disciples sigh with admiration. He didn't understand why the silver-gowned youth came here. Brilliant and promising youth, #1 disciple. He stayed within the talented genius camp in the past, and is an incredibly talented and valiant. When Xiao Tian heard this, the corners of his lips immediately twitched. He despised that type of praise. He previously stayed in the talented genius camp, but was later chosen by an old monster, so he naturally knew Qing Feng. The little guy also grinned. Isn't this just touching someone else's sore spot? They had actually met again after such a short time. However, he did not fear, and confidently said, "What can Senior teach me by blocking my way here?" Xiao Tian's face darkened. He had reasons to believe that his intimate friend in the 100 Shattering Mountains was the little guy who had once clubbed him on his head more than once. The more he saw this, the more he felt it was true. He fumed with anger as black wrinkles appeared on his forehead. He really wished that he could immediately pounce on him and start a big battle. You are the devilish brat of the Void God realm who sneaked attacked me in the second battlefield, as well as the one who looked for the true supreme water with me in the 100 Shattering Mountain, are you not? He wanted to hear the words directly out of the opposing party's mouth. It really hurts seeing you so angry at me. It seems the great kindness I showed towards you was in vain. The little guy shook his head. It really is. You! Hearing him respond like this made the silver-gowned youth inwardly furious. It was like being stepped on, so how could he endure this? He was going to spit out blood immediately. He endured his stomach full of anger after being clubbed several times. However, after entering the 100 Shattering Mountains, he also considered the devilish brat his intimate friend. This made his face darken to the point where it couldn't become any darker. This is intolerable. I'm going to fight to the death with you, he shouted loudly. Silver splendor sprinkled over his entire body like a white dragon charging forth as he activated his strongest technique. The little guy did not have any objections. He removed the divine striking stone from his hair and immediately threw it out. It took a crooked trajectory through the air, but it still struck Xianxia's forehead with a dang sound. Ah! It hurts. It hurts so much. Wretched screams echoed as the strange rock tumbled on the ground and cried loudly. Qingfeng was dumbstruck. This rock could speak. Why was it crying in pain? The silver-gowned youth covered his forehead and staggered back in genuine pain. He also cried out, but he was dumbstruck at the rock on the ground. Who was truly hurt in the end? Why wouldn't it not stop yelling? It hurts. The strange rock tumbled back and forth with great exaggeration. Xianxia was stunned for a moment before finally coming to his senses. He touched his forehead and suddenly stomped with thunder-like fury. He wanted to curse so bad, because another horn was growing and swelling rapidly on his forehead. Ah! I'm gonna fight to the death with you! The silver-gowned youth fiercely charged forth. As he lifted his hand, symbols blazed and an incomparably ferocious silver bion appeared. I really don't want to beat you up. The little guy said this, but his movements were quite agile as he charged past. He destroyed that silver bion and picked up the divine striking stone again. But I want to beat the shit out of you. The silver-gowned youth was very powerful. He was known as the strongest genius of the heaven-mending pavilion within his class. Once again, he raised his hand to stir up a sudden commotion, and a group of young males and females ran over to the bamboo forest to watch them. Die! Xianxia angrily shouted. His entire body was covered in silver symbols that transformed into patches after patches of pure white feathers. He unexpectedly charged into the sky as if he grew bird wings, then swooped down from midair. The multicolored light of his precious technique was so splendid that it seemed like a shower of light was raining down. The little guy simply and straightforwardly tossed out the divine striking stone as he stood in place, using the exact same force he used last time. After a pung sound, Xianxia began to cry loudly as he held his head. The legendary divine striking stone struck wherever one pointed. It had 100% accuracy and was simply unavoidable. Otherwise, how could it be called an utmost valuable treasure? Ayo, are you done? Why did you hit me again? It hurts so much. The mischievous rock tumbled along the ground as it cried loudly in pain. The group of people had their mouths agape, but their tongues were tied. As for Xianxia, he was immediately struck down from the sky. As he panted heavily on the ground, tears almost came out because it was truly too painful. The most shameful thing was that the rock clearly had no problems at all, but it cried out with every step. It made him almost ashamed to cry out in pain. Me, and you. The silver-gowned youth's horn on his head became even bigger and taller. But before the words, "fight to the death," had been yelled out, the little guy stopped him and said, "You should thank me instead. Why are you fighting me with your life on the line? You are wicked beyond redemption. Why do I need to thank you?" The silver-gowned youth grimaced. Even though he was really angry, he had no choice but to control his facial expressions. Otherwise, he would make the wound on his forehead worse. The little guy opened his mouth and said, "Think about it. If another person had clubbed you twice on the head before, would you still be alive? If it was anyone else, would they still return your heaven-mending stones? If it was someone else, would they have worked with you in the 100 shattering mountains, as well as divided up and shared the true supreme water with you? You most likely would have been killed right away." Xianxia immediately became discouraged. How could he not have known that? If it was anyone else, how could they have left him with his life after suppressing him? His heart was always a bit confused. Generally speaking, I showed a gargantuan kindness toward you. You could even say that you owe me 2 lives. The little guy had a beaming smile on his face. At first, the silver-gowned youth was a bit discouraged. However, after hearing that, he started clenching his teeth again and said, "There are many evil people in this world. Do I really have to engrave them all into my memory and thank every evil person who had not killed me for their kindness? Little bro is a kind person. He would never bully another person." Qing Feng was unsatisfied. After looking at his honest and pure expression, Xiao Tian had been completely defeated. If that devilish brat was a kind person who had never bullied anyone, then there really wasn't anyone too evil under the heavens. It's still Qing Feng who understands me the best. However, that hateful child still had a self-satisfied expression on his face. He truly felt that he was a really great person. Show's over. There's nothing here to see. Second Baldy opened its mouth and told the bystanders to leave. At this time, the sun was also rapidly descending, dyeing the horizon in red hues. People feared that the spirit would appear from the little guy's body, and so they all immediately scattered. Let's go. I'll treat you to some wine. Genuine little devil wine is priceless. It's equivalent to a rare divine wine. The little guy patted his shoulders and said. Xiao Tian was unsatisfied. His head had been knocked several times, and large blisters had appeared. There had always been a thought in his heart that would not leave as he said, "Can you actually fight me once without that damned rock? Otherwise, I won't be satisfied. Fine, I'll satisfy your desires. I'll show you the meaning of honor and the #1 expert and heavenly warping genius." The little guy glanced at him and shot out his hand to gesture for his opponent's first move. Qingfeng's face became red after that. Why was his brother so annoying sometimes? Wang the air shook, and the silver-gowned youth immediately charged out. Symbols interweaved over his body as he activated his utmost power to battle. He wanted to suppress the little guy and give him a good beating. Unfortunately, his wishes were hard to fulfill. Not to mention the little guy's supremely strong flesh, even his cultivation realm was higher. The little guy had established his 9th heavenly passage. For humans, that was something rarely seen since ancient times. Pung pung. The silver-gowned youth was knocked confused and disoriented by the little guy. After making the arduous effort to challenge him, he was not even the little guy's opponent after using all his effort. Now, in addition to his lofty horn, even his ears, chin, and eyes protruded as well. His earlobes hung over his shoulders. His lips and eyes had blisters all over until he resembled a god from Journey to the West. In the end, he was convinced. There was nothing he could do even if he didn't want to surrender. If he continued like this, his appearance would change from something that resembled a god to an ugly ghost. If he took a few more blows, he would not even resemble a human anymore. Let's go and drink some wine. The sun set and the night wind blew, rustling the bamboo forest. They found an empty patch of land without any bamboo on it and picked out a few clean rocks. They put up a cauldron and began to boil the golden pung meat. They even put up several bonfires to barbecue some archaic descendants. Are these all archaic descendants? Qingfeng stared with his eyes wide open in disbelief. Following that, all kinds of meat had been cooked golden and glossy, and even the pung meat in the pot began to shine as it transformed into a precious medicine. The aroma filled the air and wafted through the entire bamboo forest. Qingfeng, eat a lot. Your body is too weak. Although your understanding of symbols is pretty good, your body is not powerful enough. The little guy kept on giving him golden pung meat so that he could eat a lot more. It's delicious. Qingfeng ate mouthfuls of pung and tiger meat left and right until his mouth was full of grease. He was incredibly happy. In just a short while, his entire body looked like a burning flame that gushed out multicolored light. Aya! Why do I feel like I'm flying? Qingfeng was scared to the point that he did not dare to eat anymore. All kinds of symbols recovered in his body as his essence energy began to surge and rush forth. Then let's slow the eating down a bit. When we return, bring some back to eat a bit every day. The flesh medicine's medicinal effects is all very powerful. If you eat too much, you won't be able to bear it. The little guy laughed. This was a good sign that Qingfeng was going to break through. The silver-gowned youth who was originally sulking had a tough time moving his eyes away after seeing so many descendants as well as this banquet of rich flesh medicine. Let's eat together. The little guy laughed and said, he should be more polite. I feel like I don't have enough to eat here. Second Baldy opened its mouth. This fellow could eat a lot, but that was not the main reason. The one who could eat the most was that fist-sized golden hairy ball. No matter how much meat was given to it, it would devour it as soon as possible like a bottomless pit. In the end, Xiao Tian couldn't hold back his doubt any longer and joined in. The food was so sweet that he almost swallowed his own tongue. Suddenly, Hairy Ball stopped eating and started to breathe in and out through its little nose. Then, it scuttled in front of the little guy and stole his wine cup. The wine inside was sparkling as it glittered under the moonlight with a fragrance that assailed everyone's nostrils. Don't fight over it. There's enough for everyone. The legendary little devil wine. Xiao Tian was shaken. This time he truly couldn't shift his eyes away. He had forgotten all of his anger as he stared. They drank the shining and flickering fragrant divine wine under the moonlight. They all felt as if their bodies were going to float and fly away. Xiao Tian hurriedly sat cross-legged. He felt that he could already break through into a higher cultivation realm. However, he forcefully endured it because he did not make ample preparations yet. As for Qingfeng, his inside began to rumble. His understanding of symbols was extremely good, and had comprehended enough a long time ago. The only thing he was lacking was some divine energy. At this moment, he broke through, establishing his second heavenly passage, and his entire body began to shine with symbols. As for Second Baldy, it began to speak mouthfuls of nonsense. It was constantly bragging about stuff, but it was all in bird language so no one could understand. The golden hairy ball was staggering as it circled around the bonfire practicing its monkey fist arts. It was so drunk that it almost dove head first into the fire. In the end, everyone was drunk. They all staggered from side to side. Even Second Baldy started to drool before passed out. Only the divine striking stone was sober, and it was even in pain. This was because after Hairy Ball ate and drank enough, it embraced the stone while sleep-talking. Sometimes it would even grind its teeth on it. It was truly annoying and unbearable. In the latter half of the night, the little guy came to his senses. The bonfire was still burning, yet he still felt his body was a little cold. An ominous wind attacked, so he quickly turned around and sat up. Nearby, an old man with disheveled hair had an old sword stuck in his head. His hands trembled and continuously stroked a broken sword. His expression was unspeakably complicated. The past you have buried too many. Time is like water. It will never return. His words contained so much sadness and loneliness. The little guy found a black streak of air appeared on his forehead that slowly dissipated. He knew that the curse was broken and disappeared completely. Senior, I have already found and returned this sword. If you have any unparalleled precious techniques, please feel free to just teach me a few of them. The little guy's nerves were always very thick, let alone when he actually did an enormous favor. Flames began throbbed in the depth of the night. The old man had black blood in between his hair, and an unspeakably strange ancient sword was stuck in its head. Suddenly it moved, lifting up the little guy in one move. Then, it swung its palm in an arc before striking it on the little guy's body. His strength was astonishing, making even the little guy whose body was incredibly powerful feel an unendurable pain. He almost cursed out to no end. After kind-heartedly finding and returning the sword, he did not receive any rewards yet was beaten up instead. What was this? The little guy struggled with all his might, but this ghostly grandpa's strength surpassed even his. That hand swinging seemed like a millstone as it spanked his bottom no stop. Your uncle! He was truly angry. How could he have such bad luck? This was the first time that he had been beaten by another person, and it was by an old ghost who owed him. The little guy was outraged. His body shone, and symbols began to interweave into a golden screen of light. His entire body released a powerful aura as he waved and kicked around. One of his arms contained a force of 100,000 jin, and with all four limbs violently flailing like this, he would undoubtedly be able to level a little mountain. However, the elder was as stable as a boulder. He lifted the little guy as he stood there without moving a single foot. He used even greater strength to beat up the little guy until the whites of his eyes rolled over, almost making him lose consciousness. He was furious. Old ghost, I'm going fight to the death with you. He made threatening gestures as he activated his precious techniques. However, whether it was the golden lightning or the silver moon, after they struck with kung-chong sounds, the old man didn't budge an inch. The most overwhelming part was that this old man's clothes couldn't be torn at all. So, he used symbols to retrieve the divine striking stone. After grabbing it, he used all his strength to strike the old man's body as a counterattack. However, it only ended in him getting beat even more viciously. Ayo! It hurts so bad. This time, the divine striking stone cried out in pain along with the little guy. He could not make the old man budge at all. It felt like he was knocking against a mountain, and his entire body felt like it was going to crack apart. This was simply unbelievable. What happened? Qing Feng was startled awake. He quickly knew that something was happening. Although he could not see the ghostly grandpa, he had heard rumors of an ancient apparition. The silver-gowned youth also awakened. After seeing this, he was dumbstruck at first, but then he began to laugh out loud. He was so incredibly happy, since this was genuine retribution. Second Baldy was also startled awake, and similarly began to laugh and grin. It spoke to itself. Aren't you savage, you little kid? You can sweep away your opponents, but now you're finally being taken care of. Ha ha ha. Harry Ball was on its guard as golden light flowed from its entire body. It did not seem to have any sense of loyalty and did not go up to help out the little guy. Instead, it scuttled backwards with a so sound and watched from afar. Seeing the little guy beaten, apart from Qing Feng, who was incredibly worried, the silver-gowned youth and Second Baldy felt incredibly satisfied. They truly felt this was history in the making. This was the first time that the little guy encountered such misfortune. He was beaten to the point that violent pain was all over his body, and his bones was going to fall apart. It angered him to the point that he activated the golden flood dragon shears. However, it was blocked by a barrier of light and he was unable to behead the old man. Why are you beating me up? You're being ungrateful towards a friend. You old ingrate. He was incomparably angry as he struggled nonstop. A long while later, even the old man was tired from beating him up. He let go of his hands and released the little guy onto the ground. If it had been anyone else getting beaten by the old man, he or she absolutely would have turned into a mist of blood after a single strike. This devilish brat's skin was very solid. Even after getting beaten, he was still vigorous and full of energy. He jumped up and cursed nonstop as he rapidly distanced himself from the old man. Then, he tore off the little pagoda in preparation for battle. Old man, you do not have a conscience. I kind-heartedly helped you, but you treat me like this. His eyes shot out anger. No one knew why, but the more they saw him stomp about in anger, the happier Xiao Tian and Second Baldy felt. It was truly a relief that this hateful child was finally being tidied up. The little guy blinked his large eyes and carefully examined the gap between him and his adversary. In the end, he became incredibly dejected. This was an ancient existence who was terrifying to the point where his power was insurmountable. Even if he used all his strength, he would still not be this old man's opponent. After seeing the silver-gowned youth and Second Baldy smiling with happiness, his small face suddenly darkened. He then immediately threw the divine striking stone out. With a pung sound, Xiao Tian covered his forehead and painfully cried out. He already had a face full of large blisters, but after being struck again, the horn on his head was big to the point of being scary. It was almost going to spurt out liquid. The little guy then rushed over and slapped Second Baldy, whose mouth was crooked from smiling, and sent it flying. Even if he could not beat the ghostly grandpa, he could absolutely tidy these two people up. Why did you hit me? The little guy had difficulty relieving himself. He stared with his large eyes and looked at the ghostly grandpa with seething anger. He exhausted all of his strength and risked his life to retrieve the sword. Even not receiving anything was okay. But he was beaten up instead. What the heck was this? In reality, ever since he began cultivating, he was always a headache to others. This was only the first time that he was beaten in such a ruthless manner, so he was truly unreconciled. The old man's expression was somewhat blank, and only after a long time did it come to its senses and say, It's for your own good. Ha ha? Second Baldy could not hold it in anymore, and laughed until its mouth became crooked again. After this savage child received such a vicious beating, he actually still had the nerve to say such a thing. It was completely possible for him to be driven mad. Xiao Tian did not dare to act that rampant, but his mouth also twitched. He was incredibly happy. When could he become strong enough to beat up that devilish brat like that and then still have that much gusto? Second Baldy screamed miserably. Its mouth was crooked and his eyes were tilted because it was swatted flying by the little guy again. Your recent cultivation has improved too quickly, and advancing leaps and bounds has left behind a few concealed dangers. It's best that you refine your body well first and advance only after tempering yourself, the old man said. Originally, the little guy was still sulking. However, after hearing this, his heart jumped a bit. This was always what he had been worried about. After entering the 100 Shattering Mountains, he successively opened up several heavenly passages. This was truly a divine speed. He had previously been warned that if he cultivated too fast, there might be some problems and dangerous will be left behind. But in that small world, the spiritual energy was too dense. Additionally, he also comprehended enough mysteries about the symbols and devoured all kinds of different precious medicine. Even if he wanted to stop breaking through, he still would not be able to. He did not actually feel strange at all, but he genuinely felt that his cultivation was rising too quickly. In just 1 month, he finished a journey that many geniuses would need several years for. Even if there was nothing out of sorts, he was still secretly anxious. Now that this old man had pointed it out, he would naturally be on alert. He hurried asked, "Is it really serious?" The old man seemed to have awakened. His eyes were deep, and he truly had an admiration for the little guy's heavenly gifts. It's not that big of a deal. You are truly quite savage, so there is only a few small problems. As long as you sit by the guardian spirit in meditation every day, it will quickly be fixed. That's what I'm talking about. I'm the strongest, he once again declared with such savagery and self-confidence. When he thought about it again, he felt as if he had actually been beaten up for no reason. If there was no problems, why did the ghostly grandpa still spank him? This made him angry again. You can't beat me up for no reason. You have to make up for it. Go to the sacred storage pavilion and learn some more things. There will be a day when all the mountains and living things here will disappear, and that day will not be far away, just like those dead ancients. The old man sighed deeply. Then he erupted with a glaring light that made people unable to open their eyes before disappearing into the bamboo forest. After the powerful light disappeared, the traces of the old man had become almost invisible. Only a broken sword fell onto the ground, striking onto a rock with a clear and crisp ding sound. What? The little guy was unsatisfied. He stared with his eyes as he searched in every direction, but was unable to feel the old man's aura again. Hairy Ball scuttled over from the distance. It turned into a streak of golden light as it hoisted the broken sword in its hands before gnawing with all its strength. However, with a dang sound, it gritted its teeth and threw it onto the floor again. The little guy picked up the broken sword and found that another patch of rust had fallen off. That area was somewhat transparent and had a type of gelatinous feel to it. This broken sword was glued together from 2 pieces with some divine substance. Now, the rust had fallen off a little bit, revealing this transparent substance. Just now, this was precisely the stuff Hairy Ball wanted to gnaw at. Second Baldy jumped up and down, before quickly rushing over to say, "Let me have a look." How could the little guy give this to it? If this weird bird turned on him and struck him with it, then it truly wouldn't be a laughing matter. Could this substance holding the broken sword together be a divine paste created from phoenix beak and unicorn horn? Inconceivable. This can't possibly be real, right? Second Baldy stared with its large eyes as its gaze fixated onto that transparent substance. The little guy was amazed. Was this sword actually connected by an adhesive that was slowly smelted from the beak and horns of archaic divine birds and auspicious beasts? This truly was too shocking. Something's wrong. It's most likely not made out of archaic divine creatures' beaks and horns. I feel like it's lacking some divine force. Second Baldy shook its head and looked at the pagoda between the little guy's hair, and said, "What's this? Let me see." "Not giving it to you." The little guy refused. "This little pagoda is too perfect. Although it's jade all over, why do I feel like it's made from the bones of heavenly deities?" Second Baldy said. Then it quickly shook its head and said, "There are so many fake imitations on you." For the sake of concealing it, he immediately gave it a beating and did not let it act so smug. The origins of the little pagoda was mysterious. He felt that it was more terrifying than this broken sword, and did not want anyone else to notice. The unlucky Second Baldy's mouth became crooked again. However, this time it was not because it was laughing, but rather because it was being beaten up. A strand of multicolored light illuminated the dawn. They opened their eyes and stretched their bodies out. Although Xiao Tian was beaten up again and his horn became even larger, the matters in his heart concerning the little guy were finally resolved. This time he ate pung meat, drank little devil wine, and obtained enormous benefits. As soon as he got up, he quickly left in order to continue consolidating his own cultivation. He wanted to make preparations for breaking into a higher realm. The little guy wrapped up the pung meat in the cauldron as well as the barbecued meat from the bonfire and gave it to Qingfeng. He let Qingfeng take it away in order to rapidly assist his cultivation. This was all so that he could become stronger as soon as possible. However, he also warned him to not be too impatient in seeking success, because he himself almost ran into similar problems. This was to help Qingfeng learn from the mistakes of others. The sun rose, and the mist in the bamboo forest was dyed into a rainbow luster. It was incredibly beautiful and illusionary. The red clouds of dawn glittered and the mist finally dispersed. Warmth from the light sprinkled onto everyone's bodies. The little guy took large strides towards a forbidden area. That was a spiritual mountain surrounded by tens of thousands of streaks of multicolored light, and even a waterfall cascaded down, making this scene an extraordinary sight to behold. The sacred storage pavilion was precisely constructed in this mysterious forbidden area. No one was allowed inside, since this was the most sacred place in the heaven-mending pavilion. After walking in the middle of the spiritual land of this paradise, the little guy discovered that this place was truly vast. There were around 10 spiritual mountains here that emitted auspicious light towards the red morning clouds. A magnificent and ancient building stood ahead. It had an old and simple aura, and had existed from the ancient era until now. It had truly existed through too many things. During those days, precious bones were buried beneath this building as a foundation, and a spell from ancient gods was laid over it before the construction of this enormous building started. Therefore, even time had difficulty taking it down. The magnificent and huge walls were piled high with huge boulders, and its tiles flickered with a dim golden luster. This building looked like a divine temple, and as it sat within the red clouds of dawn, a divine luster enveloped it. This was the sacred storage pavilion, the most important place in this ancient Pure Land. The little guy arrived. The structure really resembled a divine temple. Within the red morning clouds, it appeared even more charming as the tiles and walls were dyed in a layer of dim golden splendor. Walking here and facing it made people feel like they have a pilgrimage. That precise moment made people feel full of energy, giving them a pious and joyous feeling that cleansed their spirits. "Precious techniques, here I come." The little guy spoke softly. His large eyes were exceptionally bright. Second Baldy also followed behind him, sticking its head out while looking all over the place. It gave off a crafty-looking feeling no matter how you looked at it, and completely contrasted with that golden temple. The ancient building was grand and magnificent. All sorts of rare vegetation surrounded it, and there were even genuine spiritual medicines to dispel their fragrances. In addition, even the heaven-reaching ancient trees were mystical as they emitted divine light. Outside, there were some spiritual birds and auspicious beasts running about, making this place appear calm and peaceful. A place as important as this would naturally have powerful experts guarding it. There were a few people sitting motionlessly on top of a boulder as if they were petrified. They were cultivating while guarding this ancient land. Second Baldy was barred from going in, and even Harry Ball had been obstructed. They were not allowed to take a single step further. Only the little guy himself could advance. So stingy. Whatever, I presume that heaven-mending pavilion won't have much left over anyway. After so many years has passed, how much essence can the different types of secret precious techniques still contain? Second Baldy was unsatisfied. On top of the boulder, an old expert swiftly opened his eyes and shot out 2 rays of electricity as he gazed towards it. Second Baldy's heart was shaken and it hastily shut up its mouth, no longer daring to speak any nonsense. As for Harry Ball, it lazily crawled onto the edge of a spiritual medicine field to bask in the sun. Its golden hair was illuminated gloriously by the red morning clouds as it began to take a big nap. In reality, it opened its eyes from time to take a few peeks at the medicine field. Only it did not dare to make a move. Last time, it was chained up in a sea of thunder for half a month, making him rather scared. The little guy followed the stone steps and arrived in front of the sacred storage pavilion. Suddenly, he was blocked by a barrier of light. There was an enormously powerful restriction here that was difficult to break through. A messy-haired, half-asleep senior rose from his rattan chair. He doubtfully casted his gaze, then said, "Are you that savage child?" "I'm not savage. I'm the kindest," the little guy corrected. If rumors of him continued spreading like this, he would be called a vicious beast soon. "Woo, not bad. You're indeed very savage. Since Pavilion Master have given the order, you can go inside. Every region has been opened for you." The senior nodded and said, "Every region." The little guy's eyes began to shine, then asked, "Where is the most powerful precious technique?" Sacred Storage Pavilion's bone books are as vast as the ocean. No one will ever tell you where divine abilities are. You need to find them yourself, encounter them by chance, and you will inevitably find a bone book that suits you. The senior dispiritedly said this before falling asleep again. The little guy did not ask anymore. All of these high-up senior people were strange. He wanted to know more, so he would ask more, but that only increased the chance of him being ignored, and he wouldn't be told a thing. After entering the old building, there were rows after rows of bookshelves. They were filled with bone books, and all of them were overflowing with luster. This truly was a sea of books. He felt dizzy just from looking at them. Isn't this a bit too much? The little guy was dumbstruck. The sacred storage pavilion was extremely large, and he couldn't see the end of it from where he stood. His sight was completely blocked off by the heaps of bone books. If he wanted to find the strongest precious technique, just how long would that take? Just looking at it made him dizzy and gave him a small headache. He walked inside and noticed that a few of the bookshelves in the deepest corners had already rotted. Bone books were scattered with no one to clean them up, and it was to the point where they were almost buried by the dust. How am I supposed to find anything with things like this? His little face displayed his bitterness. There were too many bone books. He did not have a single idea where the divine abilities he wanted the most were. He took a look around the sacred storage pavilion and felt dazzle. There were rare symbol bone books everywhere in front of his eyes, and anyone who saw this would want to spit out blood. He felt like his 2 eyes weren't enough to take in everything, and couldn't find what he was looking for. He picked up a piece of earthen yellow bone book, and felt that it was rather mystical. Symbols densely covered it, as if it was a heavenly book. The symbols were so small that he had to widen his eyes as he carefully observed it. The little guy concentrated and studied it for a few minutes. In the end, his little face darkened, because what was recorded inside was only a way to grow spiritual medicine. It did not have a dime of a relation to precious techniques at all. Cheats! Once again he picked up a bone, this time a silver one. There weren't many symbols on it, and seemed to possess quite a bit of antique charm. After carefully studying it, he found that this book was a method of raising spiritual beasts. These were not what he wanted. What he lacked the most right now were divine abilities, and at the same time he wanted to perfect his 2 great precious techniques. These were the things he needed to become stronger. He picked up another bone book, this time finally finding a method related to cultivation. However, it still wasn't what he needed. How long do I have to search like this? The little guy was unhappy and ran towards the entrance again. He headed towards that elder to ask for guidance that can point him in the right direction. Don't run before you can walk. Cultivating the mind is more important than cultivating the body, the senior said. His hair was a complete mess, just like wild grass. Shaking his head, he said, "Besides, the secret divine abilities which had been lost are lost, and those that still exist have remained. Perhaps there's one of two of them within this sea of books. One's opportunities must be found by oneself." Sigh. The little guy sighed. Conversing with this kind of senior was genuinely tiring. They spoke very profoundly, but they wouldn't mention anything of substance. Fine. I'll just live here for 10 years then. He made a firm decision. He had to find a powerful bone book. At the same time, he felt what the senior said was logical. He might have been excessively impotent. Since there are so many bone books here, he would just study them all slowly. The little guy went back to the entrance and started flipping through the pages from the beginning. He was going to read them all little by little, since he would eventually find what he needed. At first, he felt that this was boring, but he slowly calmed down. In half a day, he flipped through over 10 bone books without finding anything special in particular. This is an ancient method that researched how to make essence energy flourish. This is interesting. The little guy began to read with keen interest. Finally, he found a somewhat good cultivation method. He read and comprehended the entire thing in half an hour. Following that, he walked down to another section to pick and read. By the time the sun set, the little guy had read over 30 bone books. Only 2 of them gave him some insights, and the rest were all of no value. The next day, the little guy came early again. He faced the horizon and looked towards the morning mist before entering the sacred storage pavilion. This time, he picked up a bone book that was covered in dust. A dim golden luster was revealed after blowing off the dust. This bone was almost at the end of its days. It was very ancient and was already cracking apart. However, it did not affect the legibility since the symbols were still very clear. Golden Jade Ripple Technique. The little guy was astounded. He never thought he could find such a technique. This should be considered a powerful method that was extremely suitable for battle, allowing one to protect their body with miraculous effect. When the genius camp exchanged pointers with the ordinary disciples, there was a tall and sturdy youth who utilized this technique. It could not be considered a precious technique, but its effects were still extremely useful. This was a protection symbol extracted from the golden winged pung. After going through human development and evolution, it arrived at the extraordinary state it is in today. Of course, it was certainly incomparable to a golden peng's protection symbol. After all, that technique was perfect and flawless. There's only 1 volume here. Clearly states that there are 3 volumes. If they were all gathered together, then it would be a precious technique. Furthermore, it should be an extremely powerful divine technique. The little guy regretted that he was only able to find the first volume and was missing the other 2. Even this golden bone book was practically covered in dust. He was comprehending the technique when suddenly, strands of ripples appeared from his body. They transformed into a golden whirlpool that appeared very mysterious. He was quite joyous because this technique seemed very strong, and it was also resonating with another precious technique in his body. He had always relied on both the green sky pangs and swan knees precious techniques as his offensive divine abilities in battle. Now, however, this golden whirlpool emerged and resonated with the archaic devil bird within the silver moon. The devil bird flickered and cried out. So it can actually turn out like this. The little guy was overjoyed. Since they were both of the pung species, when their similar symbols circulated together, there were interactions occurring, allowing them to resonate. He used this entire day to fumble about and continuously look for ways to use them both together. In the end, he actually managed to slowly blend them together. Originally, the green sky peng's precious technique displayed most of its power inside that bright silver moon. This time, after practicing the golden jade ripple technique, that devil bird inside the silver moon became visibly more robust. No matter how one looked at it, that silver moon resembled a divine egg that was about to hatch. From that day onward, the little guy neglected food and sleep. During the entire next half-month, He studied the golden jade ripple technique in order to mix it on top of the green sky peng's precious technique. Finally, after a bubbling noise, that silver moon was dyed in a dim gold. Furthermore, it seemed as if it was incubating a devil bird and gradually transformed into a divine egg. The devil bird inside it became increasingly ferocious. Meanwhile, the palace, ancient trees, and everything else within the silver moon underwent transformation, turning into symbols on the eggshell. Woo, it's more complete now. It's approaching the true technique of a genuine sky peng. The little guy was pleasantly surprised. He did not waste half a month of effort for nothing. His precious technique was closer to the precious technique of a peng now after blending and linking them together. It made the power of this divine ability rise by an entire level. Just like this, he entered and left the sacred storage pavilion daily as he carefully studied each book. He emphasized studying the golden jade ripple technique until he finally incorporated it into the green sky peng's precious technique. Day after day, the people of Heaven Mending Pavilion still did not try to find him. It seemed like they were preparing some divine substances to ensure the full recovery of their guardian spirit's life force. In the blink of an eye, a month had passed. The little guy was refreshed, and his body was indescribably comfortable. He did not painstakingly try to break through, yet he felt as if the state of his own body had improved to its peak. Ghost Grandpa did not beat me up for no reason, so it turns out that it was actually good for me. The little guy scratched his head. For the past month, he studied all kinds of literature. He slowly realized that the places he had been beaten up had a warm feeling that resonated as he studied the books. In the 100 Shattering Mountains, his strength had improved furiously. In just 1 month, he had broken through many heavenly passages consecutively. This exceeded the extreme limits and left some hidden side effects inside his body. Ghost Grandpa's slaps looked like a beating, but it was actually helping him clear up the obstacles in his limbs and bones. Now, his entire body surged with divinity, and his spirit felt incredibly ample. Every time he studied a scripture, he would feel his body become even more comfortable and even resonate along. He felt as if a divine artifact had polished him, making him shine more resplendently with light. Yeah, there's so much benefits to this. Not only does it train the body, it also tampers with my foundation, secretly making it stronger. My comprehension of the symbols is even better now as well. The little guy was extremely happy. After a month, he had read over 100 bone books. It unexpectedly had some direct effects on him, and allowed him to gain an even deeper understanding of the essence of symbols. It even gave him some enlightenment, allowing him to even understood a bit more of the true primordial records. Starting from the simple places, he found an answer within the tens of thousands of scriptures. Every day he incited scriptures, and all kinds of mysterious truths would appear. The little guy was immersed in a wonderful world, and he became concentrated and obsessed with it. Many scriptures might have been useless. However, throughout this journey, he was still able to feel that his body was strengthening and his spirit was slowly becoming more robust. Wonderful. This is really an enormous treasury. He was incredibly happy. Everything was going smoothly except for one thing, and that was the fact that the guardian spirit's resting place was sealed off, allowing no one entrance. If not for this, he would have followed Ghost Grandpa's suggestion to bring the scriptures there to meditate and study. In the next half-month, the little guy was surprised to find the 2nd and 3rd volume of the Golden Jade Ripple Technique. They were buried underneath a pile of other bone books and were covered in a layer of dust. He was so happy that he almost did a barrel roll. 3 volumes combined into one would complete this precious technique. This was the protection technique developed from the golden winged pungs. Not far away, that messy-haired old man exposed a smile. Thanks, old Gramps. The little guy was aware and gave his respects toward that direction. It was clear that the complete golden jade ripple technique was a powerful precious technique. However, after merging with the green sky peng's precious technique, it underwent a transformation and refinement that might have made it even stronger than the swan knee's precious technique. Suddenly, the little guy was startled. After roughly looking at it, he found out that what he had obtained might be even more astonishing than what he imagined. It was written that the treasury contained an ancient large pung bone. It was very special, and its symbols had not yet been erased. This golden jade ripple technique was made by an ancestor who had comprehended that bone. Where is it? The little guy clenched his fists and trembled in excitement. That golden bone is not ordinary. If there are no leads, then it might be pointless even if you spend a lifetime. The last time it appeared was 2,000 years ago, the senior at the entrance said. Could it be that it has senses and can hide itself? The little guy was shocked. There have been many mysterious events that had happened in the sacred storage pavilion from the ancient era until now. Secret precious techniques have disappeared without a trace and turned into an unsolved mystery. No one knows what happened to this piece of golden bone either. The senior lightly sighed because he felt that it was unfortunate to lose such a great ability. The little guy was astounded. This place was possessed? Could it be that those bones could run by themselves? How could such things happen? These bones have existed for a long time. They had experienced the endless passage of time. Such special events happening can also be fathomed, the senior said. The bone gained intelligence and transformed itself into a powerful precious artifact, then ran away. The little guy opened his eyes wide. He truly felt that this sacred storage pavilion was special. Then he asked about the origins of that golden bone and how it was different from everything else. The senior shook his head. He did not know the origins of that bone either. It had only appeared 3 times in the past, and some people comprehended the symbols on it in order to invent the golden jade ripple technique. This made the little guy even more passionate. He had always felt that this bone was not simple, and if he could comprehend it completely, it might be quite world-shocking. Afterwards, he calmed down. Those kind of things were truly rare. It was something that one could encounter but not wish for. Rather than spending time yearning for those things, it would be better to comprehend the bone books here at hand. These were 2 pieces of dim golden bones that were cracking. Small characters were densely engraved on top, and the little guy was earnestly studying one of to comprehend the golden jade ripple technique. After completely comprehending the first piece, he now moved on to the second volume. The conditions were just right, and his body completely grasped the green sky peng's precious technique. He was making progress without a hitch. With a wung sound, a layer of golden whirlpool appeared on the little guy's body. It slowly swiveled like a flickering divine golden wing. It seemed as if a large pung was being born. Furthermore, during this entire process, golden clouds appeared from within him. They intersected over his body, as if he grew a pair of golden wings. The little guy opened his eyes on the spot. This kind of precious technique was too powerful. This was extremely beneficial for him. After reading the second volume, not only was the protection technique more complete overall, he even grew a pair of golden wings. This is indeed a powerful technique. He laughed. He was so completely happy and joyous that he might even be able to fly. He would soar through the air and wage battle with others in order to increase his own speed. This was still just the second volume. If he completely comprehended the last volume, he expected it to make him even stronger. No wonder it was said that the 3 volumes would combine into a very powerful divine technique. Those were not empty words at all. In the next half-month, the little guy carefully studied. He comprehended the second volume to the highest level. Now, whenever he used it, his body would be covered densely with a golden whirlpool that was very difficult to pierce through. Furthermore, the little guy really could materialize a pair of dim golden wings that allowed him to glide, increasing his speed by a lot. Therefore, he was greatly looked forward to the last volume, and started to immerse himself bitterly in its comprehension. As a result, another 10 or so days had passed, and the divine golden wings no longer appeared that dim. Unfortunately, it was still incapable of flight. The golden symbols were relatively weak, so it was only capable of short-term gliding. However, its speed increased even more. Sigh. What do I have to do to make this more perfect? The little guy sighed. All in all, the golden jade ripple technique had been successfully completed. He was able to display a layer of spinning whirlpools that had the ability to dissolve incoming attacks, making it very powerful. The little guy had always felt that the lost golden bone was much more terrifying than this. If he was able to completely comprehend that, it would certainly carry with it a world-shocking precious technique. He started to combine it with the Sky Peng and combined the two Peng species abilities into one. Although this process was difficult, it was not impossible. The silver moon turned a dim golden, and genuinely turned into an egg. Bird cries overflowed into the heavens, and the green Peng inside became even more ferocious. Finally, he completely combined the two types of precious techniques. The divine egg could open up at any time he wanted it to, but the greenish-black devil bird that had some dim golden symbols was hibernating. The little guy sat down cross-leggedly. His comprehension was deep, and he completely grasped the Peng's precious techniques. He learned complicated symbols, and activating it would display a sky-toppling power. He wanted to continue gaining insights and master it by studying everything related to it. This would increase the power of the Peng's precious technique so that it could become an utmost powerful divine technique that could provide both offense and defense. However, at this moment, Heaven-Mending Pavilion's people came to look for him. They wanted him to come out in order to participate in their guardian spirit's resurrection. This was because in the blink of an eye, he had already been cultivating in the Heaven-Mending Pavilion for 2 months. Heaven-Mending Pavilion had already prepared all the divine materials necessary for healing the gourd that survived since the ancient era. Along the way, it was desolate and barren. Only until they were near the forbidden area did signs of life appear. There was a ruined garden there, but grass and trees flourished in an area that was full of life. There was a family that had lived here in the ancient era, but the few courtyards had already collapsed. Grass and trees were overgrown, and the gourd was growing in the middle of the backyard. Piles of rubble, tiles, and broken walls all made this place appear desolate. However, in this place, there lived an unimaginably terrifying existence. The backyard was blazing like an ignited flame that overflowed into the heavens. It submerged the entire area, terrifying everyone to the point of making them tremble. That was a gathering of the sun's divine essence. The golden multicolored light was resplendent, as if a golden bird had been born into the world. Divine splendor surged in this entire area, and the light from the flames reached the heavens. The guardian spirit was on the verge of death. However, whether it was night or day, it would seize the essence of the sun and moon in order to obtain what it needed to survive a bit longer. One could imagine just how powerful it was. A group of people walked over and broke apart the golden curtain of light. They approached the guardian spirit and saw its true body. What they saw at that moment was completely different from what they could see from a distance. The gourd's vines were still dried up and withered all over, and its leaves were all yellow without a single flicker of radiance. It seemed like it was about to dry up and die. A terrifying and strange scene appeared, but they all happened in the surroundings. Right at noon, the sunshine were like streams of gold as they converged. That golden river did not flow into the ground at all. It was poured on top of the withering yellow leaves and was completely absorbed. The huge volume of daylight energy became an effective supplement for the gourd. However, it still could not change much. The vines withered, and the leaves had wilted, could die at any moment. From afar, it seemed unfathomably glorious. After entering the barrier of light, it was already wilting and incredibly deteriorated. There were two completely different appearances. A group of seniors were speechless as they worshipped. The glory that Heaven-Mending Pavilion had today were all obtained by relying on the support of this ancient vine. It had protected this place since the ancient era, and no one dared to offend it. Everyone offered their prayers before taking all types of spiritual substances. They were all precious materials that could elongate the lifespan of botanical beings, such as large amounts of spiritual water, fertilizer mixed from ancient bones, and spiritual medicine. Even the pavilion master took out a piece of dried-looking flesh. Although it looked black, it contained a powerful divine force. He presented it in front of the guardian spirit. "What is that?" The little guy was curious as he quietly asked. "A piece of flesh from a deity," Tao Yi answered. The little guy was startled and became speechless for a while. They even had flesh from a deity. Just how much hidden power did the Heaven-Mending Pavilion really possess? While watching them pay their respects, one could see just how urgent they hoped for the revival of their guardian spirit. At the same time, one could understand its terror and power. Another senior held an ancient cauldron in his hand. He poured out a pile of earth that circulated with a blue light. It was the rumored blue spirit earth. If it was spilled outside, it would give an utmost powerful aura of life. Thunderous light flickered, and the ancestral elder Mu Yen, who once captured Harry Ball, came out as well. He took out a little bottle that contained a drop of purple liquid. It contained the sound of thunder, and a terrifying aura erupted out from it. The people were startled because they did not think they could find such a thing. Finally able to refine a thread of life force that emerged from destruction. After refining it in every way possible, it became a drop of purple liquid. This was liquid thunder. It was rumored to be a precious liquid of the utmost powerful spiritual nature. Its value was priceless, and was simply impossible to find. Today, for the sake of saving the guardian spirit, ancestral elder Mu Yen brought it out as a sacrifice. The value of these types of objects were simply impossible to appraise. This single drop of liquid could allow Mu Yen to undergo transformation and advance his power by another step. For the sake of obtaining this liquid, he must have paid a great price. The little guy did not hesitate. He opened up his heaven and earth pouch and took out 4 bags of silt in succession. Each beast's skin bag was very big and full. All the people gazed over with incomparable expectations. The beast's skin bags were slit open and silt came out. Suddenly, golden light shined, engulfing this place like a huge wave. Everyone here became startled. This was silt that had been nourished by the immortal spring for countless years. It contained a powerful divinity and life force. For plants, it was an utmost treasure that provided them with another life. Quick! Commence sacrificing! Someone shouted. Heaven-mending pavilion's pavilion master, ancestral elder Mu Yen, and the others all took action. One symbol after another shined as they transformed the blue spirit earth, black god meat, and liquid thunder into a ball of resplendent light. Then, they buried the golden earth underneath the ground in place of the original soil in order to pour in everything within the resplendent ball of light. Wanglong, the entire ancient vine startled to tremble as if it had awakened from its deep slumber. The dried yellow trunks started shining as it diffused the mysterious aura. At the same time, a green-skinned gourd appeared from the mist. It softly swayed while suspending from a vine, and a loud divine noise sounded. The sun was blazing in the sky as sunlight sprinkled out from it. Now it was frantically being seized as golden streams converged downwards into the body of the guardian spirit. Just how powerful is this? The little guy was inwardly speechless. The guardian spirit was reviving. This development was heading in a positive direction. The silt from the immortal spring that the little guy brought back had divine effects. Of course, the materials that the people from Heaven-Mending Pavilion prepared were also very astonishing. Hong! The heaven and earth exploded. One lump of golden light ball exploded after another in midair, transforming into a shower of light. They were all sprinkled onto the withered yellow leaves and absorbed. The guardian spirit was reviving. A supremely powerful fluctuation of life engulfed the heavens and the earth like a vast ocean, and diffused into every direction with incomparable force. The little trembled. This was a deity? The heaven and earth trembled as dense symbols covered it. In the blink of an eye, the life force in Heaven-Mending Pavilion was like an ocean as it linked the heaven and earth. In the sky, not only was the sun's essence being seized and transformed into divine streams, even the light from the river of stars outside fell. They seemed like waterfalls that transformed the clear sky. River of stars were illuminating the clear sky. Even this kind of strange scene appeared. Seems like it held out. What a pity! In the distance, perhaps tens of thousands of li away, divine light illuminated everything. It covered the entire sky when it erected itself in midair. Its terrifying silhouette rose into the heavens, like a god descending upon the world. After living for so long since the ancient era, it can still hold on. I wonder just when it will truly perish. An incomparably terrifying vicious bird was surrounded all over in black mist. Its length was tens of thousands li, and its eyes seemed like two silver moons that were as large as lakes as they shine in the sky. Even swallowing the lives of thousands in a single mouthful was not a problem for it. I'm not convinced. It must be forcefully keeping itself alive, and is on the verge of falling. I will see everything clearly today. In another direction, several of tens of thousands of li away, a creature stood on top of a large mountain. Its divine radiance hid the skies and covered the earth as it shook the vast earth. Many large tribes and clans were trembling as they worshipped towards that divine mountain. On top of that divine mountain, the silhouette was shrouded in propitious vapors. Multicolored light surged, and when he took a step forward, a golden passage appeared beneath his feet. No one knew how many tens of thousands of li he instantly traveled. The speed of the golden passageway was too quick. It was like a comet streaking across the empty sky. Divine light spread across the heavens from end to end. He came out after several tens of thousands of li, but did not actually approach the heaven-mending pavilion. If you don't perish, then it will truly be heaven-defying. I'll await your death. His words were very crisp. It had already held back its divine splendor that shook the heaven and earth, and was currently standing on top of an enormous lofty mountain. In addition to him, two other figures also came. However, none of them got closer to each other. They each stood in their respective positions as they watched silently into the distance. Inside the heaven-mending pavilion, the guardian spirit's vitality was exuberant. Its previously dim leaves were quickly turning green and becoming pure again. They emitted a peaceful light, and the gourd on the vine rumbled as the aura of primal chaos appeared. A terrifying and loud noise sounded. Everyone was overjoyed. All the people from the heaven-mending pavilion kneeled and worshipped. A few seniors were so happy that they cried, because the guardian spirit had revived. There weren't any news that was better than this. For the past few years, the guardian spirit's vitality had deteriorated to the point where it was on the verge of death. News of this had spread into the outside world long ago, which devastated heaven-mending pavilion's reputation to a point where it was no longer comparable to its past. If it were the past, whenever they gave an order, no one dared to act against it. Now, many great powers even dared to claim be equals. All of this was due to the guardian spirit's inevitable death. After so many years, heaven-mending pavilion had lost its secret precious techniques. If their guardian spirit perished, they would fall from being a top-notch power, creating a disastrous situation. At this moment, cheers were coming from all over the heaven-mending pavilion, because the guardian spirit was currently reviving. All the depressing things from before were swept away. The leaves were all verdant and alluring as they circulated with sparkling green multicolored light. The little guy was dumbstruck. This vine was completely different from before. It seemed like it was carved from jade, sparkling and green as it emitted precious light. Auspicious and peaceful vapors surged out strand by strand. Was this the same gourd vine he saw before? It was completely different. Powerful waves spread out, and life force circulated like the revival of a revered god. Rivers of stars hung from the heavens like a waterfall. Even the sun sprinkled its essence down as if they were all being devoured by the old vine. An unknown amount of time passed. The aura of life in this place was exuberant, allowing the old vine to grow some new buds that looked like emeralds. They were shining and incomparably powerful. Finally, when everything calmed down, all the strange scenes disappeared. Its transformation was mystical and indescribable, and as it curled up in divine chains like a god, it was so awe-inspiring that it was inviolable. The guardian spirit had revived, once again becoming powerful. News spread across the heaven-mending pavilion, and countless people immediately cheered as they were incomparably inspired. An event this big would naturally spread into the outside world. News quickly spread far and wide. In an instant, all the great powers in the wastes trembled, and all of them revered. Everyone believed that this vine would die. After all, it had lived for so long and couldn't hold on any longer. Never would they have thought that it would straighten itself up to the point where they could sense its exuberant life force just by getting close to the heaven-mending pavilion. In a faraway mountain outside of the heaven-mending pavilion, a shining voice gently sighed. He stomped on the golden passage and instantly vanished into the distance without a trace. An enormous vicious bird with eyes like bloody moons blinked constantly. It stirred up a black mist that overflowed into the heavens and spread its wings to charge high up into the distant skies. If it flew near the clouds, it would shake the entire land due to its enormous size. There was still a path of divine like that appeared as resplendent as the sun that immediately exploded, disappearing from its original location. It was so terrifying that it made people tremble. The revival of the heaven-mending pavilion's guardian spirit stirred up everyone. The Pure Land was lively for several days before slowly calming down. In the depth of the night, the little guy was sitting cross-legged beneath a translucent green vine while holding a bone book in his hand. He carefully studied it, and at this place his heart was especially calm. His contributions were great, because he brought back soil nourished by the immortal spring, allowing the guardian spirit to revive. Therefore, the pavilion master allowed him to bring the symboled bone books from the sacred storage pavilion here. The little guy naturally did not forget the ghost grandpa's words. He immediately decided to come to the guardian spirit in the depth of the night in order to cultivate. Sure enough, this place was different from anywhere else. The gourd on the vine shone and sang, allowing him to comprehend things with great ease. During these days, he combined the golden-winged Pang and the green sky Pang's precious techniques into one. Their power increased by an entire level, becoming terrifying beyond comparison. Where in the world is that golden bone? If I could find it, my precious technique would certainly undergo some transformations. The little guy blinked his large eyes. Behind him, a divine golden moon appeared. Perhaps it could even be called a divine egg. It contained an archaic devil bird that contrasted greatly with the little guy that sat with his legs crossed. This devil bird seems a bit different. He turned around and revealed a strange expression. He studied the method that refined the Peng's precious technique for an entire night. He completely combined them into one and discovered that the archaic devil bird was a bit different. It seemed even more mysterious and powerful now. Why did it flash with golden light sometimes before turning green? Why was it transforming into a fish shape? It was too strange. The little guy was suspicious and repeatedly tried to figure out what was going on. He discovered that he had completely combined these two precious techniques. Its power increased rapidly, becoming many folds stronger than before. There was no mistake. However, why did this happen? He carefully stared at it while thinking it over. Could this be a Kuan Pang? He suddenly trembled. This idea hit him suddenly, causing him to widen his eyes and reveal an unimaginable expression. All of a sudden, he realized this and widened his eyes, revealing his unimaginable expression. He truly was apprehensive. That kind of creature was said to be supreme with nothing else comparable to it. It was strong enough to be ranked amongst the ancient era's top 10 divine birds and vicious beasts. Is this for real? The little guy doubtful. He absolutely did not imagine that he could create such a devil bird with his own comprehension and effort after combining techniques. He stared at the creature within the divine golden egg. It was truly a bit similar, transforming from a Pang. Hazy mist lingered about, and a type of terrifying aura filled the area. Woo, I have opened up a path, but this is only the starting point. Certainly not a genuine Kuan Pang. The disparity is enormous. I'm only approaching it, and it's slowly transforming. A blazing light shone from within the little guy's eyes. He was incredibly happy that he fumbled onto such a powerful road. If it was possible, he wished to reconstruct this supremely powerful precious technique. The Kuan Peng's precious technique was an unrivaled ability, whether it was during the shining era when ancient gods lived, the present, or even the future. It was once ranked amongst the top 10 most powerful. The golden-winged Pang combined with the green sky Pang could create such a transformation. They combined into a Kuan Pang. I have to research this route carefully. The little guy was full of confidence. Not bad, your path is correct. The combination of the golden-winged Pang with the green sky Pang can recreate the Kuan Pang. An ancient and omnipotent voice echoed outwards. The little guy was shocked. He raised his head to discover that this was the first time the old vine spoke and conversed with him. "Great guardian spirit, please guide me." The little guy jumped up and embraced the gourd vine. His blinked his eyes and was full of expectation. The old vine was speechless. Who dared to act this way towards it with such courage? After just meeting, this child did not respect it at all, and did not even have a hint of fear. He acted like they were previously acquainted, and hung from its body like a koala. The devilish brat truly had some confidence. After all, it was him who brought back the immortal silt that dragged the guardian spirit away from death. He believed that the other side would not criticize him too harshly. "I'm a vine. I do not understand how to guide you in the Kuan-Peng's technique. I'm only telling you that the direction is right." The guardian spirit sighed. The little guy scratched his head before letting go and quietly said, "Is there anything else you can guide me in? Learn some more things. There are some pretty good scriptures in the sacred storage pavilion. Perhaps they could even be very good," the old vine said, seemingly very weak and dispirited. The little guy was suspicious. He felt something was off and said, "Guardian spirit, what happened to you?" "I'm going to die." The old vine calmly said this as if it was telling him a very ordinary thing. The little guy cried out in alarm. He covered his little mouth and said, "How can that be? Your life force has just been restored. Why are you going to die again?" The guardian spirit was verdant and alluring like sculpted jade with divine splendor flowing all over it. It was powerful and mysterious as its boundless life force filled the air, making everyone revere. "I have lived from the ancient era until now. That's enough time. My life has all been used up. It's very natural." It opened its mouth and said, "However, your condition is much better than before." The little guy was in disbelief. "That's because I have to be like this. If I die immediately, a huge calamity might befall the heaven-mending pavilion." The guardian spirit sighed. "Ah!" The little guy cried out in alarm. "The wastelands is going to become chaotic. Perhaps the heaven-mending pavilion might become the prologue. It's even more possible that it will originate from my death," the guardian spirit said with a sinking feeling. The little guy was dumbstruck. This wasn't the first time that he heard this. Looks like there really will be a day when a great disaster will befall the wasteland. Troubling times are approaching. Everything is empty. Only by becoming stronger will you be able to survive, the old vine said. "You're really going to die?" The little guy looked at it. It seemed full of vitality, so never could he have thought that it was going to end up like this. "There's no other way." The guardian spirit nodded. The little guy said with some hesitation, "If I gave you 2 drops of true supreme water from the immortal spring, will you live?" The guardian spirit shook its head and said, "No one can prevent an exhausted life force. A few drops of divine water cannot change my destiny." The little guy heard its words, but could only sigh. Such a powerful guardian spirit would still die eventually. Inside his heaven and earth pouch was a jade jar. Inside it was 5 little golden dragons, each of them a drop of divine liquid. "I will keep holding on in order to buy the heaven-mending pavilion more time. Perhaps it will be several months, maybe a year." The guardian spirit spoke. It would not perish immediately and would keep holding on for a bit longer. The little guy accompanied it and talked a bit longer. He felt that this old vine was very optimistic. It was not distressed at all. According to what it said, after living for so long, it should have died long ago. This was a very natural thing. Seeing it like this, the little guy naturally was not as serious as before. His mood recovered, and he was not sentimental at all. "Senior, can you really not guide me in any direction? I really don't understand the Kuan-Peng's techniques." The little guy did not give up and said, "You're so strong. You must have some methods. Didn't you say my path was right? I think you can get that golden bone in the sacred storage pavilion. Perhaps that will let me strengthen my precious technique, allowing it to transform and improve it." The dark green vine trembled. A new bud grew out and extended onto the ground. The earth was dug into deeply as the vine penetrated inside. Finally, it wound up around a golden bone and left it on the soil. The little guy's eyes immediately straightened as he stared at it without blinking. Symbols flickered on top of this golden bone with incredible radiance. It had even more spiritual essence than precious artifacts, and appeared incredible mysterious. Is that bone? Why is it here? The little guy was shocked. Then he stared at the earth by the guardian spirit's root. There shouldn't be more bone books buried beneath this place, right? Could it be that the lost secret techniques were all over here? This bone is not bad. It's not any worse than secret precious techniques. If you can truly comprehend this completely, you will obtain endless benefits, the guardian spirit said.